Lab members, today too we have 3 nominees to consider. We're already 1 hour behind time, so I wish to start immediately. Can the most senior member of the minority side take the seat while we wait for the leader? I've spoken to him, he said he was in his way. He'll be here in 2 minutes. It's been 10 minutes since, so we'll start. But kindly bring the nominee in so we start. Yes, proceed. Honourable member, are you a Catholic?
I'm a Catholic.
You're a Catholic, so you need only the cross.
Okay. I, Samuel Adulai Jinapor,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Honourable Samuel Adulai Jinapor, this is your first time in Parliament, and I want to emphasize that I refer to membership of the House because that is the main qualification for being a minister. You have been a Deputy Chief of Staff for 4 years in the past government. I know that you were called to the bar some 5 years or so ago. If there are any other things apart from this that you wish the committee to know, please tell us before we start asking you questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, let me thank the distinguished members of the August Appointments Committee of Parliament for having me. Mr. Chairman, I will rely on my CV, except to add that I had my basic education in Apiasoche Preparatory School in Ashanti Mampo, in the Ashanti region of Ghana, and Fufuso Presby Primary School. Mr. Chairman, I had my junior high school education in Damango, in the Savannah region of Ghana, and I'm married to Nada Doreen Bilijo Jinapor with 4 children. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, Chairman, let me have your leave to warm him up with two questions. This man started with physics and he is now into law. Why the diversion from physics?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, that is a very interesting question. Yes, I studied physics. I had my education, secondary education, all in the sciences. Whilst in the secondary school, I did physics, chemistry, biology, and additional maths. I ended up at KUST to read pure physics and earn a BSc in physics. Mr. Chairman, I veered off to read law. I suspect strongly that my association with the president at the time, Nana Akufo-Addo, who was then the Minister for Foreign Affairs and whom I had met as a very young man. And Mr. Chairman, you can imagine that when you associate with President Akufo-Addo, law becomes very attractive. And so that's the explanation I can give.
Right. Great inspiration then. It's good you joined the learned fraternity. Great, good decision. Now, run us through this issue about Shraj reports, which bordered on some allegation against you. How did you feel? And if you can share with us this Shraj matter.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, the matters relating to those allegations, I must begin by respectfully stating that those allegations were quite surprising to me. But given that this committee is a committee of record, what I can say really is that as I found those allegations as quite surprising because with the greatest of respect, they were not founded on any basis. But fortunately for me, Mr. Chairman, this committee is a committee of record, and therefore I have in my hand here the report of Shraj in respect of those allegations made against me and my colleague, Honorable Asenso Boakye.
Honorable Member, let's be clear. A matter has gone to Shraj already?
That is correct.
Determined?
That is correct.
Very well.
That is correct. So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, following those allegations, and those allegations were made by A+.
So there's a Shraj report that has exonerated you. That's what Chairman wanted to know from you.
Exactly.
As a matter of record.
And I'm saying that I have the report here. And
Chairman, with your indulgence, what was the determination of Shraj on those matters of allegation that bordered on your conduct? Just refer to it. What was the determination of Shraj? And then the date. Share with us the date. Thank you, Chair.
I will do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have in my hand the report of Shraj dated 4/12/2017 with reference number CHRAJ/322/2017/414, titled "In the Matter of the Commission on Human Rights and Administrative Justice, and in the matter of allegations of corruption, thievery, and abuse of power between Dynamic Youth Movement of Ghana, complainant, and Mr. Samuel A. Jinapor and Mr. Francis Asenso Boakye, respondents." Mr. Chairman, the report is detailed. I won't go through all of it, but it essentially does a thorough analysis of the respondents' position, the complainant's position. It took evidence. The evidence were analyzed by Shraj, and of significance to me and hopefully to this committee is the conclusion of Shraj. And Mr. Chairman, the conclusion of Shraj can be found at paragraph 12, titled "Decision." And this was the decision of Shraj. Quote, "The Commission is satisfied that the evidence does not support the allegations of corruption and abuse of power against Messrs. Samuel A. Jinapor and Messrs. Asenso Boakye. the two deputy chiefs of staff. The allegations could not be substantiated whatsoever. Accordingly, this complaint is hereby dismissed as being without merit and totally unwarranted. End quote. Thank you.
Chairman, just there, you said evidence was taken. Was evidence taken from A+ that you are aware of by Shiraj in this matter?
Yes, evidence was taken from Mr. A+.
You think that it was just malicious on the basis of the finding of Shiraj, that probably just growth? Is that your thinking?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I respectfully think that on the back of the ruling, the determination of Shiraj, those allegations were totally unwarranted, they were baseless. I have absolutely no doubt about it.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, the nominee at a very young age became the deputy chief of staff. Having gone through this trauma, and you know, in politics, this political enterprise, all we have is our individual image. How did you cope with this trauma of you being tainted, especially when Shiraj eventually exonerated you? Within that period, how did you cope?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I should say it was difficult. It was very difficult, and especially I'm sure that many of the members of this committee will attest to how it feels when you are maligned, when an allegation is made against you which is unfounded. I mean, especially when the whole country and the media picks it up, and we all recall how major it was in this country, and it generated a lot of controversy. So it was difficult, I must admit. And now I personally was particularly relieved and thankful that the matter finally was tabled before Shiraj. Shiraj delved into it and came to these firm conclusions. So it was a very difficult matter.
Chairman, final on my woman. Your brother, your blood brother, is a member of the NDC and a member of this house. You are a member of the MPP fraternity. You hold a high position. You're going to hold a very high position now. And no doubt in the previous administration, your deputy chief of staff, very high position. How do you, with the political differences between you and your brother, how do you manage the seeming political conflict, if I should put it? Home. Is there peace at home?
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's a question I've had to answer many, many times. Well, first of all, with respect, Honorable Leader, the assumption is that we live in the same home. We don't. I'm a married man with 4 children. He is a married man with 3 children. So,
Amewu Jinapor, how long have you been married?
I have 4 children. I have 4 girls.
Amewu Jinapor, how long have you been married?
I did triplets, at a go. So we live very independent lives, and what I can say is just in 2 folds. First is that I can say that for myself, and I can say that for him, that we are both very, very committed to our respective political parties. I don't intend to go further than that. We are very, very committed. He is strongly committed to his party. I'm probably more committed to my party. And we are also very cordial. I mean, we are cordial as any siblings anywhere can be. That's what I can say. Thank you.
Thank you. I would want to end with this comment. On the 7th of January, that unfortunate incident on the House floor, I noticed that your brother was heated up. You were also heated up. But at the point the two of you got on, and he went to his side, and the turbulence was coming down, and you also gave a word on our side. I hope that with your explanation given as to the cordial relationship that exists between the two of you, in spite of political differences, in times of trouble, the two of you would help calm waters in this House floor for the benefit of this country. I hope I can have the assurance from you.
Mr. Chairman, the leader can have the assurance. Thank you.
Chairman, let me have a bite of the deputy leader's warm-up. You are deputy chief of staff. Is that the case?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
What was your schedule and activities or probably responsibilities in the office of the president as deputy chief of staff?
Mr. Chairman, as we all do know, the Constitution vests executive powers in the president. The president is a repository of executive powers in our country. He exercises that mandate through the office of the chief of staff. So, Chairman, if you want, the interface between the presidency and the world is normally through the office of the chief of staff. The president is dealing with his ministers, he's dealing with the world, he's dealing with chiefs, parliament, organs of state. The chief of staff's office is the interface between the presidency and the world, as well as the discharge of the executive mandate of the president. So I understood my work very clearly from the outset, and those were the instructions the president gave me on that important day when he invited me to his office to inform me that he was going to appoint me as deputy chief of staff. The instruction was very simple. You are to assist the chief of staff. And Mr. Chairman, for the 4 years that I was in that office, my schedule was to assist the chief of staff. And the chief
so
of
there
staff,
were no specific schedules or responsibility, like you are responsible for port activities related to the port, you are not responsible for foreign delegations. There probably must have been a specific role.
Yeah, there was.
Speak to that.
Yes, I was deputy chief of staff in charge of operations. And deputy chief of staff in charge of operations essentially, and I will continue to use the word assist because the buck stops with the chief of staff. The deputy chief of staff in charge of operations essentially is to assist the chief of staff to first of all run the presidency itself, Jubilee House, the workings of Jubilee House. And Mr. Chairman, I know the Honorable Minority Leader is even more experienced in the issues of the governance of our country than I am. The presidency itself is a whole enterprise. How the office runs, the issues involved there, cabinet issues, policy matters, monitoring, evaluation, following up. The president was, for instance, to set up committees of ministers. You are involved in it. And the general, if you want, running of the country. The president runs the country. The chief of staff assists him to run the country. I assist the chief of staff to assist the president to run the country. So,
Chairman, I get it from the nominee that he only assisted the chief of staff and the president. May I now take you to the world of lands and forestry? And with respect, Chairman, may I refer the nominee, with your indulgence, to Article 268, 1 and 2 of the 1992 Constitution, and to solicit what his views are on those provisions and how he intends to walk the law on those matters. Article 2681 provides any transaction, contract, or undertaking involving the grant of a right or concession by or on behalf of any person, including the government of Ghana, to any other person or body of persons, howsoever described, for the exploitation of any mineral, water, or other natural resource of Ghana, made or entered into after the coming into force of this Constitution, shall be subject to ratification by Parliament. So watch my words there. Subject to ratification by Parliament. Then 2682 provides, Parliament may, by resolution supported by the votes of not less than 2/3 of all the members of Parliament, exempt from the provisions of clause 1 of this article any particular class of transaction, contract, or undertaking. Once you are a lawyer, it means that you studied interpretation. What is your understanding of this constitutional provision, and what obligation does it impose on you as probable Minister for Lands and Forestry? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I'd like to make the point that a careful examination of Chapter 21 of the National Constitution will clearly reveal the importance the framers of the Constitution places on the lands and natural resources of our country. Mr. Chairman, if I may, the lands and natural resources of our country is the only sector which is found expressions in almost all the national constitutions of our country from 1969 to 1979. There was a full chapter in the 1969 Constitution dedicated to lands and natural resources. So was there a chapter in the 1979 Constitution dedicated to the lands and natural resources of our country. Mr. Chairman, so the reason, my thinking, is that the framers of our Constitution seems to have placed such importance on the lands and natural resources of our country is because, by all intents and purposes, the lands and natural resources of Ghana constitute the property of the Ghanaian people, vested in their president, to be held in trust for the benefit of the Ghanaian people. And therefore, Mr. Chairman, Article 268, in my view, then ensures that, given that the lands and natural resources constitute the property of this country, Parliament becomes the accountable body for the utilization and management of the lands and natural resources of our country, which is why the grant of a mineral right will require parliamentary ratification. And, Mr. Chairman, respectfully, my conceptual interpretation of it is that the natural resources belong to the Ghanaian people. It's their property. It's vested in their president to deal with or deal in for their benefit. Parliament, pursuant to Article 268, then becomes the accountable body or state for the utilization of the mineral resources of our country. So if the president, through his Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, grants a mineral right, the framers of the Constitution requires that such a grant be brought before Parliament. So Parliament can cross the T's, can dot the I's, and will be satisfied that as representatives of the people, their property in the mineral resources of our country are being dealt with properly. Mr. Chairman, if I may add, if I may conclude by adding that the Supreme Court got the golden opportunity to speak to or make a pronouncement on this requirement of ratification. And this was done, Mr. Chairman, in the case of Republic versus High Court, General Jurisdiction 6, Accra, S-Party Attorney General, Eston Quebec Group Limited, interested party. Mr. Chairman, and in that case, the gravamen of the issues before the court was whether or not a grant of a mineral right without parliamentary ratification will be deemed valid. The Supreme Court, Mr. Chairman, the highly respected judge, Justice Mafusan, said this, and I just will seek your permission to read the exact holding of the Supreme Court. And I quote, they said, the intention of subjecting any transaction involving the exploitation of any mineral to parliamentary ratification was to ensure that such transaction had received the approval of the actual owners of the mineral, the people of Ghana. Such approval expressed through their representatives in Parliament as engineered by the Constitution. End quote. So, Mr. Chairman, I think the matter is clear. I mean,
All right.
you have to.
In that same clause, you find for the exploitation of any mineral, comma, water or other natural resource. So water is put in the class of minerals and natural resource. Today, there's a driller at a new social center I'm constructing at the Kwai, drilling water. Now, between September and now, I've drilled boreholes, mechanized boreholes, about 50 of them in my constituency. Are they invalid? Because I did not get, not just parliamentary approval, I didn't get any concession from anybody. We just put the rig at the location and we drill. Is water in this clause? What is the drilling of water? Should it be construed the same way as we construe minerals and other natural resources?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, water is under the Water Resources Commission, which is not an agency under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. I should also respectfully submit that the remit of natural resources as construed in Ghana and under our constitution is a matter that I'm not sure I will have the final say, because there's a lot of discussion about it. Petroleum resources, for instance, are those natural resources? Water resources, are these natural resources? But for my purposes, the instructions from the President, and hopefully, if I'm fortunate to receive the recommendation of this House, of the recommendation of this committee, and the approval of the House, I will keep to the quote that has been cut from. Even that is such a big load to carry. So we'll leave it at that. Except to add, Mr. Chairman, finally, that the provision referred to by the Honorable Minority Leader, being Article 2682, I think that provision can be a bit of a saving grace. And I want to raise the matter of small-scale mining and whether or not there is a requirement for parliamentary ratification when mineral rights are granted under small-scale mining. Technically, and by the confines of the constitutional provision, that yes, there should be. But is it practical? Does that help the industry? I think those are matters that we can discuss. Thank you.
Chairman, but what Chairman raised, probably you can just say that when you get there, because you yourself in your answer, you were emphatic. Chapter 21, Lands and Natural Resources. So don't run away under Water Resources Commission. What Chairman referred to, Article 268, is within what you referred to in your chapter, but still there. May I now, Chairman, take the nominee to Article 257. And it reads in 1, all public lands in Ghana shall be vested in the President on behalf of and in trust for the people of Ghana. I know you are a royal, so you know what land politics means for the people in northern Ghana and every part of the country. But for my purposes, 2573 is what I want to seek your view on. For the avoidance of doubt, it is hereby declared that all lands in the northern, upper east, and upper west region, now, Mr. Speaker, by extension, I can add Savannah region, of Ghana, which immediately before the coming into force of this constitution were vested in the government of Ghana, are not public lands within the meaning of clause 1 and 2 of this article. What is your understanding of this?
Mr. Chairman, my understanding of this provision is that the public lands of Ghana have been defined by the Constitution. The public lands of Ghana is defined, first of all, in Article 2572 of the National Constitution. The vesting of the public lands of Ghana in the President for the people of Ghana has also been well established in Article 2571. My understanding is very straightforward, Mr. Chairman. The framers of the Constitution intended that lands in northern, upper east, and upper west regions of Ghana, which immediately before the coming into force of this Constitution were vested in the government of Ghana, are not public lands within the meaning of clauses 1 and 2. And so I would think, really, I mean, this can be, somebody can take this up at the Supreme Court. But from where I sit, I would think that lands which were vested before the coming into force of the Constitution are automatically divested. Mr. Chairman, I should add that there is a whole arrangement and discussion and debate about vested lands. And in fact, Mr. Chairman, this House, Parliament itself, having enacted Land Act 2020 Act 1036, makes a comment on vested lands. And Mr. Chairman, respectfully and with your indulgence, Section 271, 2, and 3 of Act 1036 speaks specifically about vested lands. And this is what it says. With your permission, I read. Quote, 2701, the President shall, on the recommendations of the Lands Commission, authorize the divesting of any land which prior to the coming into force of the Constitution was vested in the President by any law. 2. Within 6 months of the coming into force of this Act, the Lands Commission shall begin the process of evaluating all existing vested lands with a view to recommending to the President the divesting of those lands. And 3, finally, the divesting of land shall be by executive instrument published in the Gazette. End quote. Mr. Chairman, so what it means is that vested lands, whether they will be divested or not, will be determined within the confines of Section 271, 2, and 3. It will be my view that the lands which were vested prior to the promulgation of the 1992 Constitution are exempted. But the question as to whether or not lands which were vested post-1992 will still be captured, we can continue to have that discussion. I'm not too sure about how we can handle those.
Chairman, it's noted. You've just referred to the Lands Act, which was passed by Parliament Act 1063. Now, investors complain about the process, tortuous, cumbersome process of getting title to land. Investors, Ghanaian businesses complain, and you know what title means. Even sometimes when you want to get a credit facility of a loan, you need to demonstrate ownership via title. Now, it has affected Ghana's rating in our ease of doing business. Just process of land and related matters of litigation, investors come in, the next day they have to be walking to court instead of the farms or the industry they purport to build. How will you use the new current lands law to improve Ghana's ease of doing business should you become minister? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think this is a very important question. And since my nomination, I've been reflecting on literally all the issues under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. And if I'm fortunate to receive the recommendation of this committee and the approval of Parliament, and I assume office at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, Mr. Chairman, I want to submit that the implementation, the effective implementation of this new Lands Act, Act 1036, will go a great way of improving the administration of land in our country. Mr. Chairman, it's still a piece of legislation, yes. We will require to make sure that we publicize it. We have to get a country to be aware of it, to know about the implications of the provisions of this act. We must have a strategy and a policy to ensure that this act is well implemented. Mr. Chairman, I say this because I've taken some look at Act 1036, and I should respectfully commend Parliament for enacting this law. My view, Mr. Chairman, is that literally all the thorny, difficult issues relating to land administration seems to have been, this act seems to have intervened in almost all of them. And if you take a look at the act, it's far-reaching, it's detailed. For instance, in part 1...
Oh, Chairman, I appreciate it. Far-reaching, detailed. Will you reduce the number of days that it takes any Ghanaian or investor to acquire title to land should you be approved as minister?
Mr. Chairman, I will endeavor to do that. And I endeavor to do that through threefold. One, the implementation of this Act 1036, because an effective enforcement of this Act itself, I mean, as you know, Mr. Chairman, the issues of stool, skin, clan, family, people who have interest in land, the requirement for them to demarcate their land, register it at the Lands Commission to avoid a double sale, the issues relating to whether a couple can sell land by himself or by herself, all of those issues are tackled in there. So the effective implementation of this act will help. Digitizing the operations of the Land Administration, Lands Commission is key, and decentralizing the operations and services of the Lands Commission. I think this three-pronged approach: one, the implementation of this act; two,
Chairman, nominee, are you the one to decentralize Lands Commission, or the chapter? The chapter you refer to deals with it, because you already have Regional Lands Commission, you have National Lands Commission, which are all creations of the Constitution. But just to end here, Chairman, so that our colleagues can scrutinize our the nominee. In your response to an earlier question by the deputy leader, you referred to the Exxon Cubic ruling, and you quoted Mafusao, respected Justice of the Supreme Court, when he said that parliamentary ratification is an imperative. Should you get to the ministry and it's brought to your attention that there are over 35 mining companies operating in Ghana without parliamentary ratification, what will you do?
Mr. Chairman, I think the matters to do with Exxon Cubic are beyond me. The Supreme Court has made a firm pronouncement on those, so that for me is a fait accompli. The matters of other mining rights or leases which have not been ratified, we have to find an expeditious way of making sure that they are presented to Parliament.
Will your expeditious way be that you declare them illegal or you come to Parliament to ratify it? What will you do?
Mr. Chairman, the ruling, respectfully, in the Exxon Cubic was not entirely on the lack of ratification. The basis for the holdings of the Supreme Court were not anchored on simply not ratifying. There were other reasons why.
What were the other reasons in your view, Chair?
I think I have the brief here, and I can. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll be more than happy to furnish the committee with a judgment of the Supreme Court. But essentially, the point I'm making is that
it's all right, Honourable Member. The Supreme Court judgment, we can assess it if we consider it necessary. Yeah. All right, yes, Reverend.
I'm grateful, Honourable Chair. Congratulations, Honourable.
I think he held his own as Minister for Communication at the age of 38. And I believe that if I stay humble and I stay focused, I should be able to contribute my bit. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Nominee. On exploitation of minerals in Ghana, Ghana is endowed with many minerals, of which studies have established them in very viable quantities. Over the years, the focus of the country has seemed to be biased on gold production or exploitation of gold, to the under-exploitation of other economically viable metals, and in particular industrial minerals, i.e. salt, limestone, clinker, and the rest. What direction would you provide, when given the nod, to focus other attention on these minerals, industrial minerals in particular, salt, limestone, clinker, with all the economic viability and the economic potentials they possess, to exploit them?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think by the grace of God, if I get a nod of this committee, I will have the benefit of expert advice, and I will also work with all the stakeholders in the industry and the ministry to be able to formulate policies for all of these areas. I don't want to pretend that I have all the answers here. And so whatever collaborative efforts will be needed will be done. But the member is very right. Salt is a very major mineral, it's a very important resource that we have to tap into. They call it the white gold. And Ghana is very strategic because we have enough commercial deposits of salt, which I believe we have to exploit. And the full value chain of salt has to be established here in Ghana. Mr. Chairman, for instance, you cannot build an integrated aluminum industry without salt. You cannot build the integrated iron and steel industry in Ghana without salt. The petrochemical industry cannot actually thrive without salt. So salt is extremely important. And so the measures that are to be put in place to develop salt fully, I know that the administration of President Akufo-Addo in his first term has made some attempts. Adasongo is one example where I know a mining lease has been granted. There's an attempt to exploit the salt there. But I think that it's gotten to a time where we probably should consider the establishment of a salt development authority in Ghana, whose mandate will be responsible for building the full value chain of salt in Ghana. Today, Mr. Chairman, Nigeria consumes a lot of salt, and yet Nigeria imports its salt from far away Brazil, simply because we don't have a salt terminal in Ghana. The distance between Ghana and Nigeria is closer, and yet they still have to go far away to import salt. I believe if we get this authority in place where we can have a refinery for salt, we can have a terminal for salt, it will help a great deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lastly, on lands, there's this concern on agitations for compulsorily acquired lands to be released. Honorable nominee, when given the nod, what leadership will you provide to address compulsorily acquired lands to be released?
He just answered that question. He just spoke to that question. If you want to have another question, otherwise I'll move on. Yes, we'll have to run the point.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairman. Let me first commend the brother of my roommate for this appointment. My first question to you is something very worrying. Recently, President Nana initiated the fight against Galamsey with a hope of saving the dissipation of our forests and water bodies. Evidence shows that some of the people who sabotaged the effort of the president were people within your party. What assurances are you going to give us that as much as possible you will ensure that these people do not take advantage of political...
Are you mentioning anybody specifically? Otherwise, you assume that he knows somebody who sabotaged somebody.
No.
If not,
I said some of the people, it's clear. It's that this one is public knowledge. In fact, source,
Don't ignore their
Former
size.
Minister for Environment.
Honorable, ignore their size and talk to me. Yes.
What assurance are you going to give Ghanaians that you will not condone such political apparatchiks using political influences to get into such a situation where they will sabotage efforts of a sitting president in mitigating some of these things that affect our environment?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we all will acknowledge that in every government and in every dispensation, when you are rolling out policy or implementing policies, especially when you are dealing with very intricate, complicated areas such as illegal small-scale mining, you will have problems. There's absolutely no two ways about that. I have taken time to understudy a lot of the literature, and it is clear that when Honorable Adulai Jinapor was Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, he encountered a lot of problems, and he will admit it. When my uncle Alhaji Collins Dauda was Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, he encountered a lot of problems. When Honorable Peter Amewu went into the Lands and Natural Resources Ministry, similar problem. Honorable Asomachirem is not an exception. So I want to agree with you, Honorable Member, that in such crusades, in such fights, you will come across challenges. You will come across stumbling blocks. We all know it. It happened under NBC. It's happened under MPP. You have party people, you have big wigs who want to frustrate the situation. But what is important, and what I can say without a shred of equivocation, is that the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, is absolutely committed to making an impact in this illegal small-scale mining industry. His policies were rolled out in the first term, and indeed, there were some achievements, there were some challenges. If I get the opportunity, my instructions from the President are very clear, that I should go there and keep my head focused and work hard to ensure that we reduce the incidences of illegal small-scale mining in our country. Mr. Chairman, look, anywhere you have extractive industry, here we call it galamsey. In South Africa, they call it zamazama, and it's a big issue in South Africa. You talk to the Minister for Mines in South Africa, you admit that illegal small-scale mining is such a big issue for them. So, yes, I agree with the Honorable Member's assessment of the fact that you will have people in your own party and in chiefs and so on and so forth trying to frustrate the situation. But I want to give a firm assurance that I'm very clear in my mind that if I get the approval from this House, I am moving in there, and I'm not just talking, I'm moving in there to, in all humility and modesty, apply the law without fear or favor. That if I don't do that, I will set myself for failure. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, the second question has to do with my people, and possibly the whole Ghana. There have been serious agitations among the people of the Greater Accra region that, unfortunately, being the capital of the country, government has encumbered a lot of their lands for the public good. Over the period, these projects elapse or government do not have use of these lands again. But instead of the lands reverting to the alluvial owners, government officials, public officials end up appropriating these lands and selling them to people, sometimes even foreigners, without recourse to the alluvial owners of those lands. What are you going to do to ensure that the policy that was embarked upon by the late President Mills, continued under President Mahama, would be continued, that those lands which were taken for the public good and government have no use for them again are reverted to the alluvial owners?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, it's a major issue in our country. In fact, I should say that since my nomination and my announcement, and even before appearing before this vetting committee, I've also received a lot of delegations from my chiefs, my chiefs from the Savannah region, talking about this land and that land and the fact that land should be reverted to them and so on and so forth. So it's a major issue. But Mr. Chairman, with your indulgence, I think this is a very important public issue, which I'll seek your permission to try and explain a little bit so that the issues will be set straight. Mr. Chairman, the matters, the category of lands which are normally the subject matter of reversion, I will classify them under five different categories of lands. We're talking about lands which were compulsorily acquired before the promulgation of the 1992 Constitution. 2, we're talking about lands which were compulsorily acquired but for which compensation was paid. We are talking about leaseholds which the government is the lessee. The government acquired land from families or clans or schemes. Good. Number 3. Third, we are talking about vested lands. And fourthly, we are talking about lands, we are talking about lands which were compulsorily acquired, but for which compensation was paid, but were acquired for stated purposes, which stated purposes are no longer the purposes for which the lands are being deployed. Mr. Chairman, when it comes to vested lands, I've already indicated that at 1036 seems to have resolved that, which is that if I get the approval of this House, 6 months from 23rd December 2020, that is 23rd June 2021, I should be expecting a recommendation from the Lands Commission on specific vested lands and the various recommendations they will give for me to forward to Head of State for action. So that is number 1. Number 2, the lands that are acquired for which compensation has been paid, for which compensation has not been paid, we need to look at paying compensation. I mean, and the Constitution is clear that compensation must be adequate, it must be prompt, and it must be fair. And there is a new culture which is evolving, which is that where you cannot pay with money, you can have some arrangement with the chiefs in order for them to take some of the lands as in lieu of compensation. And then you come to leasehold. Leasehold is not a difficult one. When the lease expires, the lessor or the grantor will determine whether to extend the lease or to have his or her land back. The real, and of course, when it comes to lands compulsorily acquired before the 1992 Constitution, in the case of Okujeto Ablakwa versus the Attorney General, it was clear, it was determined that that provision of Article 20 does not apply to lands which were acquired before, compulsorily acquired before the 1992. The thorny one, the real difficult one, the big elephant in the room, has to do with the lands which have been acquired, compensation is paid, but the lands have not been used for the stated purposes for which the lands were acquired. Mr. Chairman, on that score, I will respectfully crave your indulgence to allow me to also point out some of the decisions of the Supreme Court of our country. I first will refer to the case of Obitetechuru III and Attorney General, 2010 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report at page 904, where the Supreme Court held, Mr. Chairman, quote, once the use to which the land is not to be put is not restricted to any personal or individual interest, but one to which the general public will have a benefit, or the benefits of the project will inure to the entire country, either directly or indirectly, the public interest purpose will be deemed to have been adequately catered for, end quote. So the import of this ruling is that even where land is acquired, compensation has been paid, the stated purpose for which the land is acquired is no longer the purpose for which the land will be used. If it will be used for a purpose which will inure to the benefit of the people, the requirement of stated purpose, stated public purpose is satisfied. Mr. Chairman, in fact, in the case of Okujeto Ablakwa versus Attorney General and Obichebi Lamti, number 2, 2012, 2 Supreme Court of Ghana Law Report at page 845. The Supreme Court even went a step further. In the Supreme Court, per the respected judge, Brobe JSC, reasoned as follows and held as follows, quote,
Mr. Chairman, without rudely interrupting him, the way the nominee wants to elaborately answer a question, we may do 24 hours here on him alone. So if he can restrict the answers. No, it's not that I don't want good answers, but I understand he wants to elaborately make reference to ruling. It's good to answer questions, but if he answers them this way, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, we are likely not to be able to vet more than him alone today. So if Mr. Chairman could guide him.
Thank you for alerting us. Honourable Member, please be guided.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm fully guided. I'm fully guided.
Follow up.
Yes, I'm fully guided, but I'll just respectfully, Leader, to say that I'm sorry, the issue of compulsory acquisition of lands and whether or not they should be returned to the original owner is a major issue. Even before I'm being vetted and before I'm being sworn in, hopefully, it's a lot of requests from all over the country. So I just thought that it's important.
But Honourable Chairman, with your indulgence, Honourable Nominee, just hold it there. We've heard those cases you cited, but as guided by Chairman and Honourable Whip, brevity should be the way. As for the references you have done, we'll read them thoroughly ourselves. But come back to compulsory acquisition. Go to Article 20, just your last words, and then contextualize it within subsection 5 and 6 of Article 20, not just the Supreme Court ruling. Chairman, with your indulgence, no property or any description or interest in or right over any property shall be compulsorily taken possession of or acquired by the state unless the following conditions are satisfied. So minimum, you have some conditions you must satisfy. Now, just the words you use, read what 5 and 6 says and give us an assurance to what Honourable Nilante wants from you. Any property compulsorily taken possession of or acquired in the public interest or for a public purpose shall be used only in the public interest or for that public purpose. We have seen people go for these lands, then use them for other purposes other than this. So first is, what will you do about that category of land? Then the 6th, Chairman, where the property is not used in the public interest or for the purpose for which it was acquired, the owner of the property immediately before the compulsory acquisition shall be given the first option for acquiring the property. So take, for instance, Ghana lands or lands within the Greater Accra region. The state acquired it in the public interest. The state is not using it for the public interest. The chiefs are saying that respect the provisions of Article 26 and let it revert back to us. Will you do that if you become minister? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, with the greatest of respect, if you will indulge me to just read the decision of the Supreme Court, it's just a paragraph. No, because otherwise I'll be misconstrued. I'm absolutely not against reverting compulsory acquired land to chiefs. I'm very much not against it. On the contrary, I want to promote it. But the point I'm making is that the Supreme Court had an occasion to interpret the provisions referred to by the Honourable Minority Leader. And the interpretation they put on them, those were not my words respectfully, Mr. Chairman, Broby, speaking for the court, said the first point may be made on these provisions in that this court has, by majority decision of 4-3, decided that Article 25 and 6 do not apply to the lands acquired compulsorily before the coming into force of the 1992 Constitution. It goes on and on. And it goes on to say the plaintiffs contended that the property should be retained for the purpose for which it was originally acquired. That will mean that defendant was to, that will mean that will be by the minister or any public officer. The grant to the second defendant was to develop the property into 3 blocks of flats of at least 4 stories. Which of the 2 uses will benefit the public more or satisfy the public purpose as required by the constitutional provisions? In the light of the explanations of the 2 expressions in Tetechuru case referred above, I take the view that the use to which the Lands Commission directed the second defendant to put the land will serve public interest or will be for public purpose. So, Mr. Chairman, the Supreme Court seems to have, they've given a settlement on this. But
that was your third question. That was the second question. Very well.
Honorable nominee, from your explanation, which I will say I won't hold you to it because you are not a member of the bench at that time. But let me say, don't you think this is the reason why politicians over the years have used their political positions to take over set lands for their personal use, commercial use? Why should a politician take a land that belongs to a family, it's two, and build apartments for his personal use?
Honorable Nilante,
Yes.
there's no evidence before this committee that politicians.
I'm not hearing you, Chairman, because they are making noise about it.
There's no evidence
Please,
before
can you
this
shout?
committee.
Chairman is speaking.
There's no evidence before this committee that politicians are taking over public lands.
Okay, public officials. Public officials. Chairman, there are a lot of evidence. Chairman, I can give you evidence of this.
Well,
the issue is
the appropriate
it's a legitimate
forum
issue.
It's verified.
Please, it's a legitimate issue. This is a concern of my constituents.
Honorable.
Please, this is a concern of my. Please, Mutaka. Sorry.
I'm saying that you're tagging politicians as taking over public lands. I'm not aware of any such thing. If there's anything you find wrong anywhere, you know where to go. But please don't put the words in the mouth of the nominee. Ask questions that relate to the issue.
Okay. Let me say first, let me give you an example, perfect example. The Dowenya irrigation lands, which government, since the days of Achampon, took for agri purposes, today is being used as estate developing and all those things. Or let me say, to the detriment of the alludia owners of that property. What do we do to resolve such problems?
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to conclude on this matter by indicating that Article 257 of the Constitution vests all public lands in the President. Again, Article 258, subclause 2, gives the President a constitutional mandate to direct the Lands Commission. So, on a case-by-case basis, in spite of the decisions of the Supreme Court, if the President, as a trustee for public lands, takes the position that public lands, certain lands which were compulsorily acquired, be reverted or be given back to the alludia owners, there will be no constitutional or legal bar. And indeed, I do know that sometime last year, the President met with chiefs from Accra and assured them that hopefully in the second term, there will be a mechanism, a framework within which their grievances will be heard and possibly resolved. And if I get a nod of this committee, I want to make a firm assurance that pursuant to the vision and goal of the President, we will do that. But I respectfully say that we have to do that on a case-by-case basis, where the justice demands that lands be reverted to the alludia owners. We will do that. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a vote. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Samuel Adulai Jinapor. Congratulations. It's a gentleman in whom I'm very well pleased. And then it's a brother in whom I'm very well pleased. And I'm very satisfied with your accomplishments and your responses so far. Honorable Chairman, I'm riding on the Article 2573 that the Honorable Minority released regarding the vesting of some lands in the 3 northern regions previously, before the creation of Savannah and of East regions. Now, I have also done some work on some of these vested lands. Clearly, 1 kilometer square around the Winneba roundabout is vested land. That is on record. Koforidua lands are vested lands. Sudani lands are vested lands. But the particular vested lands in the 3 northern regions are not known. So there's a confusion whether they are compulsorily acquired or they are vested land. And I take a very good inspiration from the provision that you mentioned in the New Lands Act, that all vested lands would more or less be consolidated and a register will be made. I want you to give assurance to this committee and the people of the 3 northern regions in particular that this exercise will be carried out with alacrity and dispatch. Thank you very much, sir.
Remember that the northern regions are more than 3.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I will not pretend to have all the answers here. If I get the approval of this House, I want to assure my good friend, the MP for Bushegu, that it's a matter that I will look at very seriously. Thank you.
Very well. Watching it. Okay, I got that. I'm going back there.
Honorable nominee, congratulations. My first major concern has to do with the felling of the share tree in the northern ecological zone. This tree is an economic tree, but in recent times, that tree has been felled time without number for charcoal burning, plus the destruction that is being caused to the rosewood tree species, which is categorized as an endangered tree species. Honorable nominee, if you're given the nod, what would you do to protect the shade tree and our precious rosewood, which is endangered?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I may begin with rosewood. Ghana is a party, a state party to the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. And the convention is such that there are 3 categorizations of species. They categorize them in Appendix 1, Appendix 2, and Appendix 3. If a species is placed in Appendix 1, it means that that species cannot be harvested, traded in, or exported at all. If a species is placed in Appendix 2, it means that the species can be traded in, but in a regulated framework. And if a species is placed in Appendix 3, it means the species can be harvested, traded, and exported freely. Rosewood is placed in Appendix 2, which means the government of Ghana can allow the harvesting, trading, and exportation of rosewood in a regulated fashion. The government of the day felt that the rate at which rosewood was being harvested was not sustainable, and therefore the government put a temporary ban on the harvesting, trading in, and exportation of this species. So this is where we are. There's a ban. There's a ban on the harvesting and trading in and exportation of this species. Now, Mr. Chairman, what do? I will
if I get the nod, I certainly will be advised by the Forestry Commission properly, and out of which we can fashion out a policy to be able to deal with this situation. But there are 2 or 3 matters we cannot escape, Mr. Chairman. One is that we need to deal with the enforcement regime, because even while the ban is in place, we are all very much aware that there is some illicit harvesting and trading and exportation of rose fruit today, even though there's a ban. So the whole enforcement regime has to be looked at and looked at carefully. 2, I think the Forestry Commission almost immediately will have to conduct an audit which will establish the stocks of this species in the forest. How many species do we have? How many rosewood do we have in the forest? I think that will help. And number 3, I also think that if there's ever going to be the lifting of the ban, we must have a relationship between plantation and harvesting. We cannot just go on with harvesting. We need to have a plantation scheme which will assure us that the harvesting, trading, and exportation of rosewood will be sustainable. And finally, I will say that we need to also have a regime for value addition, because the experts tell me that the more you add value to the wood, the less the harvesting will be. Because if you don't add value, it means that they just fell the trees and they export them. So, Mr. Chairman, on rosewood, this is what I think we can do. The issue of Share 3, I'm aware that the Green Climate Fund, in collaboration with the Forestry Commission and the Global Share Alliance and UNDP, have a grant which they are going to spend for purposes of promoting the plantation of share and the protection of share. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Nominee. You have already touched on illegal mining, but I want to be very specific. And this particular question is one that relates to happenings in your own backyard. And I'm talking about dollar power. There's a lot of illegal mining going on there. And in fact, the mining activities are concentrated in a forest reserve, which is meant to give some protective cover to the Bui hydro power plant in that area. If you're given the nod, what would you do to ensure that illegal mining in the forest reserve around the dollar power area is stopped? And this is very important because it has even resulted in a boundary dispute between Ghana and la Côte d'Ivoire, which recently resulted in the capture of a Ghanaian citizen who is languishing in an Ivorian prison. So what would you do? Mr. Chairman, very important steps we have to take. This town, the Honourable Member has mentioned, essentially the briefing I have is that it's an enclave between the borders of Ghana and la Côte d'Ivoire. And the town is essentially ungovernable. There's no government control, number one. There are absolutely no access at all to this town. So it's almost like a jungle, if you want. And fortunately or unfortunately, the area seems to have large deposits of gold. And so Ivorians come in, Ghanaians from the Savannah region and the northern region and other parts of the country troop in there on motorbikes to engage in illegal small-scale mining. I think the first thing we have to do, and I know the Ministry of National Security is very much on top of this, the first thing we have to do is to ensure that the government of Ghana has some grip on that area. There are issues of where our boundaries begin and where they end and so on and so forth. The Boundaries Commission is very active in that. And so my view would be that
the governmental control, the state control of that area will be most important. Number two, I think we need to find a way of ensuring access roads to this particular enclave. And thirdly, if we can fashion out some form of community mining in that area, which will rope in the people who are engaged in illegal mining, so that we can sanitize that environment and make sure that it doesn't become the situation that it is. As it stands now, it even has national security implications, I would think.
Yes, that leads me to my next question, and you have already briefly talked about the Ghana Boundary Commission as one body which needs to be proactive to resolve the problems we have around the dollar power area. But now, what, in your view, what is your view with respect to, first of all, the placement of the Ghana Boundary Commission under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources that you would be heading, given the multi-sectorial functions of that commission? Some of the functions includes delimiting our land boundaries and demarcating them, as well as delimiting our maritime boundaries, etc. Should that commission be placed under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources?
Mr. Chairman, the work of the Ghana Boundaries Commission will appear to be quite a complex one. The Ghana Boundaries Commission's mandate essentially is to determine, negotiate, and/or delineate the boundaries of Ghana as they relate to Ghana and its neighboring countries. So that's the mandate of the Ghana Boundaries Commission. Where does the borders of Ghana begin? Where do they end? That is essentially their work, both on land and on our seas. Now, they do so for purposes of, one, determining the landmass of Ghana. So this is why it is under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. Number two, they do so also in the sea to determine the natural resources of our country. And I have the act here, the Ghana Boundaries Commission Act, Act 795, where there is a detailed spell out of the objects of the commission, the functions of the commission. So I think that the placement of the Ghana Boundaries Commission under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources is perfect. It's absolutely normal. There's nothing wrong, because they are dealing with the lands of Ghana as well as the natural resources of Ghana in the sea. Now, Mr. Chairman, I recognize that my good friend, the Honorable Agaga, being a former Deputy Minister for Interior, is fully aware, and I'm also aware, of the ongoing discussion about the potential conflict between the mandate of the Ghana Immigration, of the Ghana Immigration Service and the Ghana Boundaries Commission. But I don't see any conflict at all. To my mind, I respectfully think that the Ghana Boundaries Commission's mandate is exclusively for purposes of determining what are the borders of Ghana. Whereas the Ghana Immigration Service, their mandate is border security, protecting the borders of Ghana. So a situation may even arise where the Ghana Immigration Service is unsure of where the borders of Ghana begins and ends for purposes of protecting the borders, where they will knock on the doors.
Excuse me. Did you say the Immigration Service is to protect the borders of Ghana? Is it that the military? Immigration is to deal with people who are entering and leaving Ghana.
That may be another way of putting it. I mean, I think it's a clearer way of putting it, which is the issues of immigration, people coming in and out. But they need a definite determination of the borders of the country in order to be able to tell whether somebody is entered into Ghana or somebody is outside Ghana. So this is where the relationship arises.
the relationship arises between the Ghana Boundaries Commission and the Ghana Immigration Service. For the Ghana Boundaries Commission, it relates to where do we end? Where do we determine the borders of Ghana? The Ghana Immigration Service will then also be. But I agree with the honourable member. There is an ongoing reform work which will result in the Minister for Interior having a seat on the commission of the Ghana Boundaries Commission, so that he will also from the outset have input as to how events are unfolded there. Thank you. Last follow-up question. Given the functions of the commission, one would have expected that this particular commission, the Ghana Boundary Commission, would have been proactive to forestall conflict between Ghana and its neighbors. So our maritime bound by the ITLOS. What that simply tells me is that the Commission, to a large extent, has not been in the discharge of its mandate. What would you do to ensure that that Commission is effective and efficient in the discharge of its mandate?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Commission was first established as far back as the year 1970. It was not operationalized until the year 2010, when this dispute arose between Ghana and the Republic of La Côte d'Ivoire, which then resulted in the operationalization of the Ghana Boundaries Commission. There's a lot that we can do. There is a Brigadier General who is heading it, and whom I find extremely up to the task. But there's a lot of work that I think they can do for the country, and the responsibilities they have are enormous. So I can give that assurance that given the opportunity, I will keep a close eye on them.
Okay, you're done. Yes, is it Okankwe Central?
Rightly so, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Minister designate, let's move into some practical areas. I think members who you're a lawyer, so everybody seems to be asking you legal questions, and that ministry has a lot of legal issues to be dealt with. Let's look at Act 547, that is the Timber Resources Management Act. And it deals with the Timber Resources Management Act. That's the Timber Resources Management Act. And its ensuing legislation, that is regulation, that is LI 2254 on the Timber Resources Management Legality Licensing Regulations. This House has approved or ratified over 386, has granted 386 timber rights as at September 2020. And the law requires that those rights ought to be given some approvals by this House. So you have only 54 out of the 386 that have gone through this process of ratification through this House. And a study by the European Union suggests that they are going to stop timber that goes into the European Union from our part of the world. When approved, God willing, you have over 332 of such rights outstanding. What are you going to do immediately to get them ratified by this House?
Mr. Chairman, I have already indicated that the provisions of the Constitution relating to ratification is for a very important consideration, which is that the matters is raised, timber, gold, land, all of the minerals and natural resources of our country are for the Ghanaian people, and Parliament must have an important role in the utilization and management of the lands and natural resources of our country. So I think we have to look at the administrative mechanism. I haven't had the opportunity to go to the ministry yet, but I can almost bet, and I'm quite certain that the issues will do with bureaucratic inertia and the processes leading to the presentation of these grants to Parliament for ratification. So the assurance I can give to the committee is that we need to examine or interrogate the processes and protocols leading to the presentation of these grants to Parliament, and I will give that assurance. Thank you. I give that assurance.
Very well. Thank you. My second question is on the minerals and mining local content and local participation regulation of 2020, which we passed last year. It's very similar to the local content law in the petroleum sector. It's supposed to help create a lot of job opportunities for our locals. You have a copy?
I do.
Okay. Very well. So you are talking about the localization program, recruitment of expatriates, employment and training of Ghanaians, procurement and of local products. Your procurement list have to be put on the website and what have you. It's supposed to create job opportunities, and your sector can be a very good sector to create a lot of job opportunities in line with our party's manifesto. I want you to give an assurance to this House that you are going to ensure the actualization of this regulation to create the necessary jobs for our people within the mining subsector. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it's a very important question that has been asked. The previous legislation which dealt with local content, LI 21 as having 3, we all came to the conclusion that was inadequate. And therefore, this new LI was promulgated, LI 2431. My attitude is simple. If I get the nod, I think what we have to do is to vigorously enforce the provisions of LI 2431. This LI is less than a year old. The LI 2173 compared to LI 2204 in the petroleum sector, we all came to the firm conclusion, and Parliament has made a strong intervention by passing LI 2431. So my answer is simple. I mean, if I get the recommendation of this House and I get the approval of this, whatever it takes to enforce this LI, we have to enforce it and enforce it to the letter. Because the problem has always been, Mr. Chairman, and let's face it, the problem has been that you will have the LIs, you will have the regulations, you will have the laws, but for some reason, the regulations don't get enforced. And some of the figures I have actually examined, if we are able to implement this LI even to 70%, you can imagine the cascading effect it will have for Ghanaian indigenous companies, and a lot of the resources in the mining sector will be retained right here in Ghana. So my answer will be that we should enforce the LI and enforce it forcefully.
And that leads me to the last question. I believe you have the power to go after Ghanaians who want to go and
circumvent.
hide behind expatriates to take cover under the regulation. GUIDEC. The president set up GUIDEC, the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Bauxite Authority. You recall last year, with an enabling legislation, the board is in place. We want to mine our bauxite. We've even used some for some barter arrangements. I know VACO now has become a subsidiary of GUIDEC. What is your brief on this industrialization drive of the president, from VACO being a subsidiary of GUIDEC and the whole chain that we seek to pursue? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the vision of the president to build here in Ghana an integrated aluminium industry is a noble one. I think for many, many years in Ghana, we have all talked about value addition to our minerals. We've all been very unhappy about the exportation of raw materials out of this country. And so the president, in his wisdom, found it necessary that the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation be established, which will be responsible or have the mandate of developing the full value chain of an integrated aluminium industry here in Ghana. Mr. Chairman, I'm sure we all are very much aware that you cannot industrialize your country if you don't have an aluminium integrated aluminium development industry in your country. Neither can you do so if you don't have an integrated iron and steel industry in your country. I mean, these are the twin efforts, twin pillars upon which industrialization can happen. That you can build cars, you can build ships, and so on and so forth. So the vision of the president, I think, is one which is highly commendable. The Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation has been established. The office has been established as well. They have done a lot of work already. The issues of holding VALCO as a subsidiary of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation is all part of the program or the strategy to enhance the asset of the Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation in order for them to participate in the international market by attracting investors into our country. Not just that, the Ghana Bauxite Company also, Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation has been given 20% of their shares. I think all of those are part of the strategies and the mechanisms to shore up their assets so that they can participate well in the international market. Thank you.
Sohini, yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I was caught off guard, but let me welcome the nominee, first of all, with the issue of Galamsey. It's come up already, but this was a fight that His Excellency the President put his presidency on the line for. Said he did not mind losing the presidency as a result of his commitment to this fight. We deployed a lot of army men, police officers, even lost some of them, voted so much money into this fight, destroyed machines, lost some, allegedly stole some. And Asamia, did, his investigation revealing more things that were wrong with that whole fight. In the end, Honorable Nominee, the media got excited formed a coalition to support this cause. At the end of it all, the president, after the fight, in his 2021 SONA address, seemed to have been humbled by the fight when he said, and I quote, "There's one subject I believe we the people need to have an open conversation, and that is the phenomenon of Galamsey," unquote. What briefing have you received from the president who nominated you as regards this fight that seemed to have humbled him in relation to what is expected if you are approved as minister? What is expected of your role in this fight? What is going to be the approach?
Yes, so what's your briefing?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to first of all respectfully submit that the work and the effort of President Akufo-Addo in his first term in relation to his policy and effort to sanitize the small-scale industry in our country is perhaps one of the most audacious and ambitious. And I will say that he ought to be commended. I think that he's the president who came into office in 2017 and found that there was this problem, this existing problem. The issue and the problem of illegal small-scale mining got on the ascendancy from the 1990s, and it's been with us all this while. And the president took it upon himself to try and bring some sanity and some regulation in the small-scale mining industry. Mr. Chairman, when the president said that he put his presidency on the line for the fight against Galamsey or illegal small-scale mining, the president meant it, and the president indeed walked his talk. Chairman, he walked his talk, and with the greatest of respect, if one wants evidence of how the president walked his talk, Mr. Chairman, you should just go and take the results of the 2020 general elections. The president could have done otherwise. The president could have chosen to renege on his commitment to put his presidency on the line, and that could have changed the results as we've all seen. Any objective person, cursory examiner of the results would show that it is because the president indeed and in fact put his presidency on the line. That is why, even though he believed in the policies he implemented, it didn't turn out to be popular with some people. But that's what he meant by putting his presidency on the line. So he walked the talk. Mr. Chairman, having said that, I want to also say that moving forward, some efforts were made, a lot of efforts were made, and some achievements were chalked. In the first term of President Akufo-Addo in the fight against illegal small-scale mining, about 4,000 illegal small-scale miners were trained. The whole legal architecture regime today, which I find satisfactory for dealing with illegal small-scale mining, were put in place under President Akufo-Addo's first term administration. Community mining, the concept of community mining, which is appearing to be the panacea for resolving the issue of illegal small-scale mining, has actually been put together and is very much in place. So, Mr. Chairman, I am not proceeding. If I get the favor of this committee and the approval of the House, I am never proceeding on the basis that whatever happened in the past was bad. No, I think we have to look upon it as what happened in the past. Those that were good, we move on with them. Those we have to review, those we have to perfect, we do so and we move forward. But having said that, Mr. Chairman, I think what the president meant in his message of the state of the nation last year by a national conversation was that we have gotten to a point where we require a bipartisan, broad-based, multi-sectorial effort in dealing with illegal small-scale mining. We need a broad-based support for the national policy on illegal small-scale mining. So what is the policy? The policy is that we build here in Ghana a sustainable, viable, regulated small-scale mining which has regard for the environment, and do away with illegal small-scale mining which degrade the environment. And coincidentally, I've looked at the manifesto of the NDC. The 2020 manifesto of the NDC is very much in accord with this national policy. It says they frown upon illegal small-scale mining and they support legal small-scale mining. So I think we should come together as a people. We should all come together, both political parties.
Which one do you call illegal small-scale mining? The ones with heavy excavators? What is small-scale about them?
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if you look at the Minerals and Mining Act, Act 703, and I've actually done a brief on it, illegal small-scale mining simply means, one, you don't have a license to mine. Two, even when you have a license to mine, you are not mining according to the protocols for illegal small-scale mining. Three, on the specific issue of excavators and excavating and the rest, the law as it stands today permits deep mining in respect of illegal small-scale mining, subject to the commitment that when you excavate and you dig a deep, you dig a pit. Within 30 days after excavation, you have to fill the pit and you have to plant. You have to vegetate. So the contours of legal small-scale mining permit a whole lot, but only that you do it within the confines of the law and regulations. So that is the national policy. And my contention.
Can I come in? To solve a problem, sometimes you need to show that you understand the cause of the problem. Can you explain why people engage in illegal small-scale mining?
Can I explain?
Yeah, why people engage in illegal small-scale mining?
First of all, Mr. Chairman, I wouldn't have all the answers here, but I can say that, one, the enforcement of the regulatory regime itself is a problem. And I'll give you an example.
Let's start with what is illegal small-scale mining, which you yourself said is mining without a license.
And many other.
Let's start from that one. Mining without a license. Why can't they just get licenses for those areas to mine, small-scale mining licenses? Why can't they just get that?
That is the explanation I'm trying to give. That's exactly the answer. So the answer is this, Mr. Chairman, with respect. If you say that illegal small-scale miners should acquire licenses before they mine, there is a community that my friend and brother, the Honorable Agalada alluded to, Bole, and you are expecting the illegal small-scale miner to travel all the way from Bole to Accra. He gets to Accra, he doesn't know where the Minerals Commission is. He finds his way to the Minerals Commission.
So one of your solutions will be that you will make sure that licenses can be acquired in the districts.
We have to do that.
But there are actually small-scale small-scale mining offices in the various districts. The country has been zoned by the Minerals Commission into districts. And in these zones, they actually do have district, small-scale mining officers that issue small-scale mining licenses. Second thing, people mine in concessions. There are minerals there. They want license. They cannot get license. And yet, there are minerals buried under the trees. How do you stop those people from going for those minerals under the trees? Secondly, at the Minerals Commission, they zone...
Just a follow-up, but you...
I'm now an available leader, and I must benefit from being an available leader. I get to ask uncountable questions as an available leader. It's not a privilege I ordinarily enjoy. Yes.
Mr. Chair, he is an available leader, but it doesn't come with all the privileges.
All I was expecting, if it's a follow-up question, then it must relate to the answer. But then you're taking advantage to go off the answer and asking new questions. That's not
Chairman, there's something I want him to do. You're in a hurry to get me out of the seat. Well, the issue is that I just think that to deal with the problem of illegal small-scale mining, we just look at the causes of illegal small-scale mining and have a roadmap in terms of it is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 reasons. And that becomes yours. Because Swin is asking you, what will you do differently to address the issue of illegal small-scale mining, which we call galamsey?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, very straight away, I think we need to pursue this concept of community mining. I think it's very important. I've looked at the literature, I've taken a lot of briefings, I've examined the situation, and I'm more than fully persuaded that the perfection and ramping up of community mining in our country will go a long way in dealing with the incidences of illegal small-scale mining. You are very right, Honorable Ayarga, you're extremely right that reforms in the Minerals Commission itself is completely important. I mean, it's a sine qua non. We need to reform the Minerals Commission in terms of its operations. I don't by any means suggest that the Minerals Commission has not done any good job. They've done their best in the circumstances, but I think the next phase of our efforts should be about how we are going to reform the operations and services of the Minerals Commission so that their services will be readily available, and also for us to promote community mining. And finally, Mr. Chairman, it's also that we need that broad-based support. We need the support of the chiefs. We need the support of the local authorities. I would think we need the support of the miners. And if I get the approval of this House, I intend to visit mining communities myself as minister, leading the Ministry of Lands and Resources, to engage all the actors and stakeholders, and so that we can construct broad-based coalition and support around this national policy of a viable, sustainable, lawful, regulated small-scale mining in Ghana.
That's another small point. At the Minerals Commission, when you talk about community mining, and that's what you will do. When the communities go to the Minerals Commission, they find out that the entire community has already been plotted and concessioned out to some investor who never shows up. But on paper, that area is encumbered. What do you expect the community to do?
In those kinds of situations, Mr. Chairman, it will mean that by the grace of God, if I get the opportunity, I have to show leadership. We cannot allow that to happen. We don't have to permit that. In fact, there's even been the talk about the state itself taking up exploration for purposes of granting concessions for small-scale mining. Yes, you are right. And that I don't make any pretense about. We need to shake a few things, and God willing, I intend to do that.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe I just would like to note that was my first question, so that
I acknowledge that.
It doesn't look like my session has dragged because I have been asking questions. But a quick follow-up to the answer given to my question. Honorable nominee, don't you think that the President's humbling request for us to have a conversation about this phenomenon after 4 years of the commitment that you speak of, and the decision to disband the interministerial committee is an admission of failure with the plan that was initially used?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I'm unable to understand or appreciate the adjective humbling. I'm not too sure about what that means. I've said that already, and I will repeat it, that the call by the president was apt, was appropriate, and I believe that it was on the back of the needless politicization of illegal small-scale mining in our country, where in many cases, when a particular political party in government makes attempts to resolve, sanitize the small-scale mining industry, the opponent of the government, depending on who is in opposition, will very quickly find a way of scoring political points out of it. I believe it is in that spirit that the president felt that it's about time for us to depoliticize this sector of small-scale mining. For we should face it, Mr. Chairman, it's indeed a national problem. Right. When you go to mining communities, there are people who are suffering from health hazards. Some of them are getting borrelial ulcers as a result of mercury, the use of mercury in mining. Mr. Chairman, you go to mining communities and environments are degraded, climate change is becoming a problem, and so on and so forth. And that is the spirit in which the president asked that we should have a national conversation around it, so that we can have, as I said, that broad-based support for the fight against illegal mining in our country. By all measures, I want to repeat and I want to insist that in all humility and modesty, the effort of President Akufo-Addo in his first term in dealing with illegal small-scale mining is unprecedented. I'm not too sure in the Fourth Republic there's ever been any government which has taken on this fight in a manner that he did. He ought to be commended, and I think that it was a courageous, bold step that he took. I don't find anything as a failure about it. There were a lot of successes chalked. There were challenges in respect of illegal small-scale mining in our country. And finally, the dissolution of the Interministerial Committee on illegal mining really has nothing to do with failure or honorable. Yeah, it has nothing to do with failure. The government sets up committee for purposes of its first term. In the second term, they believe that they will use other means in resolving those issues.
All right, that's fine. Mr. Chairman, let's invite the nominee to the issue of land ownership and security of title. Seem to be one of the concerns that many people have with our land management system. In 2008, through LAP, we were able to at least consolidate 4 institutions into the Land Commission, the National Land Commission. But I think the 7th Parliament also successfully passed the land law that sought to consolidate a number of different acts governing land management in this country. But the issues that still remain are turnaround time for processing land, customer feedback, and corruption and bribery at some of the institutions responsible for, facilitating and assuring security of title and supporting land ownership. What will you do as minister to improve the turnaround time for processing land, ensure that the institutions' customer feedback, is improved, and check bribery and corruption that militate against the efficiency of these institutions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the honorable member is very right. A lot of people have so many difficulties in land administration in Ghana. I know that successive administrations have done their bit. We still have a situation which is quite unacceptable, and the President's vision for land administration in Ghana is to arrive at a situation where land becomes a catalyst or a contributor to national development and economic growth as opposed to an inhibition. And so whatever we have to do to perfect land administration in Ghana will be extremely important. I know people who have bought land and they paid good money and they are unable to plot those lands, multiple sales, fraud in the land system, and many other difficulties. Mr. Chairman, in the first term administration of President Akufo-Addo, I know that Lab 1, Lab 2, which is the land administration scheme, 1 and 2, which was done in conjunction with the World Bank, did resolve some of the issues. At this stage, I think what we have to do is to roll out a program which will digitize the records of the Lands Commission. For me, I think that is absolutely non-negotiable. And I do know that the Lands Commission itself has piloted the digitization of the records of the administration of lands in Ghana. We need to move on with that, and we need to do that forcefully. We are told that we need to involve private sector participation. So the issues of value for money, we have to look at all of that. And ultimately, we get to the situation where land administration and all the records of the Lands Commission are digitized, and so that people can access the services of the Lands Commission with ease. And finally, I think in many cases, the front end of the Lands Commission tends to be perfect. I mean, you go to the Lands Commission and you are in an air-conditioned room, they serve you water, they receive you well, you put in your application, and when it goes to the back end, it becomes business as usual. So we need to tackle both the front end and the back end. But I can assure this committee that if I get the approval, it is a matter that I'll look at carefully. Thank you.
Now, honorable nominee, finally, Ramsey sites. The one that comes to mind quick immediately is the Sakumono area, where real estate companies are encroaching upon those areas. Our forest cover is at risk across the country. Rosewood is being exploited crudely. Our shea trees are under threat. And all these contribute especially to rural poverty. What is your understanding of the problem with these, with these things in the forest sector? Maybe Ramsey site aside. I know it's a multi-dimensional question, but I believe that you can deal with it. What is your approach? What is going to be your approach to dealing with these concerns? Ramsey sites, our forest cover that are being crudely exploited, especially rosewood and our shea trees that contribute to rural poverty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think the question relating to rosewood and shea, if I recall, I think I've given an answer. So I will rely on my past answer. Mr. Chairman, on the issue of forest cover and afforestation, that obviously the honorable member is right. That is a major issue. And that is going to be a big assignment that if I get approval of this House, I will have to make sure that we deal with. Mr. Chairman, I know that in the past administration, a lot of work was done. For instance, under the Ghana Forest Plantation Scheme 2016-2040, the government of Ghana planted 101.9 million trees. About 70 hectares of area was planted, about 16,180 hectares was done. A whole lot was done under the first term. But I believe that we've gotten to the point where if this committee were to recommend me and I'm approved by the House, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to roll out an aggressive afforestation scheme. An afforestation scheme which will not look at tinkling, which will not look at small interventions, but which will ensure that we aggressively roll out a program of afforestation. Mr. Chairman, it has been reported that Ethiopia, for instance, in a day, Ethiopia is supposed to have planted 350 million trees, led by the president of Ethiopia, and 19 million Ethiopians were involved. I think in our country, Ghana, I'm looking forward to having the opportunity, and if I got the opportunity, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources should be able to come up with a program where once in a year, and preferably on June 5th, which is the World Environment Day, the President of our Republic will lead a planting exercise. The President will plant a tree. Hopefully His Majesty Asantehene Otumfuo will plant a tree. Hopefully His Majesty the Yana will plant a tree. And Mr. Chairman himself will also do plant a tree here in Parliament. And about, say, 5 million Ghanaians will plant trees. But not just the planting of the trees, Mr. Chairman. The planting of the trees is one thing, but seeing to the growth of the trees to maturity is another. And so the program must contemplate the situation where we are going to ensure that we plant and we see to the growth of the trees. And finally, I should say that we should not just plant trees, we should plant economic trees. So we are here discussing share trees, rosewood, and the rest. So the trees we are planting should be economic trees, share trees, timber, wawa, and so on and so forth. And therefore it becomes an investment. So my thinking about the afforestation program of this country.
Okay, it's 2 o'clock, 2 hours. Suspend sitting for 10 minutes. Other members, the meeting is called to order. The nominee. Honorable nominee, can you resume your seat? Yes, Honorable Patricia PJ.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on resumption, I would like to come back to the issue of reforestation and climate issues. REDD+ is one of the strategies to combat climate change. Honorable nominee, when given the nod, what will you do to resolve the challenges related to tree on farm, or what we call tree tenure in Ghana, which is one of the challenges for implementing the REDD+ in Ghana? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Chairman, I want to assure the committee that given the opportunity, the program of afforestation, aggressive afforestation I talked about, will be pursued and pursued vigorously. Mr. Chairman, in specific answer to the specific question of trees in farms, I'm aware that there's a program which has been rolled out titled Trees on Farm, and mainly planting 18 to 21 trees within cocoa farms, farm planting, and already I'm informed that about 329,404 hectares have been done. I will continue with that. Thank you.
Sorry. Finally, I'm very much concerned about the relationship between MESTI and your ministry. When given the nod, you know that we can not only collaborate to resolve environmental challenges with natural resources, but to attain the objectives of the Paris Agreement. What would you do to ensure that we have a very good collaboration between MESTI and MESTI is the Ministry of Environment, Science and Technology, and your ministry? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think conceptually, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and that of Environment ought to work hand in glove. I think these are the two ministries who should collaborate more than any other ministries, because the objectives of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources through the Forestry Commission and the objectives of the Ministry of Environment through the Environmental Protection Agency are intricately linked. And so, given the opportunity, I want to assure my auntie, the Honorable MP, that whatever I will do to ensure that there is that synergy, that close collaboration between the Forestry Commission, the Mining Commission, the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources itself, the Environmental Protection Agency, and the Ministry of Environment, I will do exactly that. Fortunately for me, Professor Frimpong Boakye, who was the Minister for Environment, was like an uncle to me. And I've been fortunate also for the President to appoint the new Minister for Environment, Dr. Kwaku Afriye, who is equally like an uncle. I work with him at the presidency, and we have such a cordial working relationship. So please be rest assured, whatever I will do if I get the opportunity to ensure that there is close collaboration between Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources and the Ministry of Environment, I will do that.
Very well. Eric.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, bauxite mining is especially damaging to the forest. You know the Jamaican experience. The deforestation in Jamaica is attributed to bauxite mining because Jamaica is one of the largest producers of bauxite in the world. Ghanaian environmentalists fear that the 23,000 hectare Atiwa Forest Reserve in the eastern region will be under threat of deforestation after government concluded the $2 billion resource for roads deal with China. Can you assuage the fears of Ghanaians that this reserve will not be degraded after the execution of the project?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the President of our country is the co-chair of the United Nations Secretary General's Committee of Eminent Advocates. And so matters of environmental preservation are absolutely primordial when it comes to President Akufo-Addo. Whatever we will do to ensure that the Atiwa forest is not unnecessarily degraded, I want to assure the committee we will do that. Wherever you have an extractive industry, the balance between exploiting your natural resources and preserving the environment has always been a very delicate one. But what I do know is that the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation has a green unit under their secretariat, which is specifically paying attention to issues of Atiwa forest. Atiwa forest and other forest reserves which may be impacted by the work of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation. So I can give that assurance that if I get the opportunity, it's a matter that I will have a keen interest in. I'm told, for instance, that they are attempting to do what they call a biodiversity baseline assessment, which will result in them being able to preserve some of the flora and fauna in the Atiwa forest. So I can assure you.
The Chairman, my second question. In 2018, Mr. Mafaida Dat, head of Climate Investment Fund of the World Bank, indicated that Ghana has lost half of its forests since the year 2000. He added that Ghana is losing forests at 2% rate per year and projected that if that continues, Ghana will soon join the 4 countries in the world without forests. In 2019, Global Forest Watch used updated remote sensing and satellite data from the University of Maryland and estimated that there was a 60% increase in Ghana's primary rainforest loss in 2018 compared to 2017. This is the highest in the world. What concrete measures can you put in place to check this rate of degradation of our forest cover?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I think we can tackle a matter like this through a multifaceted approach. Clearly, the enforcement of the laws relating to the preservation of the environment will be key, because, Mr. Chairman, the Honourable Member talks about degradation. So we're talking about the felling of trees, the harvesting of trees, but there are laws, there are copious, comprehensive legal regime, enforcement regime in respect of how we harvest trees in our country and so on and so on. So we need to strengthen that. We need to examine what enforcement regimes we have. The issues of personnel, the issues of the protocols, the issues of monitoring and all of that. We need to do that. And also I've talked about this aggressive afforestation. I think that will also help. If we're able to also get a grip on illegal small-scale mining, that will also help with the degradation, the prevention of the degradation of the environment. Thank you.
Next question. Urbanization, industrialization, and increased population are the three major factors exerting enormous pressure on the use of land. Ghana, use of land is not properly regulated. And if we are not careful, the upcoming generation will have no option than to blame us for not putting in place the necessary mechanisms to ensure judicious use of land, because land is fixed and limited in supply. What do you think must be done to ensure proper use of land in Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, on a matter like this, I think I will respectfully defer to the experts and assure the committee that, given the opportunity, I will look forward to proper expert advice from the Lands Commission and from Parliament itself as well. And hopefully, we should be able to come up with a strategy to resolve an issue like that. Thank you.
Very well. My team has exhausted me. Yes. Ms. Adulai.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, the resource curse theory, or what is commonly referred to paradox of plenty. There's been a lot of research. I can think of Dr. Ellis Danso's book on mineral resource governance. I can think of my own research at the University of Webster. I want to limit it to how people living in the mining areas are living in abject poverty, even though they bear the brunt of the environmental hazards. What are you going to do for people living in mining communities when you are giving them out? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, quite clearly, I will, if I get the opportunity, hopefully and God willing, I obviously should be knocking on the door of my my honorable colleague, because it will appear that she's an authority when it comes to these matters. So, madam, when I knock on your door, please open me and then assist me, so that we will be able to put all the issues together for the benefit of our country. But I can just say quickly two things. The Mineral Development Fund, Madam, Mr. Chairman, the Mineral Development Fund, the architecture of the Mineral Development Fund and the disbursement, the efficient utilization of the 20% accruals from the Minerals Income Investment Fund to the Mineral Development Fund. The proper utilization of those funds, I believe, can help communities. And I believe it's something that we have to pay particular attention to. So in addition to coming to knock on the door of the Honorable Member for Assistance, I think the effective implementation of the Mineral Development Fund will also help.
Very well. Honorable Philip.
Most grateful, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to revisit the matter related to our forest cover. And there are 4 reports here. The World Economic Forum, Ghana losing its rainforest faster than any other country in the world. This was May 2019 report. The Rainforest Trust, another report indicating that Ghana lost over half of its rainforest in 2018. This was also released in June 2019. The World Resources Institute is the 3rd report I have here. We said that Ghana lost its rainforest in 2018, the size of Belgium, the size of the European country Belgium. To put the figure at some 3.6 million hectares. of primary rainforest. Global Forest Watch is the fourth report, also decrying the rate of deforestation. So the preponderance of literature all confirming that at this rate we will have no forest cover. It's grim indeed, and it's very, very troubling. A lot of the policies that we have implemented, according to these reports, are not aggressive enough and are not yielding the right results. What would the nominee do differently by way of a new paradigm to avert the threat that all of these reputable institutions are warning our country about?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I want to first of all say that I will be most grateful if the honorable member for North Tongue will furnish me with these reports, because I believe that will be useful for my own understanding of the situation. But yes, I do know that there is a lot of depletion of our forest cover, but I must also put on record very forcefully that the experts will tell you again that the depletion of forest covers happen over a certain considerable period of time. And so I cited the example of Ethiopia, where we are told that the forest cover of Ethiopia some 5, 10, 20 years ago was about 40 to 60%, only for the forest cover to deplete over a period of time. So it will not take 2 years, 3 years to deplete your forest cover. I want us to respectfully put the situation in that context, that it will take many years of actions and inactions which will result in the depletion of your forest cover. So that is number one. Number two, we all have to recognize that as society grows and there's urbanization and there's a need for livelihoods through all kinds of methods, there's always a tendency for people to engage in illegal felling of trees and illegal mining and several other things which result in the depletion of a forest cover. But what we can do straight away, I think two very important things. A lot has been done already, I've mentioned that, but two critical issues that I believe we can roll out. One is safeguarding the forest we have now. And how do we safeguard the forest we have now? Which is ensuring that we look at the enforcement regime and enforce the rules and regulations forcefully. And finally, engaging in aggressive afforestation. You prevent the harvesting of the trees, you prevent the harvesting of the forest, at the same time you are planting. That is the only way we can be a sustainable situation in terms of the forest cover of our country.
A follow-up to that, Mr. Chairman, the World Economic Forum has some numbers as to how much we will need to spend to restore the environmental damage, what has been lost. From your briefings thus far, do you have any numbers as to how much is needed, monetary-wise, to restore the environmental damage? Do you have any numbers from your briefings?
Well, I don't have exact figures now, but what I've actually done, Mr. Chairman, is that normally when you are announced for a portfolio, your wish and desire and hope is that you be confirmed. And so even whilst your appointment is still in limbo, you try to engage whatever officials you may. And so I have tasked I've spoken to a few people to begin to put together the numbers, and as you know, the Minister of Finance, God willing, when it's approved by this House, will come to the House with estimates, and therefore whatever will be required, and I must say that a lot will be required in terms of the funding, a lot will be required, and I'm not looking at only governmental sources. I believe that the green world out there, if we're able to package programs which are attractive enough, we can attract funding across the world to be able to support. So I don't have an exact figure now, but we have begun a reflection along the lines of how much we need and how to raise the requisite funding.
Just to indicate that the World Economic Forum is projecting some $29 billion, which is quite a staggering amount. And you will have a lot of work and fundraising to do when nominated, God willing. But let me move to my second question, which I take from the 2020 budget and economic policy statement presented to this House on the 13th of November 2019 by the Honorable Minister responsible for Finance, Ken Ofori-Atta. We wish him a speedy recovery. At page 148 of the budget statement, he reported to this House that as part of the Operation Vanguard task force's assignment to fight Galamsey, the following seizures and confiscation was effected. To quote specifically, says that the seizure of 2,779 weapons and ammunition, seizure of 4,049 other mining equipment, which includes the over 500 excavators which remain missing.
2,000.
It's 148, page 148 of the 2020 budget.
I don't have it. I just want the numbers.
2,779 weapons and ammunition, seizure of 4,049 mining equipment, and then over 1,727 illegal miners arrested. That's the update the Honorable Minister provided to this House. From your briefings, are you able to tell us the state of these seizures? Particularly, as you know, there's been a raging national debate as to the whereabouts of these mining equipment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, I'd like to explain that the seizure of equipment is dramatically different from confiscation of the equipment. The law makes a distinction. The Minerals and Mining, Mineral Operations, Tracking of Earth Moving and Mining Equipment Regulations 2020, LI 2404, and the Minerals and Mining Amendment Act 2019, Act 995, makes a clear distinction between seizure and confiscation. Seizure is when you seize the equipment. It gets confiscated when you go through a judicial process and get the equipment confiscated. So yes, the number quoted by the honorable member, he uses the word seizure, and so when they are seized, there are multiple reasons why they may be returned to their original owners when they come to prove that perhaps they were no use for illegal mining or that it didn't belong to this person or that person. So that cannot be the only basis upon which we can make a definitive conclusion that these are the number of equipment which were ultimately confiscated and which therefore will have to be accounted for as we speak now. Number two, Mr. Chairman, I have had a briefing from the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining, and I want to put on record, based on the briefings they've given me and the documentation they've given me, is that there were no 500 excavators missing. I mean, they've been very emphatic on that. They've been very emphatic on that on their briefings to me, that there were no 500 excavators missing. They are told that there's a media man who put it out there, and that became the, if you want, the number that was put out there and became this huge controversy. No, they've given me some figures. I mean, according to their report that I have cited, they confiscated 209 excavators, and they are able to account, as we speak, 161 of those excavators. The number of excavators released out of the 209 has all of them spelled out here. Those that were given to NADMO, those were given to KMA, those which were given to AMA, those which court ordered them to return to their original owners. All of them are spelled out here. So this is the answer that I'll give. And I'll conclude by saying that Parliament has been very gracious, and I welcome the intervention of Parliament, where these two pieces of legislation I've just cited seems to have settled the question of equipment, which, and I don't use the word excavators, equipments are equipment which are used for illegal small-scale mining, and Parliament is giving the instructions clearly as to how such equipment ought to be handled. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, by way of follow-up, with respect, the quotation from the budget, I was specific. You've only accounted for 209 excavators, but page 148 talks about seizures of 2,779 weapons, specific number, 2,779 weapons and ammunitions, and seizure of 4,045 other mining equipment, not just 209, 4,045 mining equipment. 4,045. That is the record of this House. So,
Honorable, what you accounted for, whether equipment or excavators, what you just recounted, that orders, which one were that? Equipment or excavators?
Mr. Chairman, I brought in the bit about excavators because you mentioned that 500 excavators were missing. So I sought to clarify that. But he is talking about equipment, and equipment are not necessarily excavators. I mean, equipment could be anything. There could be champagne, there could be boats, there could be wheelbarrows, there could be cutlasses, there could be all kinds of things. But the most important point that I sought to make, which I want to repeat, is that there is a world of difference between seizures and confiscation. So you could seize a lot, and yet ultimately you don't confiscate all of them. To be able to confiscate, you have to go to court.
yes. So, Mr. Chairman, we want a report on the status. This is your own budget, government's budget statement, report to this House.
Darmin?
Talking about seizures. The report is not ambiguous at all about seizure or confiscation. It gives us specific numbers. We have seized 2,779 weapons and ammunitions. We have seized 4,045 other mining equipment. I'm asking a simple question. Where are all these items seized? What is the status from the briefings you have received so far? If you don't have the information, you can let us have it later when you further consult.
Mr. Chairman, my good friend, the Honorable Okudito Ablakwa, should vote for me. And if you vote for me and I get opportunity, I'll be more than gracious. I'll be a servant of this House. So I'll be more than gracious to appear and give him an update. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I thought that my good friend will have provided the report before we take the vote, so that it could have informed how we vote. But I'm willing to move on. My third and final question will relate to a few reputational matters that I think I should give you the opportunity to respond to. Just two of them. The first one is the Ghana Web report dated Thursday, 5th December 2019, which reports you says Adulai Jinapor openly assaults former Agric minister. That is the Ghana Web report of 5th December 2019. It appears that the report suggests that you engaged in some fistcuff at the Damba Festival in Bupe, the central Gonja district of the Savannah region, following what the report claims to be disrespect to the former president, John Dramani Mahama, when you refused to acknowledge his presence by not standing up. Alaji Lemuna Muniru is said to have been verbally assaulted by you. That's what the report claims. I can let you have it so that you respond to that. The second matter is a Ghana Integrity Initiative report dated August 28, 2017. Under the heading Kennedy Japan's Flagstaff House bribery allegation damning and must be investigated. This was a statement put out by the Ghana Integrity Initiative signed by the Executive Director of GII, Linda Ofori Kwafu, when the Honorable Kennedy Japan, a senior member of this House, sought to suggest that presidential staffers and people around the president were demanding money from business people. He put a figure as much as $20,000 to see when investors and other people wanted to see the president or sought an appointment with the president. A demand was made by GII for investigations. My checks and researching before this hearing did not lead me to any conclusive investigation on this matter and the demand made by the respected Ghana Integrity Initiative. Do you want to respond to these two matters to at least set the record straight?
Honorable Okujeto, to be clear, the second one,
yes,
has his name been specifically mentioned? Want to be specific if it's about him or just a general statement?
It's about his position, office holders. It refers to the deputy chiefs of staff, presidential staffers, around workers around the president.
Well,
that's what the Honorable Kennedy Japan. I'm sure he may have heard the Honorable Kennedy Japan make that allegation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me very respectfully submit that reports from news portals always have to be looked at carefully. Chairman, I recall a report on one news portal which said I was engaging some brawl with somebody in my constituency, and a picture came out, only for it to turn out that the picture was actually shot from Adabraka, and whilst I was in Fufusonya Awolpe, in the enclaves of Achibonyo and other places. So reports by news portals, Mr. Chairman, with respect, I want to, with the greatest of respect, be looked at and looked at carefully. That is number one. Number two, Mr. Chairman, the allegation that I engaged in fisticuffs with Alaji Buniru Lemuna, the former Minister for Agriculture, and disrespected former President Mahama. My first response is that the Honorable Okujeto Ablakwa, the Honorable member from North Tongue, is a very good friend of mine. We are extremely close. We are literally like family. And I'm sure he will attest to the fact that I will not engage in an argument, let alone fisticuffs. Mr. Chairman, in all humility and modesty, anybody who has dealt with me, even casually, and I repeat, in all humility and modesty, will attest to the fact that I'm a gentleman. I'm a proper gentleman. I don't even engage in arguments, let alone fisticuffs. The Honorable Alaji Lemuna Munira is my uncle, my direct uncle. And in Northern Customs, it will be completely scandalous. It will be a sacrilege for me to even talk back at him. And I met him 2 weeks ago at a funeral, and we had very cordial engagement. I have absolutely nothing against Alhaji Limuna. He's my uncle, and we get on very well. Former President Mahama, and me disrespecting him. Again, let me say, Mr. Chairman, that this allegation and this claim was an allegation which was waged extensively and vigorously in the run-up to the 2020 campaign in my constituency. It was run by my opponents. We all do know the influence that President Mahama wields in the Savannah region. That is not in doubt. That is his home region. So it's always politically expedient for one to say this person is against President Mahama or this person has insulted President Mahama, and it's always for political gains. This is a hearing of, this is a public hearing. So there are a lot of things I can't say on this platform.
Chairman, let me come, keep it there. Chairman, let me come in. On that fateful day that the Honorable Ablakwa is talking about, I just want to measure your conduct. If Abu Jinapor, you are seated at a ceremony of culture of Damba, and President John Dramani Mahama, as he then was, walks in, did you rise as a sign of respect to him as former President of the Republic on that occasion?
I have risen on sight of President Mahama anytime I've seen him. I will rise on his side today. I will rise on his side tomorrow, if for nothing at all, for the office he occupied.
And you did that that particular day?
I always do, and I did that.
And you are sure that that day didn't take to a moment where somebody threatened slapping the other that day?
Never. And President Mahama himself will attest to that. He knows I respect him a lot. He will never deny that.
So there were no verbal exchanges?
Never.
Of you saying that you had organized this particular Damba festival and therefore you were running the show?
Mr. Chairman Leader, people say all kinds of things, trust me, with the greatest of respect. I crave your indulgence that people say all kinds of things. It's unfortunate I have to be answering some of these things. People say all kinds of things.
Yeah, I know Limuna is your uncle. So, yeah, Chairman, I just wanted clarity on this because in several instances, the talk have been that when the side, if I were anywhere and I saw President Kufuor or late President Rawlings, as a mark of respect to their person and to the authority of the high office of President, I owe them a rise to honor them. But the statement at the time was that when President Mahama came in and was greeting, you refused. That's why I just want you to clarify it. It's an opportunity. You are speaking to the people of Damongo, the Boer, even people in Tamale. So clarify it, that when you saw President Mahama, you didn't demonstrate that respect. Is that true?
I did give him that respect. And in fact, in our custom, when I'm with him in private, I don't even stand. I squat to greet him, and he knows that. President Mahama knows.
You know that may be a misinterpretation of somebody who doesn't know that the custom is to squat. You assume that when you squatted, it means.
But on this occasion, I rose. On this occasion, I went to meet him there, and when he got up to speak, I rose. And the honorable minority that knows I'm a very respectful young man. You can attest to that.
Let's move on. Yes, which one was the second one?
What?
The allegation that some...
Yes, that I'll just give a straightforward answer. President Akufo-Addo's presidency and government is not a transactional presidency. Akufo-Addo is a man of enormous integrity, absolutely incorruptible, and he insists on that for all his appointees and aides. Particularly at the presidency, the president will not superintend or oversee any such transaction. And none of that can happen to the best of my ability, to the best of my knowledge, and the president will not permit it, because the president is there doing the work of Ghana. He doesn't transact, and he's a man of integrity.
Is the president working with angels?
He is not, but I'm saying that if that came to his attention, he will not permit it. And the system that we supervised at the presidency at the time I was there, that was obviously not possible.
Any reason why you didn't respond to the Honorable Kennedy Japan? Why didn't you respond to the allegations? Very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to the Honorable nominee. Salt, as a mineral resource in the country, seems not to be given a lot of attention. However, figures on our salt deposit in the country shows that if we are able to concentrate our efforts in mining salt, in addition to our mineral resources, we will generate substantial amount of money from that sector. I've heard you this morning talk about your vision of establishing a salt development authority if you are given the nod. A number of factors have been stated as militating against the development of salt in the country. One is the intensive capital requirement for startups to be able to go into the salt industry. There is also lack of state-of-the-art salt harvesters for salt operators in Ghana. And then also there is communal tussle over coastal ownership, which sometimes results in legal encumbrances for potential investors in the salt industry. In Ghana, we have about 500-kilometer coastline. And if we are able to develop the salt sector very well, we can create jobs and wealth for this country for those who reside in the 500-kilometer coastline from Keita to Azim. Beyond the Salt Development Authority, are you going to lead a salt policy which will help address some of these issues that have been raised?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, if I get the nod of this House, the decision whether or not to establish a salt development authority will not rest with me. I will not have the final say. I will have to go to cabinet, to urge on the cabinet for the establishment of such an authority to develop the full value chain of salt in Ghana. In fact, it has to come to Parliament. So this is just a proposal I've made. But the necessity to develop that value chain in Ghana, I believe, is extremely important. And in developing that value chain, I've talked about the need for us to have a salt terminal here in Ghana, which is what will make us competitive, and build refineries as well, and also add value. Thank you.
The lack of supervision has been one of the challenges we face in this country when it comes to exploitation of our natural resources. At the vetting of the Minister nominee for Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation, the Honorable Dr. Kokofriye proposed that we should have a system where we separate reclamation of the land and restoration of the land from those who go to, in quotes, destroy the land. What is your view on such an arrangement where in this country mining companies will not be required to do the reclamation efforts themselves, but we should have either the MMDCs or different entity who go after they have done their mining to restore the land and possibly the waters as well?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think it's a very useful proposal, and I think it's one worth examination. The issues of reclamation, the issue of reclamation and revegetation as they relate to large-scale mining and large-scale mining companies doesn't seem to be much of a problem. I think the real problem has to do with small-scale mining, because the law relating to small-scale mining simply says when you excavate, within 30 days, you must fill the pit and you must revegetate. So that is not stiff enough, that is not tight enough. So I believe that between myself and the Minister for Environment, we should be able to come together to find the mechanism, strategy, or policy which will ensure that reclaiming degraded lands becomes a permanent feature in our country. Thank you.
Yes, Gisela.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I'm particularly impressed with your science background, physics. But I see it seems that the law seems to have overrun the physics. So I'm going to appeal to you to bring the physics and the science back to your portfolio. Because between mines, lands, and forestry, I think that you know that the science is very important. You are Generation Y, a millennial, young, ambitious, confident. The onus lies on you to show leadership and make a difference in this sector. The SDGs end, the target date is 2030. We are in 2021, 9 years to go. If you're not reshuffled, you have 4 years in this portfolio. So that is a good time to grab it and run with it. That is friendly advice to give you. The question, my question is, what are you going to do? What will be your policy direction on the sustainable extraction of aggregates for the infrastructure sector? Sand winning, quarrying, any other material that are mainly used for in the infrastructure sector, and how it affects the communities, local communities that are neighbors in that vicinity. What to be you're going to give that much attention, or is it going to be the quarries are going to bulldoze their way and have their own, run their own operations? And what about sand winning? Because it's a very important aspect in communities whereby people just come with excavators, no control.
Yes, heard the question.
Thank
what
you.
What will be your policy direction on extraction for construction?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me first of all thank my sister, the Honorable Member, for her kind words, and to say that collaboratively and with her support and other people, I believe we will work in the interest of this country and for the good of the Ghanaian people. Mr. Chairman, my assessment of the whole sector of lands and natural resources, I think the biggest issue in that ministry is regulation. I think the biggest issue is regulation in all aspects of it, whether it's land, whether it's forestry, whether it's the mineral sector, whether it's sand winning, as she's rightly indicated, whether it's quarrying, whether it's salt, regulation. Because it's a ministry where a lot of money is involved. And when you are talking about gold and all these other businesses and extractive industry, there's a lot of money that goes on. So my simple answer to the question, and that answer goes to a lot of the issues and aspects of the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. I find my job, if I get the approval of this committee, well cut out for me, which is what will be the leadership required and the framework to regulate the whole land and natural resources for the benefit of the Ghanaian people.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we expect more action and less talk.
Well, certainly, madam, certainly.
Oh, for sand winning, and what is the regulation?
Mr. Chairman, first of all, you cannot win sand without license. You cannot. I mean, you can't win sand. First of all, you need a license. Second of all, you need to win the sand within a regulated framework. Yes, so it's regulation.
So all you need to do is to identify an area and put up a notice on the district assembly hall. That's all.
Yes.
And even that, nobody checks to find out whether indeed the area you have demarcated is the area you're winning the sand.
That is correct.
So the regulation itself, in my view, isn't sufficient, and I'll ask you to pay attention to that one.
Okay.
Very well. It's done. Chairman. You have had so many. when you acted as a leader, you took advantage to not to push out. Yes, Honorable Dozo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Honorable nominee, once more, congratulations to you. I have just two questions. The first one has to do with land guards. There was this article titled Land Guards, State Subordination and Human Rights in Ghana, and it's been published by the International Journal on Human Rights. And this was the conclusion they made. They said the weak law enforcement capabilities of the state and rampant corruption in the land management institutions facilitate conflicts in land markets and encourage people to resort to individual security mechanisms. And this has been the reason why we have land guards around, to the extent that when you come to my constituency, now Medina constituency, you have even public lands being encroached with land guards, and sometimes police officers also pose as guards for private people. What are you going to do to stop the menace of land guards in Ghana?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the straight answer to the issue of land guards, and again I should repeat that I will need the approval and get into the ministry to have a fuller understanding of the situation and be able to come up with a more comprehensive strategy in dealing with the issue of land guards. But having said that, there is a direct correlation between an efficient or otherwise administration of land and the issue of land guards in Ghana. There is a direct correlation. If land title is indefeasible and there is no fraud in land administration, and registration of interest and title in land is smooth and effective, automatically it has a tendency of reducing the incidences of the situation you've just mentioned. Enforcement is also going to be important. Having put together your land administration correctly, or even before that, the enforcement mechanism will also be extremely important, and the security aspect of it in rooting out the people involved in this situation. But finally, Mr. Chairman, I think Parliament, in the enactment of Act 1036 and the express criminalization of land guard situation in our country also will help. Because Section 12 of Act 136, Section 12 of Act 136 expressly outlaws the phenomenon of land guards. So that will also help with prosecutions, convictions, and in the process, I believe that it will help a lot. So this will be my answer to that, Mr. Chairman.
Right, and a quick follow-up to that. So, for example, in Pantai Hospital, where you have government lands being encroached upon by private individuals, and all attempts to salvage their land for future development of such public facility or public good is becoming problematic. What would you do to protect such government or public lands for future use?
The public lands of Ghana, constituting about 20% of the lands of our country, are the properties of the Ghanaian people. The lands of this country, public lands, are vested in the president for and on behalf of the people of Ghana. So the requirement to protect public lands, in my view, is sacred. And Mr. Chairman, I know that a lot of efforts have been put in place already. I've been briefed that some public lands have been recovered as we speak. Even since my announcement, Mr. Chairman, I've had to be involved in warding off encroachers on public lands. But I mean, the collaboration between the Ministry of National Security, the Ministry of Interior, the Ministry of Local Government, and my ministry in forming a multi-sectorial or multi-ministerial committee or arrangement to ensure that the public lands of this country are protected will be extremely important.
So my second question has to do with land administration again. From my research, I realized that about 67% of the Land Commission's revenue goes to the government of Ghana. And so the Commission is unable to generate sufficient funds, particularly when it again has to rely on the government. Are you willing to make the Lands Commission an autonomous body for proper management of land-related matters in Ghana?
Well, the functions of the Lands Commission by the dictates of our national constitution are largely autonomous. The constitution says so, with the exception of, I think, Article 258 or so of the constitution, which empowers the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources to give policy directions to the Lands Commission with the approval of the President. Largely, the operations and functions of the Lands Commission are independent. But the financial independence of the Lands Commission will certainly, like any other agency of the state, be subject to the directions of the Ministry of Finance. I mean, it is so for every agency in Ghana, and it is so because Parliament has enacted laws to that effect. But I'll conclude by saying that if the Lands Commission gets more efficient, if we're able to work to get to the point where the Lands Commission is more efficient, the delivery of their services are more efficient, people have confidence in the Lands Commission, they will generate a lot more funds, and therefore the little that they are supposed to retain will actually be enough. So we need to also look within the Lands Commission itself.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Chairman, thank you so much. Honorable nominee, you are aware of the Minerals Income and Investment Fund Act. Now, as a sector minister, run us through what would you put in place to, one, ensure that there's more Ghanaian ownership of mining companies, and two, that we get value for our gold in view of the law we've put in place. How do you intend to facilitate that? That's my question one for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the matter relating to Ghanaian participation in the mining industry are in twofold. There is the local content bit, which large-scale mining companies as well as small-scale mining companies are required to respect the provisions of LI 2431, which is the local content regime for the mining industry in Ghana. So that is one bit. So a wholly foreign-owned large-scale mining company will still be required to adhere to the tenets of LI 2431. So I've already answered that, which is that we should effectively and ruthlessly enforce the provisions of LI 2431. But there is the second one, which is indigenous Ghanaians or entities or companies or enterprises having a controlling stake in large-scale mining companies. That is a big issue. Today, we have about 16 large-scale mining companies in Ghana. 12 of them are operating. None of those mining companies has a Ghanaian controlling stake. So it means that all the mining in Ghana, I don't want to name mining companies, but I'm saying that all the mining that takes place in Ghana in a large-scale sector, not a single company is owned by Ghanaian entities. None. Now, yes, as a government, I think we should create a conducive environment to attract investment from abroad. We need to attract foreign and direct investment. No two ways about that. I will be more than prepared to do that and work with the Ghana Chamber of Mines closely to ensure that we promote foreign investment. But there is the need for us to put in place policies to ensure that there is indigenous Ghanaian participation in the mining sector. I've been told that in Indonesia.
But you know that the objective, if you look at the enactment carefully, the objective of that law is to ensure that we get more value for our goal. I need you to emphasize on the steps to ensure the realization of this objective, because it's very important. Many are concerned. How do we actualize our mineral resources? How do we give it value for the purpose of development?
Yeah. So the Minerals Income Investment Fund, I believe, becomes one of the major platforms upon which we can have Ghanaian participation in large-scale mining in Ghana, because one of the functions or mandates of the Minerals Income Investment Fund is to invest in mining operations in Ghana. So yes, and for instance, the special purpose vehicle that they've actually attempted to create a Japan, and all of those are some of the reasons or the objectives for which that framework or that arrangement was put in place.
So are you saying that the Japan, for instance, that you've just mentioned, the agreement is in line with that agreement that came to this August House in 2020? Are you saying that it's in line with the object of the fund?
Chairman, what I'm very much agreeing with the honorable leader that the conceptual underpinnings of a Japan, the creation of that special purpose vehicle, is very much in line with Section 4.1 of the Minerals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978, which talks about the functions of the fund, which is to leverage incomes or whatever that comes out of our gold mining for purposes of supporting mining operations in Ghana, and which ultimately can cure this lacuna or can fill this lacuna of indigenous Ghanaian companies and enterprises not participating in large-scale mining in Ghana. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah, but the Japan is not owned by that entity. Per the report we had, it is owned by some individuals who were using the platform.
No.
Is that the
Japan is owned 100% by MIF. Japan is owned 100% by MIF, by the Minerals Income Investment Fund, which is a creature of the act of this Parliament. And the Minerals Income Investment Fund is a creature of statute, and therefore, by extension, Japan is owned 100% by the good people of this country.
Mr. Chair, I want to have him on record. So, your contention is that, in line with the realization of the objects of this enactment, the EJAPA agreement in itself was not a private sector owned. It was a creation of this very enactment, and that it was a special purpose vehicle through which the objective of the fund was to be realized, and that entity itself, by being created, is 100% owned by the state and not any private sector participant.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, it will be totally illegal and totally contrary to the teachings of the Minerals Income Investment Fund Act 2018, Act 978, particularly Section 4.1 of the Act, if an individual owned even a share of a Japan. And it is therefore my contention and submission that a Japan, as currently constituted as a special purpose vehicle, was constituted by the Minerals Income Investment Fund, whereupon the Minerals Income Investment Fund is 100% shareholder of a Japan, which therefore means that a Japan, the Minerals Income Investment Fund, being a creature or a creature of the act of this Parliament, is owned by 100% by the Ghanaian people, by the good people of Ghana. They own the shares of a Japan 100%, not an individual.
So when they get onto the stocks, eventually, I mean, at what point will there be private sector participation? And is there any intention to offload majority of estates to the other investors? Do you have any briefing on that?
Mr. Chairman, the briefing is right here in section 4.1, which states, with your permission, Mr. Chairman, and I quote, that the functions of EJAPA are spelled out, and I quote, for the purposes of, I'm very sorry, Mr. Chairman, the functions of the Minerals Income Investment Fund states, and I quote, section 4.1, for the purposes of achieving the objects of the fund shall manage, dealing, and invest minerals income accruing to the Republic received by the fund, hold and manage minerals equity interests of the Republic, and exercise all rights related to the minerals equity interest. Seek the best possible financial returns on investments, having regard to internationally recognized best practices. And it goes on.
That's okay. So you have the law with you.
I do.
Can you? Oh, sorry, Mr. Chair.
No, now let him finish the answer, and if I permit you, you continue.
Mr. Chairman, the point I'm making is that the establishment of the special purpose vehicle EJAPA, pursuant to the Act of Parliament, is very much in accord with the instructions of Parliament itself, that MIF should leverage, monetize, add value, invest royalties accruing from gold, royalties accruing from our minerals, which they have done by the establishment of the special purpose vehicle EJAPA. And the floating of the shares of EJAPA is actually in accord with the provisions of Act 978, particularly section 4.1 of the Minerals Income Investment Act. It's very much in accord with it, respectfully.
Yes, Honorable nominee, please, you seem to have the law with you.
I do, please.
Can you take us through the membership of the board of MIF? Can you?
I have it here. Mr. Chairman, with your permission, the membership of the board is found in section 5.1 of Act 978. And with your permission, Mr. Chairman, I quote, the governing body of the fund is a board consisting of A, a chairperson, B, the chief executive officer of the fund, C, a representative each from the following ministries, not below the rank of director, I, Ministry of Finance, NII, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, B, three other persons nominated by the minister, E, the Commissioner for Domestic Tax Revenue Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and F, a Deputy Governor of the Bank of Ghana, nominated by the Governor of the Bank of Ghana. 2, at least 3 of the members.
Honorable, it's good that you identify where it is in the law.
Yes.
We know where to find it. So for our purposes, that should be sufficient.
Yes, please. I'm grateful, Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
Chairman, I'll take the minister. I'll come back to EJAPA because many of your assertions as you are led by the deputy leader is not in sync with what was brought to Parliament, because you insist that it was 100% holding. I do know that the SPV was seeking to give out at least some shares, 51 to 49, but I've asked for a parliamentary Hansard. So, Chairman, I'll end with EJAPA with him. But now, when the Honorable Ablakwa referred you to seize equipments or excavators, you were seeking to contradict your own Minister for Finance, Ken Oforiatta, and not him. But I refer you to your handing over notes. Important changes. And Chairman, I do have a copy here. Ministry of Lands and Forestry, transitional handing over notes for a period 2017-2020. And now you gave 209 In the handing over note, if you come with me where you have the heading, important changes, it reads, Cabinet directed the ministry to take direct responsibility to streamline and manage small-scale mining activities. So it means an obligation for you tomorrow if you do become minister. The ministry took inventory of various equipment that were seized by the Interministerial Committee on Illegal Mining, IMCIM, and Gallant Stock. And Chairman, my emphasis, and resulted in the sighting of 159 excavators. So which statistics should we stand by? That of Ken Oforiatta in the budget, yours as given as 209, and 159 as captured in your handing over notes. Which one should we stand with? Minister nominee.
159 of excavators.
159, that's what is in the handing over notes.
Okay. Thank you. Handing over notes of the ministry, I suspect. Ministry of Land.
Chairman is here. 159. Excavators is even in bold with the 159. So these are not my words. I just want to know which numbers you want us to stand with. Your number 209, handing over notes 159, Ken Oforiatta 2000. No, that's weapons. Weapons is 2,779. Mining equipment is 4,000. What should we stand with?
Mr. Chairman, I will very respectfully crave the indulgence of the committee, and particularly the Honorable Minority Leader, to hopefully, if I get a nod, to possibly come and give a full account or statement on matters relating to...
that's appreciated. So you come and brief us on state of equipment and to respond to whether some have been missing or not, and to report further to this house. Were there any mineral seized, like gold, when you go, be interested in it? We only hear weapons, we hear excavators, but we know that some minerals itself were seized.
I wouldn't know at this stage.
So when you go and be interested in it, may I refer you again to your handing over notes? You've responded to it, but just to give me a policy blueprint. The challenges of your sector, illegal mining, Galamsey, President is committed to it. He has faith and confidence in you. You cannot fail him. Persistent activities of land gas, as the Honorable Sosu, a member for Medina, mentioned, particularly in the Greater Accra region. Illegal harvesting of timber, especially in forest reserve. What policy blueprint should we expect you to walk the country through as Minister for Lands and Natural Resources? Thank you, Chair.
Land guard and timber. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, on the issue of land guard, I've attempted an answer, which is that the whole effort of perfecting land administration in Ghana, in and by itself, will have some correlation on the issue of land guards. Because essentially, let's face it, Mr. Chairman, the land, I don't justify it, I don't think that it should be countenanced, but it's a reality with us, and it's a reality with us partly because of the difficulties with land administration, multiple titles, multiple sales, fraudulent sales, and so on and so forth. And then people then take the law into their own hands and try to protect their interest in land. And all of us know that land is has a big attachment, and people like to protect their land. So the more we reform land administration in Ghana and make it efficient, the more I believe the incidences of land guard will come down. And also the intervention of Parliament in criminalizing this kind of phenomenon will also help. And finally, enforcement. Timber. Mr. Chairman, there is the Timber Development Division under the Forestry Commission, which both are under the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources. We need to strengthen that division.
Chairman, may I not take the nominee, just specific, mention 2 steps you intend to take as minister to increase the forest cover of the country, what will you do? Just two. Even if you identify with one, what will you do to increase the forest cover of the country? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, first, I personally am very passionate about this Ethiopian example. I'm extremely passionate about it. The report is that the president of Ethiopia led a program, a crusade of planting some 350 trees in a day. And I have actually added a few reflections on how we can do it here in Ghana. The thing about getting...
How many trees will you help us to plant?
I think we should be able to plant 100 million a year.
When do you intend to launch this? When do you intend to launch this?
June 5th is the World Environment Day. But let me put a caveat. Let me put a caveat, which is that these are my ideas, these are my reflections. They are subject to cabinet approval. In some cases, they'll be subject to parliamentary approval. So I may think this is a brilliant idea. I may go to cabinet and it will be shut down. So the back will not stop with me. But I think it's a noble idea. I think it will help. If we're able to...
Okay, Chairman, let him go and canvass. If you are successful, do it. But I don't see any controversy over wanting to learn from Ethiopia in planting trees and increasing our forest cover. Now, specific. What will you do to reduce the turnaround time in land title registration? What will you do? Specific. Land title registration. You responded to it. I want specific.
Yeah, but we have to digitize the records of Lands Commission. Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Minority Leader knows that you cannot make any headway if people can, for instance, go into the Lands Commission, and then you have a land transaction, you go there, you can't find a file, and it becomes an issue. Or there's an issue of interest in land, and what type of interest is it? We are asking questions as to where to find the interest in the land, where to find the registration. You cannot find it. So for me, the program to digitize the records of the Lands Commission is totally, it's just non-negotiable. We cannot make any headway if we don't digitize the records of the Land Commission.
All right, Chairman.
That will be the number one.
I want to find out from the nominee. Are you aware of the Youth in Afforestation program, which employs about 300,000 persons?
I'm very aware of it.
Are you aware that they've not been paid? Some of it, and for some months, has that been brought to your attention in your briefing?
That has been brought to my attention. I'm very concerned about it.
How many months is outstanding that they have not been paid for having worked for government, Youth in Afforestation, and when will you pay them?
I think from the briefing I got sometime last year in November to date, that they haven't been paid, but I spoke to the Ministry of Finance, and the indication I got was that I think the arrangements have already been put in place for, I think, a month or two to be paid. So it's a matter that I'm very concerned about, and if I get opportunity, it's a matter...
Chairman, I should be concluding there. At your forest, you've endeavored to respond to aid, but it's a globally significant biodiversity area, and you have to match a delicate balance between the forest reserve, conserving it, particularly with headwaters for Densu, Birim, Ayensu, and against exploitation of mineral resources. Where will you stand between the two, conservation, biodiversity, and then exploiting minerals for the good of the country? Where will you be as minister?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the Honorable Minority Leader is more than aware than I am, actually. He probably has more experience in this area than I have. Mr. Chairman, anywhere in the world where you have extractive industry, that conflict and that complex situation arises wherever you have extractive industry. For the environmentalist, nothing should be dug out. The forest or the ecosystem should be left as it is. For the people who are looking at the economy, we should exploit our mineral resources for the growth of the country. Where I will stand is an intelligent, sustainable skillful balance, which will ensure that, yes, we are able to exploit our natural resources for the good of the country, but at the same time, we do not unnecessarily jeopardize the environment. And as I said, as I indicated earlier, the chief executive of the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, Mr. Paul Ansa, is very, very passionate about the environmental issues relating to Etiwa. And he's actually indicated to me that he set up a whole green unit under the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, where they are going to ensure that fauna and flora are as much as reasonably possible and practically possible are preserved.
Chairman, as I said, the nominee's father, the Bupeura, is my uncle, and he knows that I do relate very well with him. He certainly should be proud as your growth and development. But I entirely, in concluding, disagree with you when you are responding to the deputy leader, and you must check your brief properly on Ajapa. If you recall, I'm holding the Hansard of 14th August 2020 when the matter came before Parliament, and there was a relationship agreement, and what you refer to as 100% is not the case, because in the relationship agreement, if you want, I'm just reading from Chairman Asibe when he submitted this to the House, and he even said that Ajapa, if the fund in aggregate together with any associate holds at least 10% of the voting rights attaching to shares in Ajapa and one additional member on acquiring at least 30%. So I'm just saying that you may have your brief, but your brief may not be as accurate as what was presented to us. Also note further that in monetizing those gold resources, monetization against the 1 billion, the Mineral Development Fund will necessarily have suffered, because the commitment was to use those mineral royalties to service this particular debt. I don't intend to engage with you, but compare your notes against what is formally official before the House. Chairman, I wish the nominee well. I thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I can just make a quick comment on that. The point I made, and I want to emphasize, is that ab initio, when Ajapa is established, the shares of Ajapa will be held 100% by the Minerals Income Investment Fund. Of course, it's a fact that Ajapa as a special purpose vehicle, or if you want, for want of better expression, as a subsidiary of the Minerals Income Investment Fund, will float part of its shares on the stock exchange for purposes of raising capital for infrastructure development. That absolutely is not in doubt. So when that is done, the Minerals Income Investment Fund will no longer hold 100% of the shares, but at the level of the conceptual formation of that special purpose vehicle, the Minerals Income Investment Fund will still have 100% of Ajapa. It's only when it's been floated on the stock exchange that Ajapa will lose some shares, and which will therefore mean that MEF will no longer have 100% and the Ghanaian people will no longer have 100%. But it's for valuable consideration, and that is the whole purpose of Section 4 of Act 978. And finally, Mr. Chairman, the 20% royalties that are to be paid to the Mineral Development Fund, that is non-negotiable. That will not be compromised in any way, both at the conceptual level of Ajapa or through the floating of the shares. The Minerals Development Fund's 20%, that one is sacrosanct. That will not be tampered with.
Chairman, as I said, I don't want to engage in debate with him to speak to official record. That's why I requested for the Hansard. And for the record, yes, the interest in the Mineral Income Development Fund is 100% wholly government owned. But the Ajapa, as was registered to conduct those transactions abroad, was not to hold 100%. Ultimately, was not. Ultimately, that's not it. No. If you are talking about just Mineral Income Investment Fund, and that was part of our objection here, that you are taking our money and you are now going to, part of what Ajapa was to do, the government was now even to become as if we're contributing. So read the act right. That one I disagree with you entirely. On IMF, we are in tandem with each other in our thinking. But on the shareholding, as to the SPV, your contemplation is not the same thing as what was submitted to Parliament. I thank you, Chair.
We'll find a way of continuing the debate. The two of you comes to the same thing.
Find a way of continuing the debate.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you switch off your mic? Yes. Thank you for attending upon the House. I'll ignore Honorable Ahi. Thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. We will hear from us later. You are discharged.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. You have to help me.
Okay, colleagues, we'll move to the next nominee. Honorable colleagues, kindly take your seats. The nominee is in. Young men caucus, kindly take your seat.
So, your mic is on.
Kindly administer the oath, please.
I, John Peter Amewu,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Honorable, are you okay? Very well. Honorable John Peter Amewu, MP for Hohoe and Minister Designate for Railway Development. This is your first time as a Member of Parliament, but you have been a Minister of State, in charge of 2 ministries. First, Lands and Natural Resources, and then Energy. These are all I know. Is there anything else we must know?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman's rightly correct. My name is John Peter Amewu. I hail from Hohoe in the Volta region. I was born to the late Simon Peter Amewu and my mother Gertrude Anani Agbeli in some village called Litoje in the Hohoe district. Mr. Chairman, currently married to Sesinam Ablagoji. We have 3 children, Fafali Amewu, Jifa Amewu, and Emefa Amewu. Briefly, Mr. Chairman, I'll take you through my educational background. I started my education in primary school in Andrew.
If you don't mind, just tell us your last one. The last one you obtained.
Fill out in my CV, details in my CV, and as you write, I was once a Minister of Lands and Natural Resources, ending up at Ministry of Energy as a Sector Minister.
Chairman,
and currently
Chairman, Minister, from what period to what period, for our record? You were once Minister for Lands and Forestry. What period to what period? What was your start? What was your sunset? You want to guide us with that? I'm now perusing that aspect of your CV.
Mr. Chairman, I was at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources from February 2017 to August 2018. Minister of Energy from September 2018 to December 2020, Mr. Chairman.
To December or to January?
2020, that January 7th as a sector minister.
Well, did your mandate as Minister for Energy end on 31st December 2020? Is that what you are suggesting?
Not again, Mr. Chairman, as a Minister for
Ministry of Energy, Minister in your CV, September 2018 to December 2020. And I'm saying, is it correct to suggest that your mandate ended 31st December 2020? That cannot be correct. Probably see January 2021.
My mandate should be ended in January 7, 2021.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And Chairman, we are going to the Ministry for Railway Development. Does Ghana have a railway development plan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ghana as a country has a comprehensive, well-detailed railway development plan across length and breadth of this country. I currently have a copy of the railway development plan that has been designed and concluded by the current government. Work has started with successive governments. The current government has amended the development plan that was commenced some years back. So yes, of course, Mr. Chairman, currently we have a railway development master plan.
Chairman, in the nominees briefing, as sector minister designate, what has been brought to your attention in terms of railway development in the country? What should Ghanaians expect? What is going on from Tema, Akusumbo, Takwa?
Mr. Chairman, the existing railway network in the country is made up of 3 major lines, the western, eastern, and then the central line. Cumulatively, these add up to 947 kilometers. Mr. Chairman, the existing network is largely confined to the southern parts of the country, with the city of Kumasi being its northernmost parts of the lines that have been built. Mr. Chairman, these lines were built during the British colonial period, and they are all narrow gauge with single tracks with a maximum axle load of about just 16 tons. Largely not operational except for freight currently that we see along some of the lines. The current passenger lines that we have run from Accra to Kumasi, which was operational sometime, but had to be put to a halt as a result of the COVID. The state of the current infrastructure, Mr. Chairman, it's the development of the western line from Takoradi to Kumasi, which is 340 kilometers, the redevelopment of the eastern line from Tema through Accra to Kumasi, which is also 330 kilometers, the construction of the central spine from Kumasi through Paga, 595 kilometers on the Burkina Faso border, and also the Ghana-Burkina Faso Railway Connectivity Project. Development of Metro Line Rail, also both in Accra and Kumasi, are also high in the agenda. So, Mr. Chairman, briefly, that's some of the important points within the current Railway Development Master Plan that we have.
Okay, Chairman, Mr. Nominee, you are a Minister for Energy. We will come to your performance at that level. But Chairman, on the 7th of January, when the Speaker was to be elected with Parliament being sworn in some of the videos that we have watched and in some of the commentaries that we have heard, regrettable incident, which is a negative on our parliamentary democracy. You were heard, kindly put your mic off, Chairman. You were heard in some nice Muslim bubu dress. I'll kill. Did you mean that? I'll kill you all. And I'm told that your words was used as justification by those who ought not to be on the floor of Parliament, like the security invasion. So you were heard, I'll kill you. Did you mean that? And what did you mean by I'll kill you? And who were you targeting to kill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the night of 7th January actually was a black day in Ghana's democracy. Yes, of course, Mr. Chairman, I use that word. I regretted it. As I stood before this platform, I want to withdraw that word unconditionally.
my constituents, of course, are watching me. Mr. Chairman, I'm a peaceful man. Of course, the use of the word came out of overreaction, which is, of course, one of my negative aspects, overreaction. Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to work on that. And
when you say overreaction,
that.
were you saying in a fit of anger?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, in an anger mood, I use that word.
Who angered you? I was asking who angered you? Who angered you? Follow up the chairman.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I wish my entry to the hall should have been played back. As a first-timer entry into this hall, my good friends, colleagues from the part of region that I came from together with other members welcomed me in quite a bit hostile way. I thought, as a new member, having won a very difficult seat, as we cheer out, only to be hooted at Juloi, Fiafito, and all those words. That actually was a trigger, but jokingly, they were of course joking. That was also a trigger of my anger by using that word. Mr. Chairman, I reiterated to say that I unconditionally withdraw the word.
So, Chair, just for clarification, because you see, I was here myself. That when the voter caucus mainly received you in that joking language, and you say that you jokingly said, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you."
Remember, he said a fit of anger. Let me give you another temptation.
Let's go. So,
Honorable Agalwa.
Thank you.
So you were joking?
Joking.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, I'm sure you have been briefed by the Ministry for Railway Development. And in those briefings, you must have been told that one major challenge that confronts the Ministry for Railways Development is the unavailability of land and challenges associated with land acquisition for the right of way. Now, if you're given the nod, how do you intend to navigate around this very difficult issue?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's a fact that right of way is gradually graduating to a very serious problem within the railway ministry in terms of acquisition of land for the tracks. If this honorable House grants me the nod going forward, we would have to include the cost of acquisition of land in the project cost. The problem in the past was as a result of separating land acquisition from the construction. Because most of this funding are global funds that are sourced specifically for the project, my understanding and my thinking, if given the nod, is that if we built it in as a component of the project construction cost, then payment of acquisition becomes easier and right of way will quickly be acquired for construction and completion of the railway line projects. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, Honorable Amewu, globally, funds for capital-intensive projects are currently very limited due to the COVID pandemic. And yet, we know that railway development requires huge investment with good returns on the investments. But in the face of the COVID pandemic, how do you intend to attract investment for the development of the railway sector?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the railway sector generally should be looked as a social project. I deviate slightly from the school of thought that believe that the railway should be an investment project. If the railway sector is taken as a social project for which government funding of the project will reflect on the balance sheet of the government, then the after effect of the railway, which will drive the growth of the GDP will be worth paying for the cost of construction. Mr. Chairman, it is very difficult for a global fund these days, say $2.4 billion, to be run on a railway track of about 2,000 kilometers and expect a payback period between 30 and 50 years. I don't see any investor doing that. No prudent investment analysis will trigger such decision to commit such a fund. But if rather government puts that money on its balance sheet as a debt, and the impact of the construction generates economic growth in terms of GDP growth, then that will be worth paying. So I'll be considering the railway project as a social investment project rather than an investment project or product. But notwithstanding that, Mr. Chairman, some of the routes are still profitable. And so if it is analyzed and determined that investment decision will be taken based on profitability index, and the investors are convinced beyond all reasonable doubt, of course, we will identify those routes based on their analysis and give it out to them as an investment product. For instance, there is a school of thought that the continuation of the railway line from Tema, through Akosombo to Mpakadam, that particular line, which will end up in Burkina Faso as a continental development project. That line, for instance, has been classified by most analysts as a profitable venture. Those one can go into investment product where we can package it, maybe on build, operate, and transfer for a larger period or as a concession for the investors.
Mr. Honorable Amewu, some transport analysts have argued that in our country, Ghana, which has a huge infrastructure deficit with respect to our road network, which is estimated to be in the tune of $5 billion US, that it is not even necessary to have a ministry, such as the Ministry for Railway Development, and seek to invest in that sector, but rather that we should concentrate on bridging the gaps or the deficit with respect to the road sector. With those views, do you think the ministry that would superintend over if given the nod is relevant?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I would beg to differ from the school of thought about the deficit. Yes, of course, the deficit exists in the range of about 5 billion, as you rightly put it. And the attention, therefore, for any emerging country might be, let's not concentrate on other sectors, but let's put attention on the roads and begin to fix our roads. Mr. Chairman, the railway sector has its own advantage. The lifespan of most of our roads that we witness in the country, maximum it's 11 years. A railway sector that is well constructed can take up to a minimum of about 50 years. The advantage is that when you put your railway lines in order, then you are going to migrate traffic from the current existing dense traffic on our roads to the railway. Already, most of our tracks, that lies on the roads are above the axle load, but because they don't have any alternative routes to use, they were forced to go on those routes. And that is why we have most of our roads within a few, years currently are in a very deplorable state. With the construction of the railway sector, you are going to migrate those traffic onto the rail line. One great advantage that the railway line also does is that a number of passengers and goods can be moved within the shortest possible time. For instance, the standard gauge that the country is trying to introduce now is going to run at a speed of almost about 160 kilometers per hour. What that does is that people will get to their destination on time. Productivity will increase, because if you quite recollect, you sit in a railway, you can confidently conduct your business in a railway. So people who will be in a railway can equally be working in the railway line because of the stability and the level of angles at which it travels at. So with the introduction of railway, we expect growth in GDP of this country, and that is why I think that we need to combine both the railway and then the road. His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in his inaugural address, stated categorically about his intention to make sure that the railway industry becomes a very viable sector in this country. And I think that we have to work in accordance with that direction.
If you are done, right? No, I'm not allowing you. Yes, Honorable. Sorry, I'm looking for some document to assist us.
No. I'm grateful, Honorable Chair. Congratulations, Honorable John Peter Amewu, on your nomination. Let me take you back to your previous portfolio at the Energy Ministry. On 24th May 2019, in your press briefing, you indicated, among other things, that the energy sector arrears as of January 2019 stood at $2.748 million. You went further to forecast that an additional $1.268 million will be added to the debt within the same year. In your conclusion, you intimated that the debt will grow to more than $12.564 million by end of 2023. What, in your view, contributed to this compounding debt, and what interventions did you undertake to minimize this increase in debt during your tenure?
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, it's true. I raised those points whilst at the sector. There were various factors that contributed to the debt we have within the energy sector. Key among them has to do with the consumptions of energy by the various metropolitan ministries, departments, and agencies. Mr. Chairman, another point has to do with the losses. The losses are both what we witness at the distribution end and also at the supply end, where we have a lot of power theft and collections that have not been keyed in properly. We have managerial problems also within the sector. Mr. Chairman, among them also is the obsolete equipment that we have currently within the electricity sector. Most of the equipment that we have are some that are lasting quite close to about 40, 50 years and have not been replaced. When you have this sort of obsolete equipment, transmission of electricity through them is at risk, because you lose most of the, the current before they get to the burner tip where the consumer is waiting to get it. So this couples of factors, are very key in raising the debt we have in the system. One of the key factors has to do with the feed. By the feed, I'm talking about the fuel or the gas. The gas supply is also a component of the electricity. Don't forget, the electricity is just a derived demand. So at that end, other factors that go in to drive the generations are also key components. And so if you add all these components together, our estimation was rightly what we said. But, Mr. Chairman, that assertion was based on the fact that if nothing is done, we're going to continue with the debt profile as I've stated. Fortunately, before I left the ministry, we put in a lot of measures with the assistance of cabinet. We came out with the energy recovery program. We have done the master gas house clearing processes. We have tried to migrate some of the power plants that were previously feeding on hard fuel, heavy fuel. Of course, Mr. Chairman, gas is cheaper. So when you have a stranded gas that has not been put into good use, and you are using a heavy fuel, you expect the benefit price that the consumer pays to be higher. Currently, most of our generations, more than 60 to 65% are running on gas together with their Akosombo. So these measures that we put in, gradually it's addressing the energy debt problem that we have. Mr. Chairman, I also use this opportunity to announce to Ghanaians that as today, Ghana government has fully paid its debt that it owes ECG. All the debts that Ghana government owes, including the debts from the municipal, metropolitan, district administration, have been fully paid by the Ministry of Finance. And I think that that is a very good thing that the government has done. And ECG currently is even owing Ghana government an amount of about 400 million Ghana cedis, which is yet to be reconciled. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well, Honorable Minister. Now on railway development. Finding eminent expression the railway master plan, which I suppose you obtained briefing on, are two major developments, the central line and the central spine. If you have obtained briefing on these developments, can you advise the committee on the status of each of these developments, considering that Central Line specifically passes through major towns in Asin South constituency, Asin Adiemra, and even Asin Central, Asin Dompim, and Asin Posu, and assurance that you would give, when given the nod, that you would develop this line with alacrity to the benefit of the people of Asin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, of course, the Central Line, the Central Spine, just as the Western lines are very key, railway tracks within the master plan. Currently, work is progressing on the Western line. A lot of feasibility studies have been done on the Central Spine, and other work have also been done on the Eastern line. So I'm giving the House this assurance that if the House gives me the nod, I will move everything possible to make sure that this line is completed. The advantage of this line is the fact that it goes to some of our mineral deposit areas. Currently, for instance, most of our bauxite and manganese that have been transported have been done through the normal transportation system using road. And that is putting a lot of traffic on our roads, and our roads are not lasting as we expect. It is expectation that if these lines are completed, and the fact that they will be going through some of these mineral deposit areas, haulage will of course becomes very easy for the mine owners, and it will also reduce cost of transportation, which will therefore add value to government share in some of these mining communities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Zuela.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Honorable Nominee. My first question has to do with the One District, One Factory project in the first term of the MPP government. You will agree with me that it was one of your flagship programs. And I think some factories were constructed across the country. But we've also received reports about some of them not being connected to electricity. And the failure of the Energy Ministry then to facilitate the connection of these factories to electricity. What would you say were the reasons why these factories couldn't be connected, and at the time that you were Sector Minister for Energy? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, it's a fact that the One District, One Factory is one of the key government policies that translates to its project. At the time I was the Sector Minister, we had a number of requests for the project. I can tell you on record that we have done more than 60% of those requests that have come to us. We've made sure that we send electricity to those areas. Of course, a number of them we've not been able to complete because some were requesting for transformers of different capacity. At that point in time, Mr. Chairman, we do not have some of those transformers in stock. But the materials that were available under our disposal, then with the collaboration of the Electricity Company of Ghana, we've been able to extend electricity to some of those areas. But yes, of course, it's on record that we've not been able to do all the 100%. My understanding is that because this is quite key to us, the incoming minister, as I've briefed him already, is going to take it up and make sure those areas that have not been connected, he will do to make sure that completion of those areas are also done within the shortest possible time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. My next question is on gas. Ghana is known to have excess supply of gas. And your ministry, whilst you were at Energy, you supervised the construction of an LNG reception and gasification facility, which commits Ghana to extra gas that we do not need. In the event that this contract is terminated at any time, would you agree with me that it will be tantamount to causing financial loss to the state?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, I supervise the construction of an import terminal of an LNG whilst I was the sector minister. Currently, as we speak as of today, the demand-supply balances of our gas projected into future gives us an indication that there may be some deficit going into the future. Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, the major reasons why that project is coming on is not coming on as an element to balance demand and supply, but it's coming in as a security of supply issue. The energy sector is quite a very dicey sector. You would have witnessed the difficulty we have with our gas coming from Nigeria when the pipeline got broken. So to keep our lights on, it is proper that we put in measures to have a security of supply. And so that project, it's generally described as a security of supply measure to address the gas in the future. By 2027, the energy demand balances of gas clearly tells us that we may have some deficit from 2027, which is about 5 years from now to go. So it is also built in anticipations of the demand that may arise in future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, there is a follow-up, if you don't mind, with your leave. Honorable nominee, my colleague was asking you about a matter related to termination of contract and its possible judgment debt effect. Have you had the cost to terminate any contract upon assumption of office, the Ministry of Energy, either you or your predecessor?
With regard to this specific project, there had not been any discussions to terminate the project, not at all. That discussions have not come up, Mr. Chairman. And we do not intend to terminate that project, Mr. Chairman.
Have you terminated any other contract?
Mr. Chairman, there is another LNG project called Waggle, which was supposed to be sited in Takrady. Yes, Mr. Chairman, that project was terminated. It was not terminated by the ministry, it was terminated at convenience by the supplier. So yes, of course, Waggle terminated that contract on its own.
Is it the one that has resulted in 134 million judgment debt? If not, apprise us with that one.
Yeah, it's the one that resulted into about 50 million judgment debt. There were two contracts that were terminated. One was the power project, which is the GPGC, and then the other is the LNG project. The LNG resulted in a judgment debt of about $50 million.
Yes, you can have your laugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a follow-up to the second question. Mr. Nominee, please, considering the effect of the surplus gas on Ghana, what plans would you say you left behind to address that serious problem?
The issue of the surplus gas, which was becoming more of a problem in terms of the debt that the energy sector has been addressed through a number of ways. The first was to institute what we call the natural gas clearinghouse methodology. Mr. Chairman, we have gas coming from 3 different sources in Ghana. We have, just excuse me to say, the OCTP, which we call the ENI gas. We have gas coming from Nigeria, which we call the pipeline gas. And then we also have the gas coming from the 10 and Jubilee, which is the associated gas. Mr. Chairman, those gases, for instance, the Jubilee and 10 gases were priced at 1.2 and 1.75 per MMBTU. Gas coming from Nigeria is priced at a different price, if I quite remember, about $7.9 per MMBTU. And then our own domestic gas also priced at a different level. So there was a complete confusion in the sector as to how these gases, though commingled together, but spent by various power users, will be paid for. So what we have done is to come out with an average system to price all those gases. So currently, all the gases have been commingled, and they've been priced at a price of 6.08 MMBTU, unit. What that does is that anybody that is, of course, consuming gas above, the average price, of course, would have to pay for by those who are consuming gas below the average price. So, for instance, if you are taking more of the Jubilee gas, which you are expected to pay about 1.27, but because of the commingled price, you will now be paying an extra more than the 2.77. You are expected to refund that balance to another sector, say VRA. So the gas clearinghouse system is now putting in measures to make sure that we are about to address these imbalances in the payment of the gas sector. This is one of the major things that we have left behind to address some of the wastage in the gas system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Brent.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Mr. Nominee, I've heard you give answers on contract termination. I think about 2 questions in that direction. But I want to be very specific on this one. The International Court of Arbitration has awarded a cost of $134 million and an interest of $30 million against the government of Ghana over a cancellation of the emergency power agreement with GP Limited. 1, were you the minister responsible at the time of the termination? And if so, what led to the termination, and what is all this termination and judgment debt about? If you can be very specific to the committee and to Ghanaians to understand what has happened.
The government of Ghana, represented by the erstwhile Ministry of Power, signed a gas and sales purchase agreement with the West Africa Gas Limited, which we call WAGL, and that is the seller, dated on 7th of October 2015, for supply of 120 million cubic feet standard feet of gas, which of course is regasified, known as the LNG, for an initial period of 5 years. Following counter proposal dated on the 15th of March 2016, the seller has reviewed this term where the initial period had now been moved from 5 years to 10 years, and the gas price brought down to $3.3 per MMBTU from 2.2 to 2.33 to 2.4. So the period has changed from 5 to 10 years, and the price has also reduced to 2.22. Mr. Chairman, on assumption of office by this government, there were an attempt to re-engage the WAGL, which is a company, about the model of construction and siting. Mr. Chairman, I quite remember that the site has been relocated to Second D from Tema. Discussion progressed on how soon the construction should commence. My understanding was that the WAGL, wrote further to the ministry at that time. Mr. Chairman, I must also put it on record that I was not the sector minister at the time of this termination. No, I was not the sector minister. What I came to do was to address the difficulties experienced by WAGL and to invite WAGL back to the discussion table. We did invite them to come back for us to discuss. Unfortunately, at the time of discussion when we approached the Attorney General did state that a contract that is terminated cannot be renegotiated. So on that basis, we have to enter into new terms of agreement. It was at the point that we were discussing of getting into new term of agreement that we had a letter, which of course was during my era, by the WAGL company, that they have terminated the contract on their own. They were then demanding for a debt of about 1 billion. They went into arbitration, and the court awarded 50 million against the government of Ghana. That is a brief about the termination of the WAGL contract.
As a follow-up, did you say that you tried to re-engage them after the termination,
Yes, Mr. Chairman. After the termination, which was somewhere in June, Mr. Chairman, I have here a letter in my hand which I can tender on the 13th of February about the termination. After this termination, I got to the office in September 2012.
Chairman, we request further details. Letter 13 what? Signed by who? What title? You are speaking for our record. So give us the details. That we will know who is responsible for this judgment debt, who terminated it. Read it fully for us for our record, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, attended in this letter dated 13th of February 2018, emergency power purchase agreement between the government of Ghana and GPGC Limited, termination notice. I was terminated on 13th of February 2018 by my predecessor, signed by Honorable Boakye Ajakos. Mr. Chairman, but I would think and suspected strongly that this termination was also based on advice from other sectors, because unilaterally you cannot just terminate a contract of this nature on your own. So he may also have gotten advice based on which he acted. I should read the letter.
No, I'm not, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, nominee, we have a problem with roads. Most of our country trunk roads have not seen bitumen, and in the 2020 campaign, everywhere you go across the country, the key issue was roads, 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 and more roads. Why do you think that we should prioritize railway when the basic has not been dealt with?
Mr. Chairman, I stated earlier on, if you listen to the President's inaugural address, one of the sectors that he mentioned categorically is the railway sector. The railway sector in Ghana has been in a very deplorable state, over several years, more than 50 years. You will recollect the railway sector in Ghana used to be one of the strongest industry when we talk of Ghana Railway Workers Union at that time. The railway sector is key because, number one, it generates a lot of employment. Number two, it opens up new areas for development. And number three, it's a partial index of a faster trigger of economic growth in terms of GDP. In any emerging country that introduces rail lines into their sector, the rate in terms of sequential jump in GDP is astronomical, and that's an evidence for everybody to see. So I think that a divergence from the road sector to a railway sector, in the view of the President, is to trigger our economic growth, expand the economy, and make sure that Ghana is prepared. Again, if you look at the World Bank's recommendations for countries that want to trade together, one of their major recommendations is to allow intercontinental trade among those countries. If the intercontinental trade is going to work effectively, then of course we need the rail, as a means of transport. Cheaper cost of transportation and faster arrival at destination. This again will lower the cost of our products at the consumer end. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. The chairman allows for 3 questions and 2 follow-ups. So the second question, what was the reason for the termination of the GCGCP contract? What was the reason in the letter that you showed us here in this committee? What was the reason for the termination?
The Power Ministry at that time, before 2016, commenced a process of rationalization of the energy sector, which of course was a very wonderful idea to see how the energy sector will be well planned so that we do not have more power in terms of generations of more additional powers. So that process continued into 2017, to look at those powers that are coming up, the new IPPs that are coming up. In the recommendations from the AG office, a number of them has been lifted. Mr. Chairman, I had a report here with me stating the various power plants and what should be done by them as a recommendation from the AG. The AG prioritized a lot of the power plants because at that time some of them were supposed to come into commercial operations by the year 2019-2020. So these power plants were prioritized into various sectors. Those that need to be cancelled, those that need to be shifted, and those that can wait after the time that the country would need power. GCGP as a power plant, under the analysis and report from the Attorney General's office, of course, was classified under those power plants that need to be terminated. They were classified basically because there were certain conditions precedent they were expected to meet at the time of construction. For instance, they've not been granted permits. Ghana government was expected to undertake some rules work that, of course, the government had not done, and waiting for it to be done. The company itself was expected, for instance, under Section 4G of the agreement, provides the buyer the necessary means to start the construction of the physical infrastructure. So all these things were done ahead without meeting some of the necessary conditions that were precedent to trigger the construction.
Chama, can we request that the nominee either gives us details or he assures us that he would forward same copy for our purposes, because we need a categorization, those to be cancelled, those to be suspended, those on this. We need it. Because as he's reading, he's not giving us the details in respect of any entity. What were they supposed to do? What is the condition precedent? So, but he's read something from the Attorney General. We need a date, and do submit a copy to Chairman through the clerk for our purposes. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have the details of the report here, which I can tender to the committee for very soon.
Later, maybe you will still be asked questions for which you need it, so after that.
Should I go through?
Yes, are you done? You're done, right. Honorable Member for Utu Senior, is that right? Gisela. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, you are on record to have called ex-President Mahama a con man who failed to salvage the mining sector from the deteriorating activities of illegal miners in the country. What has Mahama been able to do? Are you a con man?
Mr. Chairman, no, I am not.
Yes, I'm listening, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, I am not a con man, and yes, Mr. Chairman, it's on record that I've used that word. It was in reaction to a statement I issued when I was a land minister in Kumasi. And the implications and the dictate of that word was in context with the time I was issuing out the statement. The con man in quotation, it's not directly in reference to what the descriptions might have been. But if of course, the Honorable
For the benefit of hindsight, was that an appropriate word to use?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
So, yes or no, was that an appropriate word to use?
Chairman, was not appropriate word to use at the time. That's exactly what I'm saying, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So...
No, hold it there, Chairman. Do you want to retract with regret, since you don't want the same word used on you as con man? You do unto Caesar.
Mr. Chairman, in that context, I withdraw that word. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it's surprising how it has taken him that long to realize that you must respect the office of the President, and it has taken you that long to withdraw. The same manner on the night of the 6th, you said you were going to kill all of us here. That is one statement. This is the second. What do we expect as a third? Thank you.
No. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. These are learning stages, and I don't expect the third to come.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. But he's 53 years old. I don't know when he will now learn. Honorable nominee, what are you going to do about encroachment of railway lands? Encroachment of railway lands. The site, the reservations of railway lands have all been encroached. I'm not sure, especially in the urban areas, where slum settlements have developed makeshift kiosks and so on and so forth, and there's a lot of safety issues with children crisscrossing the railway lines and so on and so forth. What active and proactive measures are you going to be able to take, such that if in your 4 years of being a railway minister, you're able to achieve substantial development in the sector, at least the communities that live around these areas will be safeguarded and their lives will not be in danger? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I think this is a problem within us as a country. As Ghanaians, I think it's time we change our attitude. The encroachment, it's a very serious problem within the railway industry. Most of the lines currently, as rightly pointed out, have been encroached. Some of the lines that the right of way had been paid for, in the colonial days, people had even taken over. Some of the areas have been given to other people to build their houses. What we need to do now is, Mr. Chairman, if we go ahead to demolish some of those houses, the cost implications are quite very dense. And so what the ministry is doing currently is to begin to engage chiefs and other areas along our railway lines to acquire new routes, because we believe the acquisition of the new routes will, of course, be cheaper than coming in to destroy some of these already built houses. And that is why in my earlier submission, I did state that the acquisition of the new route, which of course is a cost, and most often very difficult for government to buy in, we will now begin to make the acquisition as an index or as an element within the project cost. So whilst we are building our unit rate, we will also build in the right of way of acquisition as a cost, so that it becomes very easier for us to acquire those routes. When we acquire the route, what we need to do is to protect them. Because going forward, you will acquire new right of way, and the future difficulty is that they may be encroached upon. But as a country, I think we need to protect them through a lot of engagement, stakeholder engagement, talking to the communities along the railway lines, and by doing so, we hope that the encroachment will cease in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations to the honorable nominee. The former Minister for Railways, Honorable Joe Gate, in 2017, after a meeting with railway workers in Kumasi area, announced the Railway Ministry intends to build a major cargo terminal in Ejuso. Considering the fact that work has started, or almost about starting, on the Boakye Inland Port, will you take steps to ensure that the Eastern Railway line from Tema to Kumasi is extended to pass through the inland port at Boakye?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, Mr. Chairman, we will take steps to do that. One of the reasons for the inland ports, as you rightly put it up, is to harbor goods that will be transported from the southern end to the middle belt and then to the northern sector. And so it is important that the rail transportation, terminates or pass through that end, so that some of the cargoes, of course, will have a place of lodging. So yes, Mr. Chairman, that is one of the lines that I'm going to put much attention when I assume, if this House gives me the nod as a sector minister. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The late CEO of the Railway Authority, Richard Dombo, may his soul rest in perfect peace, in February 2020 announced that the feasibility studies on the Accra Sky Line, the Accra Sky Train project, has been completed. Can you tell us more about this project and when work will commence? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me also use this opportunity once again to extend my condolences to the bereaved family of Richard, which passed away some few days ago as the Chief Executive of the Development Authority. In fact, Mr. Chairman, Richard would have been sitting behind me here today. He did indicate to me when he left the hospital that he was coming to support me. I want to say, use this opportunity and extend my condolences to the Berry family. That project, Mr. Chairman, it's a very important project. Construction work, of course, has not started on that line. The ministry has done through aggressive methods to procure feasibility studies as to how the work will be done. Mr. Chairman, I have not yet gotten to the office, and so I'm unable to give this House any assurance of the date of completion of that project. But what I can assure the House, if given the nod, is that I'll put in every measure to make sure that we continue to build on the work of my predecessor. Mr. Chairman, I also acknowledge that my predecessor and the team at the Railway Ministry have done quite a marvelous job. They have laid the foundation for this country railway, and I'm extremely proud of what they have done. Jogati and the other two deputies have done marvelously for this country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Singh.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, when you were Minister of Lands, the President declared, if I'm permitted to use the word, war against Galamsey. You were tasked to lead the charge. A number of interventions took place, including the seizure of excavators. It was also promised that some drones would be purchased. You put the figure $30 million worth. Later, the Interministerial Committee chair indicated $500,000 was what was paid. I just want to find out from you, also because Mr. Eko Ewusi, later in a caution statement to the CID, indicated that a number of the excavators were taken by you, or you sent people to take those excavators. How many excavators did you seize as minister, and what happened to them, if you know?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first of all, let me put it on record that while I was a Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, I have not seized any excavator. What I did when I was a minister was to ask for withdrawals of excavators from mining sites. And at that period, about 500 excavators were withdrawn from the mining sites, but they were not seized. Because the methodology to seize excavators, it's a process through the AG's office. The minister unilaterally cannot seize excavators. So my order was for withdrawal of excavators from the mining site. And I did remember that that withdrawal date has been extended for another 3 months because at that point in time we realized that excavators, though withdrawn from the mining site, some were still close to the burial site. So we asked that they should be moved further. Because what was happening at that time, which we note very well, was that most of these excavators were not owned by the miners. The excavators were owned by the separate entity. And so we were going to detach the mining of excavators from the owners of the licenses, so that the licenses would have a license to mine, the licensee would have a license to mine, but the excavator who needs to come and work on the excavation site will also be licensed, so that we have two processes. So these were some of the processes that we put in place to undertake. Yes, of course, the Interministerial Committee, which came to handle the situation, was a good innovation by His Excellency the President. I did say that we are going to procure a number of drones at the cost of 30 billion cedis. These drones are high-tech drones. They are not the normal drones that we see flying, in Accra. And we did remember that when we engaged one of the dealers in the drone from the United States of America, the price they gave us at that time was 30 million for the number of drones. I think we were going to acquire about 5 drones at that time. Unfortunately, we were not able to acquire the drones, but the processes to address the Galamsey menace have been transferred to the Interministerial Committee, which therefore took over from me whilst I was in office. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Chairman.
What, you want a follow-up?
Mr. Chair, I'm grateful. Honorable nominee, follow up to what the question by the honorable member. When people say that 500 excavators were seized and vanished into thin air, you have spoken to these excavators purported to have been seized and and lost. What would be your reaction to those who say that they were seized and then they vanished?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I personally have also been tagged as taking, I think, 20 excavators or so, but of course, which is not true. I did state that I ordered for the withdrawal of excavators from the site. But after the interministerial committee, of course, which I am a member, I was a member, some excavators were seized. As to whether they vanish or not, I don't think that is the issue. The excavators that were seized went through the process of seizing the excavators, and they've all been under the auspices of the chairman of the interministerial committee. And this has been transported, some of them have been transported to Accra. I don't know, and I have no idea as a fact to tell this committee that a number of them has gone missing. I haven't got that record. And it's not known to me that any of those excavators have gone missing.
Mr. Chairman, just a follow-up. The 20 you have been accused of also interfering with, you say it is not true. How do you then address this allegation that is in a cautioned police statement by a COC?
Well, Mr. Chairman, because the gentleman who was supposed to have made a statement, came out to deny it. It was just something somebody put on the social media, and other people speak it across this country. So ECO is on record to have stated categorically that nowhere he did mention that I, John Peter Amewu, took 20 excavators from the 500 or so or 200, whatever number excavators that were seized. Nowhere. So he did came out to deny that assertion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, as a reporter recalled in 2008 when Ghana experienced Dumso, a number of interventions, including the importation of some gen sets, were deployed to solve the problem of Dumso. It was not to be permanently resolved, and so we had Dumso again under President Mahama. A number of interventions were taken. Those interventions led to heavy criticisms, such as interventions such as the purchase of the car power, Amewu, and other such interventions. The former president and the NDC were lambasted. Given your experience at the Energy Ministry and the fact, which I know, that car power has become one of the most reliable source of power, and the Amewu deal that had to be renegotiated because of its relevance to the power sector, will you say that some of these criticisms were misplaced?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, yes, of course, it's on record today that one of our dependable source of power from the combined cycle turbine is the car power, which is driving into the grid an equivalent of 450 megawatts, on the daily basis, as of when availability is declared. At the time that the issue of whether car power was needed or not was very high in the agenda, the discussions were mainly on the cost of acquisition of the power plant. And so at that time, the capacity charges were, of course, far in excess of what the opposition at that time thought it might be. And so I would say that the thinking at that time was, of course, misplaced, but it was rather to send a signal about the cost of acquisition. You also remember one of the issues raised at that time strongly was the fact that there will be a need for competition and generation, because most of those emergency plans that were acquired went through the process of negotiation. And the understanding that time was the fact that by negotiation we may not be getting value in terms of the tariff rate for the consumers if I had gone through competition, and the price will come down to the consumers at a very low rate. So it was based on that framework that on assumption of office we took in measures to make sure that we renegotiated some of those tariffs. And Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to announce to you as I speak that car power's rate, for instance, have been renegotiated in terms of the tariff, and an amount quite close to about 25% in terms of what it was has been reduced down from the capacity charges. And of course, this was even the main reason why in our last adjustment of the utility bills by the PRC, we didn't see that upgrade in terms of increase in the tariff because of the capacity that car power, of course, was generating into the grid. So yes, car power is one of our major plans. Yes, of course, the rate at that time was high, and yes, today we've been able to negotiate the rate about 25% less than what it was.
But just a quick follow-up on that also. Wouldn't you say the times have also influenced the rates, given the fact that Ghana was in need at the time that the deal was made? And of course, if you are out of the need, you may have an advantage on the negotiation table.
Yes, of course, at the time the decision was taken, it was taken within a short period, and that is why they were classified as emergency power plants, because they were to come in and address emergency issues, which is good. But that doesn't take the responsibility of looking at what the cost was expected to be. The cost could be looked at it from different perspectives. At that time, we thought that the cost in terms of the capacity charge was a bit higher than expected. So time could have changed, as you rightly put it, because at the time car power was brought in, it was expected to feed, for instance, on heavy fuel in Tema. Today, car power is no longer feeding on heavy fuel. Car power is now feeding on gas, because most of our gas is stranded, in the western side, when there's a stranded gas, and it's of course cheaper than heavy fuel. So car power now has been moved, for instance, to the western side. So yes, circumstances, of course, have changed, and today car power is in quite a comfortable position.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the reduced charges may just be as a result of the fact that we are no longer in an emergency situation, and again, because it's no longer using heavy fuel, which is more expensive than the gas that it uses. But I'll move on to my next question. Article 47 of the Constitution, 1992 Constitution, says 47.1, Ghana shall be divided into as many constituencies for the purpose of election of members of Parliament as the Electoral Commission may prescribe, and each constituency shall be represented by one member of Parliament. You represent the Hohoi constituency. However, there are people in that part of Ghana without a representation in Parliament. I refer here to South. I'm sure you are aware of those concerns that have been raised by the people of South. Some have attributed their state to possible gerrymandering that may have taken place before the elections. Did you in any way influence the state of affairs that denied them a representation as we speak? If yes, how? And if no, how do you feel about their situation though?
Honourable Member, is any part of that matter pending? Is any part of that matter pending in court? Are you aware that any part of the matter related?
Yes, I'm aware that some part of that matter is in court. Yes, some part of it.
Okay, so Honourable, let me guide you. 93, is that right?
Yes, Order 93.
Order 93. Reference shall not be made on to any matter on which judicial decision is pending in such a way as may, in the opinion of the Speaker, prejudice the interest to the parties. So I'll be watching what answer you give. If in any way I think you prejudice the parties, I will curtail it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I sympathize with my brothers and sisters from the South for not taking the parliamentary voting process. Of course, I have brothers and sisters from there. Mr. Chairman, I went into this race as a player, but not as a referee. I do not constitute the rules that were in place for me to come and contest. I just went in as a contestant. And unfortunately, for one reason, they were not allowed to vote in Hawaii. Mr. Chairman, that's beyond me, but I sympathize with them. And of course, I would have been very happy if the people of South voted, because in 2004 and 2008, those were my strong areas when I contested as a candidate. And so if they had voted, I strongly believe that even the margin made in Hawaii would quite be high. I sympathize with them. I only pray that the agencies that be taking measures are quickly to address the problem to enable them to take part in their voting process. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Congratulations. Minister, the Court of Appeal on Monday, 22nd, gave a ruling in a matter of consolidated civil motion between Springfield and then, let me shorten it for you, Springfield Energy, Springfield Exploration and Production Limited versus ENI and Vitol Upstream. This issue arose in court as a result of a letter dated the 9th of April 2020, which you directed the parties to go into what you term unitization of the oil fields that they were exploring, hydrocarbons. And this letter that you wrote was subsequently suspended by another letter dated the 29th July 2020, signed by your Chief Director for and on behalf of the Minister. Can you allay the fears of Ghanaians of any possible legal issues that may take us to the Court of Arbitration? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, yes, of course, I authorized the unitization of the ENI and the Springfield block. Mr. Chairman, unitization is a common process within the industry, where in the estimations and technical report evaluation indicated that there is a possible communication or movement of petroleum in situ between two blocks. And for the purpose of maximum and efficient extraction, it's important that the two blocks come together and exploit the resources in a common way, so as not to lose the reservoir pressure when two people are working within the same block. So it is on that mandate and that framework of our legislative drive that I issued the letter. The letter, Mr. Chairman, is issued in accordance with the technical report that I have here, which I can also send it in between ENI and the parties. Yes, of course, it's on record that...
Chairman, Mr. Nominee, technical report from where?
From GFCC.
Thank you. So say so.
An independent technical evaluation.
And then, Chairman, follow up. ENI and Springfield, are they all Ghanaian entities? Just a small follow-up.
Mr. Chairman, Springfield is a solely Ghanaian entity. The first...
And ENI?
ENI, it's not... Of course, the company is incorporated in Ghana.
So, Chairman, for the purpose of our record, describe the blocks that you are seeking this, the technical term, unitization, yes. So just give us the details for the purpose of our record. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, it's a channel and hydrocarbon accumulation across WCTP Block 2 and OCTP Block. So these are the two blocks in contention for the call for the Minister for Unitization.
Did you authorize the letter the Chief Director signed of 29th July 2020? Were you in the know of it?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair.
You were in the process of giving an explanation to the...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Mr. Chairman, this process is a common process, and it was based on this technical report from GMPC that we issued that directive for ENI to comply. Mr. Chairman, ENI was not satisfied with the directive, and we held a number of meetings. Mr. Chairman, we put in place a three-member technical committee to evaluate the data further. Upon further examination of the data, we issue another instruction to the ENI. The other party, which is Springfield, felt that ENI was not promptly complying with the Minister's directive and therefore went to court. Mr. Chairman, as I speak now, I think the case is currently before the Court of Appeal, and I don't think it will be good for me to comment further on that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, it's appreciated, but is that to suggest that Springfield were unhappy with your decisions?
Not at all. Springfield was unhappy because ENI refused to comply with the Ministerial directive.
Were you not interfering with their contractual mandate that you had so granted them in an earlier agreement?
No, Mr. Chairman, ENI brought out the fact of stabilization clauses, and those were some of the discussions that we held behind closed doors. But stabilization clauses cannot, of course, avoid a call for unitization. A call for unitization is a maximum efficiency of extraction of water.
Just clarify, is Springfield asking for respect, ENI to respect your directive, or they are in court for other purposes which may include judgment debt?
Mr. Chairman, ENI went to court to ask, Springfield went to court to ask ENI to comply with the ministerial directive. That was the case, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Honorable nominee, I have with me the report of the Committee on Roads and Transport on the commercial contract agreement between the government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Railway Development, Ghana Rail Authority, and Amandi Investment Limited for an amount of 500 million euros for the construction of sections of the Western Railway line on standard gauge from Takoradi Port to Huni Valley. I'm sure you're aware of this arrangement.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm aware of that contract.
This House gave the approval to that request, and it details the scope of work that Amandi is supposed to perform. Can you apprise us on this contract or arrangement between Government of Ghana? Per your brief. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I think the contract came to Parliament for ratification. The loan agreement had been also placed before the House. Currently, the contractor, Amandi, is at the stage of mobilization, but the terms, in terms of the financial elements within the loan, have been subjected to further clearing at the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Chairman, as I speak now, ENI is waiting for clearance from the Debt Management Unit and Ministry of Finance, and they will proceed to site to commence construction. That line is very key for us as a country on the Western line, and Amandi as a contractor is ready to move to site immediately. Clearance in terms of availability of funds for construction have been concluded. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, this brings me to my last question, which was sent to me by my constituent called Adulai of Abekala Pass Police Post. He wants me to ask you what you are going to do about their salary structure. He works with the Railway Authority, says there are casual workers who are paid 700 Ghana cedis a month, and he feels those within that bracket are not being treated. So I should bring it to your knowledge and ask you what you'll be doing to resolve those challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I sympathize with your constituents in terms of the size of their salary. Mr. Chairman, productivity must reflect whatever you take home. Unfortunately, the railway industry, as I stated earlier on, is at the verge of collapse, especially the railway company. Normally, most of their internal generated revenues are derived from some of this tariff they got from transportation and haulage of some of our minerals products. Unfortunately, all those facilities currently are not available, even because of the COVID. There is a ban on transportation of passengers. When I resume office, we have to speed up the process of completion of most of these rules, where activities will be brought, online. When those activities come online, and then we begin to generate revenue, then we can begin to look at their salaries. As it is now, if nothing is being done, of course, there is no way we can just manufacture money from the air and begin to pay them. We must look at what they do. And so we will try to revamp the industry. That's why government is putting attention in revamp of the railway sector. If that is done and done properly, I think that their salaries will commensurate the activities that will emerge from the revamping exercise. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Adulai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honorable nominee, in Ghana currently, there is an ineffective railway legal and regulatory regime, because as we speak right now, there is no regulation for Railway Act 2008, Act 779. What do you intend doing if you are given the nod?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Of course, regulations are important to drive the law, and they give bare understanding of the framework of the law. And so in every area or sector that we lack regulations, you will see a lot of gaps in terms of implementation. If this House gives me the nod, Mr. Chairman, I will speed up on coming out with the regulation, because the law mandates the minister to do so. I'll come out with the necessary regulation to make sure that the sector becomes very viable. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What are two key things that you want to do when you are given the nod? Two key policy decisions that you take to improve the railway sector if you are given them.
Mr. Chairman, one key thing I need to look at quickly when this House gives me the nod is to begin to look at the role of the GRDA, which is the Ghana Railway Development Authority. Currently, the Act spells out their role as the asset owner and as a regulator. It is important, as we all know, that you cannot be a player and at the same time a referee in the same game. If you really expect a future expansion of the industry where the anticipations is for private sector to lead the growth in the future, in the long run, then it's important that we must detach the asset ownership from the regulator. So coming out with an independent regulator to regulate the framework of the railway construction and operation, it's something that I will look at quickly. The other thing that I also have to look at is the intercontinental transportation system through rail, which is of course also very important. For instance, the rail line going from Tema through Mpakadan, to Burkina Faso. Of course, that passes through my constituency, Howe, and part of it goes through Honorable Okujoto's constituency also. So those lines, of course, we will concentrate on it and make sure that we drive it down to the northern territory of this country, and make sure that we link the two countries,
Chairman,
together.
northern territory is too broad. Where do you want to extend the railway to? When you say northern territory, I can go from Waya through Bolga, through Hamlin, through Nabrungo, coming towards Sabrugo or Diale. Where are you exactly referring to? Or even Gushegu, if it has to pass through Yendi or Bimbla or Nakwayile? Be specific.
Mr. Chairman, that line terminates at Tamale and then continue from Tamale through Bokatanga down to Ouagadougou in the northern part.
Tamale is appreciated. In your answer to the Honorable Ejari, are we expecting you leading reforms that separate asset ownership from regulation when you become minister? When do you intend to take this initiative if you do become minister? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, this will be taken within my first 6 months in office if the House gives me the nod. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Last, which is a statement. I read this on page 7 of the handing over notes from your ministry. I hope that you will not read the same thing as what you want to do, that GRDA does not want to be a judge in its own course, and that you really meet your 6-month deadline to make sure that it's really separated. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll do so. Thank you.
Yes. Very well. Honorable.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. Honorable nominee, I have 2 questions. The first one borders on a promise you made to the people of Lower Manya when the very unfortunate incident of police brutality and shootout occurred. You recall that you led a team to the community and promised that you were going to investigate the incident and make sure that the perpetrators were brought to book. We had some fatality, people dying, others had their parts amputated, and so on and so forth. What is the state, or what is the status of that investigation, if you have done so?
Mr. Chairman, yes, it's on record that I led a team to the scene and they promised that we would investigate the matter. Mr. Chairman, we put in a committee to begin the investigation at the time. But what happened was that the case went to the police, to look into. So our committee then, therefore, slagged behind in terms of the investigation. And we actually have not completed the investigation. It's on record, we have not completed the investigation because we have relegated that duty to the police when we were told later that the police are on top of the issue.
But being a minister in charge of that sector at the time, are you willing to follow up so you know the status of that investigation, particularly because lives were lost and there are many who were injured and we need to bring that matter to a closure?
Mr. Chairman, yes, I'll provide this advice to the new sector minister coming in if he's giving the nod. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The second question borders on the light rail transit system. What is the current status of the integrated light rail transit system?
As I stated earlier on, some feasibility works have been done, but no much details, in fact, have been done beyond that light rail system. But that area includes both some of the network within Accra and then Kumasi. So feasibility studies are currently ongoing.
What measures would you put in place to ensure that we achieve this? Because this was part of the 2016 manifesto promise of the MPP, and we would expect that after 4 years it would have been achieved. But since you are now going to that ministry, what kind of assurances can you give the people of Ghana that we are going to see, is going to see the light of day very soon?
Mr. Chairman, if this House gives me the nod, taking into consideration the difficulty we have in terms of our internal transportation system, that will be a key area to look at to speed up, the commencement of that project, because that will also, free our roads, and the traffic density that we witness along our roads, of course, will be reduced. So it's something that I will do very quickly. I'll commence the process. again, the difficulty, as we all know, has to do with availability of funds. But notwithstanding that, I will promise the House that it's something I will look on quickly when this House gives me the nod and when I get to the office. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Railway construction projects are capital intensive, and many of the figures bandied around are between 500 million, a billion, and upwards. We all know that COVID has also affected the global economy and the Ghanaian economy as well. As you move to the Railways Ministry, if confirmed, how are you going to raise funding to undertake the project of reconstructing our railway sector?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, of course, railway is very capital expensive. A kilometer of railway runs between $6 to $7 million, far in excess of what the road sector currently witness. In the midst of this COVID, global funds, it's very limited. But Mr. Chairman, I'm praying that now that we've got a vaccine, we will begin to see the reductions of the COVID and the world will gradually begin to move in its normal way. We will proceed with looking for funding, no matter the difficulty, because our capital within the country itself, in terms of the resources, are very limited, and therefore it's going to be difficult to rely on government funding of railway projects. So we'll explore other avenues. I appreciate your concern, about the difficulty of global funds. Notwithstanding that, we'll still explore the avenue to see how we can attract that. The second one is, as I think I've stated it earlier, the government must also make efforts to continue to look at the railway sector as a social product, just as we do, for the roads. If we put that attention, which of course I know His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will do, if you listen carefully to his inaugural address, with the attention that he wants to put on the railway sector, then parallel along external funding and domestic funding, we should be able to speed up most of this construction and put it in a state that Ghanaians will benefit. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, as you continue to expand railway infrastructure in this country, can you give this committee an assurance that all new rail construction will be provided with ducts? As you do the excavation, you put pipes alongside it where fiber and even electricity cables can also be laid alongside the tracks to extend that infrastructure to the other parts of the country and prolong the lifespan of the infrastructure we're putting in place. When people are constructing roads, they construct the roads without reference to development. So a few years down the line, other contractors come along the line, dig across the roads to lay pipes. If they provided ducts alongside the roads and the railways infrastructure, it would just be a means of passing those pipes along those channels. So going forward, are you going to assure this committee that you would mandate that all new construction of railway infrastructure would have pipes laid alongside it to facilitate, would have ducts for fiber and electrical and other cables laid alongside it to prolong the lifespan and make it easier for us to extend these complementary infrastructure to the rest of the country?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, infrastructure development under normal circumstances should not be looked at as a unilateral development. We should consider it complementary, jointly, with other sectors that it's, of course, very important. And if you look at how these things are done all over the world, ministries are always in collaboration to know where they fit in terms of the infrastructure development. So I think your suggestion is well noted. Of course, going forward, we should begin to do this jointly, where rail lines will be constructed without putting in the necessary ducts that will mandate, for instance, the communication ministry to do other activities, water to do its activities, electricity service to undertake its activities. So I think this combination in terms of looking at which other sectors fit into the construction to advance, on that proponent, of course, is something that we will look at. Of course, we are colleagues that are going to sit in cabinet together, and I'm going to consult you from time to time when this project. Sorry if I'm giving the nod. We'll be sitting together to discuss some of these issues. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, please.
Now, Aka Energy appears to have stoked quite a bit of controversy, and there have been a lot of calls, even this past week, that the contract be renegotiated because some people think that it is not in the interest of the country. Was the Aka Energy contract good for Ghana or not? And or are there aspects of it that can be improved that you'd recommend to your successor in office?
The renegotiation of the Aka contract, I think, was done with good faith. It came to this house, the house gave us the nod, and it was done with an intention that in the long run, Ghana will really benefit. In terms of the legislative aspect of the contract, we have not done anything that is quite different from what the contract states specifically. What the contractor seeks to do is, because of the stabilization clause that were in the contract at the time it was signed, the contractor insists that coming into effect of the new EMP law, we should take him out of the new EMP law and make sure that we include clauses in that contract to make sure that anybody who reads that contract can read outright that this contract is not subjected to the terms and conditions in the new EMP. That was what we did with the Aka contract, and we came to the Parliament here for necessary approval. I think that it was also done with anticipation that while the contractor is still on site doing its development, the mandate also exists for him again to undertake exploratory activities. These are again clauses that we have picked from the new one because it was not in the old one. Where stabilization provisions exist in contract, Mr. Chairman, what it does is that it gives the developer the mandate to do choose and pick, of course, because he would, of course, be eliminated from the new one that is coming in. But when we as a country find out that there is something new that we can impose on him, we will do that. And that is why we mandated the contractor that he can still go ahead to do exploration even though he's doing the development, which we think is good. We did that for the purpose that we can increase our reserve to production ratio. Mr. Chairman, today, most of our reserves are drying very fast, and new wells have not been replaced. In the oil and gas sector, what is important is to look at your reserve replacement ratio, because these resources are not, they are finite, they are not infinite. And so as you take it, you need to add more. So by doing this, we expect that we'll be adding more reserves to the existing reserve to increase our production. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, how much exactly is the energy sector debt? And how much did the free electricity for COVID extended by government to the citizens cost the exchequer?
The energy sector debt stands at about $1.5 billion from a figure of about $2.7 billion. I've stated earlier on that the Ministry of Finance has already cleared all the debts it owes ECG. So the debt today is about $1.5 billion through reconciliation, and I think that's a very good effort by this government. The electricity relief, which we call the COVID relief that His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo introduced, basically was to address the suffering of Ghanaians during the peak period of the COVID. A total of quite close to about 1 billion Ghana cedis was paid, and these have been segmented between ECG, VRA, and then NETCO. Mr. Chairman, I have details of the payment which I can tender to this committee. The total payment to date is about $1 billion. CD, sorry. For instance, the ECG customer populations and revenue causes a total of almost about, as at the end of April, May, June 2020, we have about 731 million Ghana cedis. That from NECO total up to 140 million Ghana cedis, and that of VRA total up to 166 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Chairman, you recollect that His Excellency had again extended it for 3 months. That 3 months addition, of course, is not here, but it's also end up approximately about another 200 million cedis. So if you add the 200 million cedis to the 1.15 that we're talking about, it will be in the range of about 1.3 billion Ghana cedis as a cumulative relief for Ghanaians.
Thank you. Honorable Aya.
Thank you very much. I think I'll just take it from there. Honorable nominee, you just spoke about government payment of debts from public agencies, MMDAs, assemblies to electricity company. Now, I don't know if you have cited this comparative analysis of electricity tariffs in ECOWAS member countries, sponsored by the ECOWAS Regional Electricity Regulatory Authority and the African Development Bank, 2019. They did some studies on comparative tariffs for West African countries, all 15 of them. And they mentioned, they gave 2018 data because it's a 2019 study. And generation cost was 55%. Transmission cost was 6%. Distribution cost was 39%. And it was the highest in the sub-region, the distribution cost. And the transmission loss for Ghana was 4.4%. Nigeria was 8.4%, and then, Benin was 5.4%. I'm just giving you some 2 other countries just so that you can contextualize it. Now, you talk about the problem of the sector being inefficiency in distribution. Within the period that you were there, what did you do to address the inefficiency in distribution? Because I don't think that we should be happy that we've paid the bills, because if we are paying inefficient prices, it means we're just throwing good money after bad money. So what's your position on that? What did you do, and then what do you think should be done?
Thank you. We did 2 major things to address the costs within the system. As you rightly put it, the 39% for the distribution was extremely very high. And this 39% again was as a result of the losses that we have. The distribution losses in Ghana, it's in the range of about 25 to 30% sometimes, which is very high. What that means is that about 25% of our power that we produce had not been consumed, but they have been paid for. They vanish somewhere along the line, either through the distribution system, because, as I stated earlier, most of the equipment that we have are obsolete, or they vanish as a result of the power theft at the supply end, where people get the power and they've not been able to capture it for payment processes. What we did was an injection of about $100 million by His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo into ECG to make sure that all obsolete equipment.
By the government of Ghana or by Nana?
By government of Ghana. By government of Ghana.
I thought maybe he made some donation to ECG.
There was no. Well, the ECG value the obsolete equipment that we have, because most of this equipment were the cause of the losses, and it was in the range of $100 million, which His Excellency directs that we should take steps to replace those equipment. And as I speak now, it came to Cabinet, Cabinet gives approval, and the work had begun in those areas. Intensively, they are in Ashanti region and in the Greater Accra region. You may begin to experience some flexibility, in your lighting system. This is as a result of some of these replacement of the obsolete equipment that is undertaken. So that is one thing that we've done. The other thing that we did, which has to buy into the 65% that you talk about, the generation, it's also to renegotiate some of the capacity charges, because generation of 65% is extremely high. So these 2 things that we have done, the renegotiation of the capacity charges and injecting more newer and brighter equipment into the distribution end helps us to address the system as we go forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
What percentage decrease in tariff should consumers expect by the time you complete these two exercises?
It will reflect definitely on the consumer tariff. Mr. Chairman, it's also on record to note that the tariff that consumers enjoy today here, it's still less than the tariff they consumed in about 5-6 years back. So the further reductions or making sure that these costs are taken out, of course, is going to reduce the tariffs further. As I stated, for instance, migrating of car power from heavy fuel to gas, for instance, alone, was the major cause of just an increment of 7% in tariff that we witnessed in 2020. Tariffs were going to go up as high as 35% according to the PRC prediction. But because of that movement alone, that reductions, of course, comes down to benefit the consumers. I would expect not less than 10 to 15% if we are able to address the system to see some benefits in terms of the tariff. The tariff system as it exists now needs to be very flexible in terms of the adjustment. The automatic price adjustment formula has not often been triggered, and what happened is the accumulation of that ending up raising the tariff anytime PLC would want to increase it. So frequent adjustments in terms of triggering the automatic adjustments, it's also very important so that at any particular point in time, we should know where we are. Especially as you see today, prices of petroleum products are currently climbing because we are getting gradually out of the COVID relief. So we should be seeing some little incremental increase in some of these products as we move forward.
In 2017, the per capita access to electricity from the Africa Development Bank studies in Ghana was 79%. Per capita access to electricity in Ghana, and it was the highest in the entire sub-region after Cape Verde. And you can understand Cape Verde is a very small country, and they use a lot of renewable energy sources. 2020, what is the per capita access to electricity now? What's your data? And add that to Keta exploration as Saltpond, what's happened to those two exploration activities?
Your first question was I didn't get one clear.
The first point was the per capita access to electricity in Ghana today. 2017 it was 79% per capita access to electricity. Yeah. The next highest country in West Africa was Cape Verde, which had 92% per capita access to electricity. Mm. So I'm asking you, at the time you were leaving office, what was the per capita access to electricity in Ghana? And then take on board a question on Keta exploration, which I know started. What's the status of the Keta exploration?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The access rate at time I was leaving office at about 85%. Which is of course one of the highest within the region. I mean, coming very close after South Africa. Ghana has done very well in terms of its penetration of access to electricity. With the Keta exploration, it's about 85%, 84.7, getting to about 85%. Yeah. But the policy of government was to move it up to 90%. And this House will recollect the number of 10 key projects that we brought into the House. It is expected that when the construction began in most of those communities, the access rate will be moved to quite close to 90%. The delay in commencement of those projects, I think it's something that everybody knows. Because of the COVID, we have delayed the implementation of those projects. But I'm sure that as we get out of the COVID, most of those contractors will return back to sites to speed up the construction, and this will increase the access rate. The Keta exploration project, temporarily, it's at halt. Again, basically because of the injection of capital from the IOCs. But what government has done is to intensify the online exploration, which extended up to the north. GMPC has done quite a very intensive work. The 2Ds have been completed, the areas have been closed up for further 3D exercise. The GMPC report proves that the areas are looking very, very good. And so we have increased activities in terms of exploration on the onshore, but we have minimized activities on the offshore in terms of the Keta Basin itself.
My last question, Mr. Chairman.
Oh, you have had...
No, this is my last question.
You have had 3.
Pardon?
You have had 3 already. In fact,
No,
more than
I
3.
just asked one and then a baby. Carry on.
I'll take a
Okay.
last one.
That has to do with small-scale mining. The nominee who just left before you came tried to defend government record in terms of fighting Galamsey. You were there. The general perception out there is that you performed abysmally in fighting Galamsey. There was a temporary halt, you seized equipment and etc. But as we speak today, I mean, there's a lot of Galamsey activity going on across the country. Can you explain really what is the problem of Galamsey, and with the benefit of hindsight, now that you are leaving the ministry, what would you recommend should be done differently? Take into consideration the activities of Minerals Commission, the role of district assemblies, the role of chiefs, the role of security agencies on the grounds, and all the citizens. What do you think should be done differently?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The issue of Galamsey in Ghana is not quite different from what we see even in the mature provinces. When the gold rush, for instance, happened in the United States of America, I think it was more than what we see currently in Ghana. But it takes them time as a country, to build consensus and go forward to address the problem. The Galamsey problem we have in Ghana has to do more with attitude and also our behavior towards our environment. Yes, of course, this government came in with an approach to address the Galamsey problem because largely we believe that the use of the force might not necessarily be the way to address it. But as human as we are, some force would have to be introduced. So I wouldn't say that the government has failed in its attempt to address the Galamsey problem. The problem of Galamsey is an ongoing, and solution to address it must also be an ongoing. It cannot be an event. When I was a sector minister, I think we put in a lot of measures, and those measures again find its way into the interministerial committee, of environment that we try to resolve. There were some excesses, of course, in a human environment. You must expect that. But I think that my advice for the new minister is to relook at some of the regulations. I quite remember we came out with a multilateral mining integrated approach document, which had fortunately not been implemented. I would advise the new sector minister to look into that because the World Bank was prepared to buy into that. The Australian government was prepared to buy into that. Unfortunately, we couldn't launch that document as at the time I left that ministry. So my advice to the incoming minister maybe to advise him to go back and look into the multilateral mining integrated project document, which I think will be a way forward to address the Galamsey menace we have in the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, congratulations for your new position. Sometime last year, somewhere around the end of September, the President was in Kumasi, specifically in my constituency, to commission a 51-kilometer long standard gauge railway line to connect Eduarden and Ashanti region. At the commissioning, I learned that The current railway development plan envisage a complete movement away from the narrow gauge to the standard gauge. What, in your view, will be for this new policy approach to the sector? If you can enlighten us on that. Thank you.
Chairman, the new master plan, as she rightly put it, deviate from the narrow gauge to the standard gauge. There are advantages, in both ends. But the major reason why the country is moving to the standard gauge is the fact that the narrow gauge hardly has currently been undertaken by any new emerging countries, except even within our sub-region here in Africa. It's only South Africa that it seems to be using the narrow gauge. The narrow gauge, what it does is that it enables the train to be able to, meander through smaller communities. And by doing so, it travels at a lower speed because its ability to meander through narrow communities. The introduction of standard gauge, what it means is that the speed is going to be very high, in the sense that the stability in terms of what it sits on the base would also increase because of this axial load. So the standard gauge is going to increase in speed and also increase the axial load. Currently, the speed, according to the master plan, is going to move from about 120 kilometers per hour to about 160 kilometers per hour. What the standard gauge might not do is that there is a possibility that it may not be able to go through some of the communities because the curvature in terms of the standard gauge is not as easier as if you use the narrow gauge. With the narrow gauge, because of the speed, the train will be able to move slowly and meander. With the standard gauge, it may go at a very tall speed and may not be able to meander. But what we can do again with the standard gauge approach is that we may need to acquire more right-of-way. If more right-of-way is acquired, in addition to the existing right-of-way we have, then it can take time through the design to go through those communities. So this is the reason why I think that the framers of the master plan, of course, which I think is yet to come to cabinet for approval, thought of migrating away from the narrow gauge to the standard gauge, just basically because of spare parts and other details. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much. My last question. What are some of the major challenges that you envisage as a railway minister, and what measures will you introduce to minimize these challenges if approved by the committee? Thank you.
Did I get you clear? Challenges in the railway sector here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. There are several challenges currently within the sector, as the House will agree with me. One of them, which is very important and key, is how to address issues of right-of-way, which has to do with the acquisition of land. That, Mr. Chairman, I mentioned earlier that we would have to henceforth begin to include the cost of right-of-way in our unit pricing, and so that we do not look at right-of-way as a separate item from the construction project, where government will have to pay for right-of-way, and contractors or IPC contractors will have to come on and also do the construction. We need to build them together so that that issue can be addressed. Another major problem we need to look into the sector again is the key personnel that are in the sector. You will agree with me that this is a new sector, it's a new ministry, and they lack personnel to work with. And so one of the things I'm going to do quickly is to talk to my colleague, the road minister, because, Mr. Chairman, there's no difference between the construction of railway line and road line. It is the same thing. There is no difference. Formation, surveys, it is the same. The way the road is constructed, that is what the same process they use for the railway line. So I will be speaking to my colleague, the road minister, to see if they can give me some of the technical persons from the Ministry of Roads or Highways to support my ministry to address some of the staff challenges that we have. Because the staff challenges is very important, and if we are able to address that, then we will begin to move forward in the right direction. Another major challenge is how do we begin to introduce local, contractors into the rail industry. As I've stated earlier, construction of the railway is not different from the roads. So some of these are road contractors, can be upgraded to come into the railway sector and construct the railway line for us. and that will make it cheaper, because today, as I speak, the cost of a railway, a kilometer, is about $6 million to $7 million, depending on the terrain. If you bring in some of these local contractors that, of course, have done several routes through difficult terrain, they should be able to address the problem. Going forward, I think that the railway industry, together with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, will have to be talking to each other to see how both ministries can work very quickly. Ghana has a lot of deposits in terms of iron ore. His Excellency the President's agenda is to see how we mineralize these resources to the benefit of the country. One of the cost-sensitive items in the railway industry has to do with the rail lines. Apart from the railway line, Mr. Chairman, 70 to 80% of all the other materials are local materials, right down from the base, the sub-base, the ballast, and all the other things. They are all local materials. The only other material that comes in is the steel. So if as a country we are able to aggressively, undertake our steel development project together with the deposits that we have, with the iron ore, we should be able to construct most of our railways line within the shortest possible time. These are some of the challenges that I think we can address as a country and move forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Some quick preliminaries. I noticed from the
Honorable, we have spent so much time.
The statement.
Move straight. Ignore the preliminaries and move straight.
No, for our record, Mr. Chairman, this is very important.
Our record is ours. So just go straight to the question for me, please.
Okay, I would address that in conclave because it's important. The communication from the President and his CV, the inconsistency, but I'll address that in conclave. Mr. Chairman, my first question will take me to the nominees' former role as Minister responsible for energy. On the 19th of October 2019, the Millennium Challenge Corporation terminated the PDS agreement. Ghana lost a whopping $190 million. You had said earlier, on August 15, 2019, that you discovered fraud in the whole PDS agreement. Considering that Ghana has managed this compact right from the days of President Kufuor, President Mills, President Mahama successfully, will you say that there was some dereliction on your part, some lack of due diligence, which led to Ghana incurring this loss, which continues to reverberate in international corridors?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, of course, it's on record that the government of Ghana terminated the relationship between the Power Distribution Service Company, PDS, and the ACG. The termination, Mr. Chairman, was triggered as a result of occurrence of certain material evidences that need to have been provided, that in view of government that were not provided. Mr. Chairman, it's important to note that a due diligence process in any construction activity is not an event. It's always an ongoing activity. The relationship between ECG and PDS under the arrangement was that there were certain conditions that we call condition precedents that were supposed to occur before the transfer of assets that we all witnessed in March. It came out clear that one of the critical items which had to do with the security of the assets, that the source of that security of assets was not genuine, was not valid, and it was described by even the same agency that was supposed to have issued the security as fraud. On that basis, ECG and government thought that leaving an asset value of about $3 billion US to a hand of a PDS, where security of those assets cannot be guaranteed, will not be good in management of our national assets as a country. Don't forget, these assets are for government and being managed on behalf of government by ECG. And so in event of default, if ECG cannot go back and get its $3 billion asset because the basis of covering that asset is found not to be valid, then of course the only thing that will be left to government is to go out of the marriage relationship. And I think this is exactly what government does. Now, the school of thought is that government has lost an amount of about 100 million as a result of the terminations of the marriage relationship between the two parties. Well, this 100 million is the money coming from the United States of America, the MCC Compact. But do we look at the opportunity cost? Are we looking at the 100 million as an independent, irrespective of what would have happened? Do we want to say that, yes, let's go for the 100 million, but in case of default, we cannot call on the payment security, which is about 3 billion, which is higher? Obviously, any rational country will look at its asset ownership in terms of the value. So to me, the 3 billion, of course, far in excess of the 100 million that we're losing, because in case of default, we may not be able to call on our asset value of about $3 billion. So in my view, that contract, of course, as you rightly put it, yes, I did describe it as fraudulent, because from the source of where we're supposed to get a guarantee, they themselves described it as fraudulent, because number one, they stated that they are not in capacity to issue such a high level of guarantee. The person who issued the guarantee don't have the capacity to issue that guarantee. And number three, and that for such a guarantee to be issued, it needs to go through their national system. And all these things have not been done. When we went on the verification exercises, it was on that basis that I described, the deal as fraudulent. And I don't think Ghana government, in the long run, have lost anything from that deal. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, just a follow, Honorable Ablakwa, for a minute, excuse me. Did you formally communicate any concern on the guarantees to PDS? And are you aware that PDS is in court making some claims? So other than the figure that the Honorable Ablakwa have shared with you, there were losses from the United States of America, the Millennium Challenge Authority, and then MIDA. Those losses is what he has referred to. A judgment that occasioning out of it will constitute some loss to the Republic. What do you have to say to this? Thank you, Chair.
Well, Mr. Chairman, that will be predetermined. I would, Mr. Chairman, with all respect, because the case is within the court, I wouldn't say there will be any need for a judgment there. Any aggrieved party has a right to seek judicial, address when it finds itself in a very difficult commercial position. PDS has found itself in this commercial position, and they have every right to go to court. But I think government of Ghana is right. The advice from Attorney General's office is right. The ECG has put in every indication that they've undergone this due diligence process, and we have every fact and details which trigger the termination of that contract. So I think that there will not be any a judgment in the future. Though they are in court, I don't.
Chairman, my other question, did you write to PDS to draw their attention to the fact that there were problems with the guarantees that they issued?
Yes, of course, ECG drew the attention of PDS, PDS, as
Chairman, we would appreciate any correspondence on the subject, whether from ECG or from you as Minister, any official communication to PDS, drawing their attention to those concerns you had with the guarantee. We appreciate you making it available to the Chairman through the clerk. Thank you. Honorable Ablakwa.
Sorry, Chairman, my question is a specific one. Do you take responsibility or not? Were you derelict?
Come again, Mr. Chairman, please.
Do you take responsibility for the whole PDS debacle, the whole caboodle? You were the sector minister. Do you take responsibility?
Yes, of course, Mr. Chairman, sector minister at the time of which the terminations happened. I must be responsible for assets and liabilities. So yes, of course, I take responsibility, and I know the termination was done at good cause and for convenience of Mother Ghana.
Honorable, was it your personal decision as a minister or a cabinet decision you implemented? Was it your personal decision as a minister or a cabinet decision you implemented?
Mr. President, this is a cabinet decision that we've implemented. It was not my unilateral decision. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The decision for termination was a cabinet decision.
Mr. Chairman, my second question, and by the way, the MCC official statement said the loss was $190 million, 190, and not $100 million. That is what Ghana lost. But let me move to the second question. 12 November 2019, Accra to have first Sky train station in August 2020. This is TV3 News. The proposed Sky train initiative in Accra provides for the development of 5 routes. A concession agreement for the construction of the Accra Sky train project has been signed on the sidelines of the ongoing African Investment Forum in Johannesburg. The signing of the agreement means feasibility studies spanning a period of 9 months to determine the bankability of the project will commence, with the investors assuring the first station of the Accra SkyTrain project will be opened in 9 months. At the signing ceremony on Monday, November 11, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo described it as a happy day for Ghana and her good people, unquote, adding that it is a critical step towards the consummation of this project and vivid testimony of the value of the African Investment Forum. President Akufo-Addo thanked the SkyTrain Consortium for putting together the wherewithal that is allowing this project to go forward, unquote. From your briefings you have received, why was this promise not achieved, that Accra will get a first SkyTrain in August 2020? We are now in February. And is this project still on course?
Thank you, Mr. President. The project is still on course. From advice I got from my ministry, that if this House gives me the nod, I'll be going. The ministry, as part of its effort to improve the urban mobility and reduce traffic congestion in Accra, has engaged the services of firms to provide transaction advice services to the ministry for the development of this light rail. As I speak today, the transaction advisors, Mr. Chairman, have undertaken a number of feasibility studies that will assist the ministry to go through the various phases for the development. This sky train that we're talking about is not the normal train, the train that you see in the sky running on the electricity lines, but it's just going to be a high-rise train. What it means is that we'll raise up the columns, and of course, because of the congestion within the city, this train will be going above the normal ground level. So they'll be going up in the sky, but it doesn't necessarily mean the sky train as we normally talked about. So the government is in the process to partner with a PPP arrangement to undertake this. The delay in the project is as a result of any construction project delay. Some understanding with regard to the negotiation that is currently blocking the construction. If I assume office, Mr. Chairman, I want to assume this House, if they give me the nod, it will be one of the priority projects that I will take into consideration, because that definitely would also address our traffic congestion that we have within Accra and Kumasi. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, my final question is a reputational matter, but very important, very, very grave issue. On the 27th of December 2020, a bailiff from the Whole High Court by name Emmanuel Aziaka, who was asked by the court following a successful ex parte injunction which had been secured by the legendary Chachu Chikata. The bailiff told the media that your men, your macho men, upon citing him, physically assaulted him. To be clear, they beat him to pulp. The pictures make for worrying observation. My Joy Online reports, bailiff says he was beaten by Amewu's boys while delivering injunction. City FM Online on the same day interviewed Mr. Aziaka, and he said, quote, Mr. Amewu rolled down the glass of his car when I was being attacked by his boys, and he rolled it back up. He did not intervene, unquote. How do you respond to this grave matter? Because you have been checking, you have since not uttered a word following this incident.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, first, let me put it on record that I am not a violent person, but I also want to use the opportunity to sympathize with the bailiff if the incident did happen. I was told of this incident 3 days after the Thanksgiving program that I have undertaken. And it was on social media that I saw this, that a gentleman was attacked. Those cannot be my tasks. I work with very faithful and dedicated people that accompany me to my scene. If indeed this happened, of course, I don't see the reason why it should be attributed to me. I sympathize with him if that actually happened, but I cannot never be held responsible, and I never on any occasion roll my glass to look at a victim that has been beaten. That is not my nature. If I did come across such instances, what I would have done under normal circumstances is to stop it, irrespective of what might be happening. So I never roll my glass. I was not at the scene of the incident, but I saw this also in social media. And if it did happen, I sympathize with him. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any action you took when you saw it on social media?
I engaged, immediately called 3 of the guys that were following me, my security guys, and asked them, but they said no, they are not responsible. And at that time, they have also not heard the news. So I was showing to them that this is what I've said. I tried to interrogate it, and I was told by them that they were not responsible and they know nothing about it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Very well. Colleagues, it's 2 hours. We will take a 5 minutes break, walk around, and resume in exactly 5 minutes. Very well. I'm not very good, but I'll give you 2 opportunities too. My brother-in-law said I shouldn't recognize you, but you know, because of some of them, I'm recognizing you. Ask 2 questions, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable nominee, my first question has to do with street lighting. Street lighting promotes security and improves the quality of life for our people. It is for this reason that the public lighting levy was imposed on all domestic consumers of electricity in this country. You recall that in August 2020, you appeared before this August House to answer a question in respect of how much you have realized in terms of money from the public lighting levy for 2018 and 2019. You indicated before the House that for the 2 years, you realized 273 million Ghana cedis. And out of that amount, 84 million Ghana cedis was released to you. And at the time you were speaking to the House, you had expended 64 million out of that. This gives us an indication that on annual basis, that levy is able to rake in not less than 137 million Ghana cedis. This, I believe, is enough to provide efficient street lighting system for the good people of this country. Unfortunately, that is not the case. Why is it that Ghanaians have paid so much for street lighting, yet we still have problems with street lighting in our country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think you are right that the street lighting is very key for the country. Yes, Mr. Chairman, as a ministry, we began an aggressive process to introduce street lights to regional capitals and some selected municipal capitals across this country. And the facts are there for everybody to see. Unfortunately, the amount that you talked about 100 million, annually, can provide street lights to maybe just about 2 or 3 municipal, districts. So there is a need for more capital injection, to be able to undertake this activity efficiently and effectively. Not all the 100% of the street light levy comes to the ministry. As you rightly put it, in 2020, about 84 was sent to the ministry. So I think going forward, my advice I'll give to the new sector minister coming in is to lobby for more of the proportions of the levy to come to the ministry so that they can embark on more aggressive street light for other communities. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Honorable Minister, let's be clear. The street light levy, it is to pay for what? The energy used or the bulbs provided? What is it to pay for?
Well, it's for both directions, both the energy use and then for the service. The levy actually it's placed on every consumer's bill. So if you take your bill today, you see a percentage that you pay for the street light. Most of the questions that arise in some communities, just as the honourable member has put it clear, is that some communities are paying for street lights, meanwhile they are not enjoying the benefit of the street light. And that is why the ministry came out with a policy to make sure that extension of street lights cuts across districts, regional capitals. You've seen that we started that in most of the regional capitals, and then moved down to some of the district level. It's a process, and the incoming minister, of course, I'm going to speak to him to make sure that this process is completed. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, my second question.
In paragraph 463 of the 2017 budget, it is indicated that the government of the MPP under the leadership of Nana Adulai Jinapor took over this country when electricity coverage was at 83.24%. And when we come to the 2020 budget, at paragraph 818, it is provided that electricity coverage was at 84.98%, indicating that in the last 4 years, electricity coverage was increased by 1.74%. Can you explain to the committee what has accounted for this tortoise-like pace in the extension of electricity to Ghanaians in the last 4 years?
Thank you. It is a fact that between 2008 and 2016, there have been a sequential jump in the electricity access into the country. This is as a result of some of the 10 key projects that migrated from the year 2000, 2004 into 2020, because a lot of the 10 key projects were already in existence and they were ongoing. As I speak, during the past 4 years, most of those 10 key projects have come to a halt. And Mr. Chairman, this House will admit that we brought in a number of 10 key projects that have been approved by this House. At least I can remember about 3 or 4 of them that were brought to this House for approval. It is expected that when those 10 key projects goes into operation, we may be able to increase the access rate. So yes, of course, it's on record that within the past 4 years, we've not been able to increase the penetration, as quickly as possible, because the 10 key projects, most of them had halted in terms of their duration. These new ones that we brought to the House for approval, when the commencement began, we should be able to increase the percentage to about 90%, which we call a complete access. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, my last question.
No, Honorary, let me indulge Chairman.
We are talking about last.
Chairman, just one more. Chairman, you use the word halted. 10 key project. If it's completed, it's completed. If it's executed to fullest, let us know. When you say halted, because we normally will approve some amount of money with number of communities to be covered. Can you clarify the statement you just made? Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, a number of them were completed. I use the word halted because of the COVID period, where work, was very slow in some of the areas, especially in some part of Volta region and northern region. Most of the contractors could not move to sites because of the COVID.
So should we expect the contractors to go back to site, and when, to get those rural communities benefit from the expansion program?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, as I speak now, there's mobilization for most of them to get back to site.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me the last opportunity. Honorable nominee, in 2014, in your capacity as the Senior Research Fellow of the African Center for Energy Policy, you spoke extensively against flaring of gas, and you indicated that a negative effect on the economy if that is not checked immediately. You articulated measures that need to be put in place to ensure that gas produced is put into productive use in our country. Fortunately, you assumed office and you became the Minister of Energy for our country. We are told that by World Bank that in 2017, gas fled in Ghana alone, valued at $20 billion. And subsequently, we have been flaring gas. Can we share with the committee the value, the monetary value of gas fled in the last 4 years and the measures we put in place to bring this to an end in our country?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, of course, flaring of gas has its own environmental externalities, which every government will try to internalize. I did spoke against the flaring of gas because of the impact. Mr. Chairman, 2017, I was not a sector minister, but thereafter, yes, of course, I must agree that some volume of gas has been flared. The minimum volume of gas that we allowed to be flared was because of technical reasons. Talo, our offshore operators, came to us to let us understand that if we do not allow the gas to be consumed, then the only option for them is to flare it to enable the reservoir to maintain its pressure and for speedy extraction of the resources. Because at that point, they were talking about whether we consider the oil or we consider the gas to be flared. Because the gas at that time, again, within the Western Corridor was stranded, and we do not therefore have a demand for it because facilities to consume the gas as early as that time were not available. So after movement of the car power and creating other necessary demands in terms of other facilities that are taking the gas, for instance, those ceramic factories that we see in Takoradi taking the gas, we have minimized largely on the flaring of the gas. It was flared basically because of the need to maintain the reservoir pressure to enable us to extract the oil. Mr. Chairman, I'm not in a position to quantify the cost, and if this House, of course, will allow, if I'm granted the permission, I would come back to the House and provide the actual cost of gas that was flared during the period. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to a different ministry.
No, that's why we should be looking forward rather than we're spending so much time for matters behind us. Yes, Honorable Muntaka.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the nominee started as Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, right?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And under you was the Mineral Development Fund.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What is the procedure for disbursement of the Mineral Development Fund?
Mr. Chairman, the Mineral Development Fund is expected to be distributed through some formula and to be presided over by the board. The board is responsible, as the authorizing body for distributing the Mineral Development Fund. The formula for distribution is also as enshrined in the law of the Mineral Development Act.
Why did you disburse the Mineral Development Fund in 2017 without the board? Why did you disburse that fund without the board in 2017?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, in the absence of the board, the sector minister has an oversight responsibility. And constituting the board, Mr. Chairman, at that time took some months. There was urgent need for the fund to undertake some critical activities that are very essential to the sustainability of the fund. It was on that basis that I authorized the disbursement of the fund without the approval from the board because there was no board in position at that time, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I want to refer the nominee to the Mineral Development Act at 912. Mr. Chairman, Section 5, application of the fund. No, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, Mr. Chairman, sorry, I was right. Section 5. For the purpose of achieving the object of the fund, monies from the fund shall be applied to the relevant activities that the board may determine. Mr. Speaker, in this act, there's nowhere that it said that in the absence of the board,
the minister should disburse the fund. But if you could guide me, being the sector minister then, which section of this act enables him to disburse the fund without a board?
Mr. Chairman, what I did say that as a sector minister, I was responsible for those agencies with an oversight responsibility. At the time I authorized the disbursement, the board was not in existence, and there was an urgent need for sustainability of the fund to go on with its operational activities. The disbursement of the fund is in accordance with the formula. So irrespective of a minister or a board, the formula will be followed. What I did was just to ask them to go according to the formula and disburse it accordingly. The fund was not disbursed outside the formula.
The them refers to who? He said what you did was to ask them to go in accordance with the formula. Who is them?
The board, was to ask the Mineral Development Operational Activity, which is the Chief Executive.
The management.
The management, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I refer him to section 7, functions of the board. The board is responsible for the management of the fund and for the purpose and for that purpose shall ensure the proper and effective performance of the functions of the fund. Mr. Chairman, I still ask him, which section of this act gave you the authority to disburse without the board?
Mr. Chairman, I did state that in absence of the board, every ministry has its agencies. In absence of board, the minister responsible take that oversight responsibility. And what is interesting about this particular fund is that the funds are not distributed by unilateral decisions. There is a particular laid down formula, 2%, 3%, 16%. So what I did was to authorize them to comply with the formula for distribution, because there was an urgent need for operation of the board, and we couldn't have operation of the fund, and we couldn't have wait for the board to come into existence. If we had wait to do that, the fund will not operate. And it was on that basis that we authorized the fund management to go ahead to disburse, the fund to the various agencies under it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, on this lastly, is he of the view that once ministers play oversight, in the absence of a board, the minister acts on behalf of the board or can take actions that boards are supposed to take? Is that what you are implying?
Mr. Chairman, that's exactly what I intend to say.
Mr. Chairman, he was at the land ministry, and earlier a question about illegal mining and the excavators that were purported to have gotten missing. You said that you are not aware that any of the excavators were missing. Is that what the impression that I got?
At the time I was the lands minister, there was no missing excavator when I was the lands minister.
When you seized them, where did you place them? Where were they placed after your seizure? When you seized them, where did you place them?
Mr. Chairman, I earlier stated that I do not seize any excavator. I asked for withdrawal of excavators from mining sites.
And the military or the team, the Operation Vanguard, did so, right?
Chairman, I was not the chairman of that committee, and so the details will be with the chairman of the Interministerial Committee, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, so when you asked that those excavators be withdrawn from the field, you didn't follow up where they were withdrawing them to?
Mr. Chairman, I did state to the Honorable House that at the time I asked for withdrawal of excavators and extended it by an additional 30 days, about 500 excavators were withdrawn from the mining sites and taken out of the mining environment. What happened thereafter was the seizure, which went through other processes, because as a minister, you cannot seize excavators. Excavators from mining sites can only be seized with a regulatory framework derived from the AG's department. and that is the process. That process, I did not undertake process. What I did was to ask for the withdrawal of excavators from mining.
So when those excavators were withdrawn, did you follow up to see that the regulatory framework that you are mentioning was followed through?
Chairman, I left the Ministry of Lands.
Honorable, when you say withdraw them, was that an action from your ministry or those who took them to the site were to take them back?
I asked those who sent the excavators to the mining site to take them back. That was what I meant, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from him if you'll be surprised if those owners meet you today and tell you that they never received back their excavators. Will you be surprised?
Well, of course, that might be after I left the ministry, so I would not be surprised if it happened. I wouldn't be surprised.
Mr. Chairman, you are even currently the present representative at the Ministry of Energy, right? The present representative at the Ministry of Energy. I'm saying currently you are.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And there's been a lot of talk about this aluminium integrated program from the government. They talk about the aluminium integrated program that involves Valco, mining of iron or aluminium, and all the others.
Yes, Mr.
As the Minister for Energy, you know that you cannot do this without sufficient power.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you know that it is not just any power, you need cheap power.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What have you done in the past 2 years that you've been at the ministry to help generate cheap power that will enable this aluminium integrated program to take off?
Mr. Chairman, discussions have been held at various levels to make sure that available and cheaper power is made available to the corporation, which is the Gidjak Corporation, to make sure that they can undertake the refining of the product. What we were discussing at that time was to dedicate hydro, because to be able to do such projects with some level of return on investment, we should be looking at a power of, say, 2 cents per kilowatt hour. Today in Ghana, it's difficult to get that. So the school of thought was to dedicate Volta Lake, or Volta Dam, Akosombo, which is of course hydro, that will be dedicated solely for the industry. There was also another school of thought where the proposals from some companies from Japan were here to say that they are prepared to generate, I think about 800 megawatts, but the first 300 megawatts or 400 megawatts will trade at a value of, say, 2 cents per kilowatt hour, and the rest will trade at par with the current pricing in the system. But because of our capacity issues that we have, it was very difficult to take in such a proposal. And so as at the time I was leaving the ministry, my discussion that I had with the team was to see how we can dedicate hydro for this particular industry. Because hydro today, we may have recovered the cost of investment over our Akosombo Dam, apart from the operational charges, and thereby we can trade hydro for the industry at a very low rate.
Mr. Chairman, if you were suggesting we isolating hydro for those purposes, you know the implication on the general tariffs, right?
Yes, of course, the implication on the general tariff, I know. We should expect a slight movement up of the tariff. Already, the tariff in the sub-region, our tariff is quite high, but the level of tariff is as a result of some of the inefficiencies that I've talked about. If as a country we are able to reduce the distribution losses, from a current 26% down to even about 5%, it means we are injecting an additional 20% into the system, which can also come down to work, lower the tariff. So we need to do some internal arrangements within the setup of the power agencies to reduce the tariff. Then, of course, we can migrate hydro to the sector. That will have some level of impact on the consumer, but that will not be much. Mr. Chairman, what is also interesting is that in most developed countries, we realize that the tariff for industries are far cheaper than the tariff for consumers. But in Ghana, it's the reverse. And if you want as a country to industrialize, then we must begin to look at giving the industry some form of relief in terms of the tariff they enjoy, so that they can grow the industries within the shortest possible of time.
Mr. Chairman, this idea that he's talking about, yes, for industry it should be cheaper than for consumption. What prevents you from implementing it whilst you were at the ministry?
Mr. Chairman, it's a very difficult policy issue. We began discussions, and if you recollect, the 30% reductions in tariff, the year 2017 was migrating towards that direction. I will keep up with this discussion with the new minister that is coming to take over from me, and see how we can progress to address the problem for industry to enjoy a reliable tariff.
You know, Valco has been operating 2 port lines for a very long period of time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
When you were there as minister, what have you been able to do to help them to be able to fully operate?
Mr. Chairman, the problem of Valco, it's something as a country that we all need to look at. Cheaper power for Valco at the expense of consumers, or consumers in terms of power enjoying cheaper than what we will give Valco. That issue has not been addressed completely. And so when I was a minister, of course, we tried to put in measures. You will recollect that even before the start operation of the true port, there were some difficulties in terms of the true port that they currently operating. So when I was a minister, we tried to look into some of these power issues. They have huge debt, of course, which would have triggered shutting down their power sources. But this discussion, we've engaged with VRA to make sure that they give them some room to operate and see how they can recover their costs. It is expected that Valco is going to play a very significant role in the President's agenda of integrated aluminium industry that we wanted to undertake. When that happens, Valco will become a very productive and profitable institution in the country.
Well, even before the program kickstarts, even with what they are currently operating, we are not able to get them sufficient power to operate fully. How sure are we that when all the other segment of the integrated program kicks in, we'll be able to have cheap power for them to run sufficiently?
I say, as a country, we need to begin to look at dedicating the hydropower as a source for the industrialization agenda of the aluminium industry. That had not been finalized. If those discussions are finalized, what it means is that we, from beginning, going to subsidize the operation, of Valco. Don't forget, Valco is going to work in tandem with the other sectors that will be involved in the refining and production of the aluminium industry. The raw bauxite, of course, will be coming from the site. That raw bauxite will go through some processes, and those processes, together with Valco, they will all come together. So whether you're going to lose at the end of exploration or production of the raw bauxite, or you lose at the end of the refining of the bauxite to alumina or whatever it is, this discussion will have to play out. But definitely, you may not be able to make it at all the levels. So you may give and take. And I was understanding that Valco could come in with a cheaper source of power, and Valco will use that as its bargaining, to match with the company that will be into the production of the bauxite.
Do you remember the generation capacity of our country as of 2017? The generation capacity in 2017?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
How much was it?
The available, the installed capacity was about 4,000 megawatts. But the available at that time, because of issues of fuel fluctuations, it keeps varying and its availability. But at peak, we were having a peak period sometimes about 2,200 megawatts or 2,100 megawatts.
And as of today?
Today, our peak demand is still in the range of about 2,300 megawatts. Our available installed capacity is about 5,000 megawatts.
Which other plants came on board to move us from the around 4,000 to the around 5,000?
We have a number of power plants that have been signed in since 2016. For instance, the Amewu, the car power, all those emergency plants that have come on board. Amandi, for instance, has also just come on board. Sen Power has come on board. All those, additional generation, in all totaling quite close to about 1,800 were additional power plants that came on board.
So, will you say we have excess capacity? Will you say we have excess capacity?
The issue of excess capacity have to do with the availability of the plant when called on by demand as a result of the constraint in demand. And so, yes, of course, we still have excess capacity. Installed capacity is far ahead of what I talked about. Yes, so as I speak today, we still have excess capacity.
Do we export power to any neighboring country?
Mr. Chairman, yes, of course. I'm happy to announce to this House that for the first time in the history of this country, export arrangements are in excess, sometimes about 250 megawatts, 300 megawatts between Ivory Coast, Burkina Faso, Benin, and Republic of Togo. Yes, so the export arrangements are ongoing.
So why was this noise about we were losing so much money or take or pay?
Yeah, because, Mr. Chairman, export of power, it's not like transporting cargo of crude oil. Power will have to travel through a medium. Unfortunately, most of these countries don't have developed infrastructure as we have in Ghana. So we may export power to the border between Ghana and Burkina Faso. But when it gets to Burkina Faso, there is no demand for it. And these are some of the restraints. We could increase on our exports ability. But because the infrastructure are not developed in these surrounding countries that we have, we are limited by the amount of power that we can export. And that is why the rest comes back to our book, as power being available but not consumed, and therefore reflect as an excess capacity.
So why was there the need for us to extend the contracts on some of the IPPs?
It was very important to look at the payment patterns on government. The extension of the contract, for instance, the discussion with car power, was to make sure that the gas that was stranded. Mr. Chairman, it's on record that we were losing quite close to $50 million, on monthly basis because of stranded gas in the west that were not consumed by any power plant. When we move the car power from Tema to the west, we have saved that 50 million. If car power is not available to consume that gas, what it means is that that gas is also, again, on take and pay basis. And so whether you consume it or not, you may have to pay until the time that you begin to consume it. What we did was to look at the capacity charges and spread it over a time, because payment in terms of cash flow on government part was becoming very difficult. So how do we reduce the money that government will have to advance frequently to enable the power plants that depends on the gas also to live longer? The only thing we can do was to make sure we extended this. So car power, for instance, because it's feeding on gas and the gas is available, there is a need to look into how long car power will stay. So negotiations began to make sure that we make car power stay longer to consume the gas.
Is it the same reason why AXA was also extended?
The AXA discussions, of course, came to cabinet, was approved, discussions are going, and it was the same basis because AXA was converting from heavy fuel, which is very expensive, also to gas. Again, because of the stranded gas we have, and because of the bi-directional flow that we have. Today, Mr. Chairman, we will be able to have gas flowing from Takoradi to Tema and from Tema to Takoradi. So the thinking is that we could have ASCA now relying on gas rather than a heavy fuel.
Mr. Chairman, you were the Minister of Lands when the forest reserve at Kofi Man in the Afenya area was returned to the owners.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
What necessitated that?
Mr. Chairman, it was a petition from the landowners at the time. The land, Mr. Chairman, it's not acquired by government. It was earmarked, but not acquired. The inhabitants have then, taken over the site for development project. So what the landowners asked for was to ratify the arrangements and then, return their land back to them. That was exactly what we did. The petition was sent to the Lands Commission. A committee was put forward. The examination was done, and therefore was returned back to the owners.
Did you get some of the land?
No, Mr. Chair.
Did you buy some of it?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, in Hohoy, before the election, you assisted the residents to change their meters from prepaid to postpaid meters, right?
Some communities, Mr. Chairman.
And in those communities, what happened when later the ECG came there to do disconnection?
Mr. Chairman, the Chinese company was working there, and the meters were really needed because these were houses that were consuming electricity. They don't have meters, and so ECG would not even have the ability to go and collect the rents. So what we do was to speed up the installation of meters in those various communities.
Did the ECG workers got beaten? Did they got beaten when they were trying to chase the residents for non-payment of their bills?
Not as I know, Mr. Chairman.
You didn't know that the ECG in Hohoy had to close down its office because of this assault on their staff?
Mr. Chairman, not as I'm aware of.
And the accusation was that you ordered for their beating?
Mr. Chairman, that is total false. That may not be true, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, in an earlier answer to the bailiff that received some beating, did I hear you say that you only heard of the story 3 days after?
I heard this. Though that I heard it, I read it from Joy, one of the social media. I could not remember. On the WhatsApp, I read it on the WhatsApp. Yeah.
When this happened, it was all over the news. You never heard it until 3 days after.
Precisely, Mr. Chairman.
And since you heard it, have you tried to reach out to the bailiff?
Mr. Chairman, what I did was because my name was mentioned in that incident, that my tax, I did not have any tax, and so I talked to my guys, the security guys who were around me, and they have neither no knowledge of the incident, and so I could not probe further. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, in an answer to an earlier question on the PDS, you said there are some of the information, you said certain materials, evidence that they provided were not genuine and not valid and they were fraudulent. Is that what you said?
Precisely, Mr. Chairman.
What due diligence did you do before giving the contracting PDS?
Mr. Chairman, at the time of the PDS transaction from commencement, I was not a sector minister.
When you took over as the sector minister, what did you do to ascertain the facts?
Mr. Chairman, I direct ECG to go ahead with its ongoing due diligence process. And it was this due diligence process that established the fact that the security provided was fraudulently acquired and was not valid.
Are you then saying that the minister before you did not do a good job?
Not at all, Mr.
That's not a
Chairman.
question. Please ask another question.
Are you saying that the ministry the Ministry of Energy did not do its work very well?
Not at all, Mr. Chairman.
It's the same thing. It's not fair to ask him to pass judgment.
Mr. Chairman, this is very serious thing for the minister to tell us that the ministry that he supervises did not do its work well to the extent that the security that was provided was fraudulent. Mr. Chairman, this is something that we need to probe in.
Honorable Leader, he said that when he came, he asked them to continue with their due diligence.
And I was asking whether the ministry is then saying that the ministry did not do due diligence before awarding the contract.
Mr. Chairman, this states that the due diligence process is not an event. It's an ongoing process. And so the ministry could go ahead and give the contract subject to conclusion or evidence that the security granted was valid. And this was exactly what was happening. So ECG was undertaking a due diligence process to establish the validity of the security that was provided by the PDS company.
How long has the ministry been engaging in this attempt to engage PDS before the actual contract was signed? How long did it take the ministry?
The asset was handed over, I think it's in March 2019. In March, the asset was handed over. Before the handing over of the asset, the condition precedent was the fulfillment of a guarantee that merits acceptance by the ECG. So ECG is in process. The guarantee has been provided to ECG. But ECG could not just hold the guarantee and accept it in total faith. What they did further was to probe further to establish whether the guarantee provided was really valid and whether it conforms to the specification as put in the lease and bulk purchase agreement which they signed between the two companies. It was through that process that ECG realized that no, the guarantee is not a valid guarantee and it was acquired fraudulently.
Did the ministry have a transaction advisor for that process, for that project?
Not as I know of, Mr. Chairman.
No, but you've been there for the past 2 years.
No, I don't have a transaction advisor when I was the minister.
So the minister was doing this on his own?
Mr. Chairman, it's also important to note that this transaction is a transaction between government company, ECG, and PDS. The two were in this relationship. The ministry provides an oversight responsibility. So the ministry itself was not in direct contract with the agencies. But as I was the minister, the time I was the minister, I do not have any transaction advisor.
Mr. Chairman, when he says the ministry didn't really, they were only providing a supervisory role, it was the ministry that brought this agreement to this house. Do you remember that?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And the ministry, in bringing the document to the house, has not ascertained for itself, convinced itself that it was carrying a legitimate transaction that it was very sure of. That's why, before bringing it to Parliament?
At the point the ministry brought the document to Parliament, they considered the transaction as being valid, but subject to fulfillment of a critical condition precedent, which was not fulfilled at the end.
Chairman, with your leave, I have a follow-up.
Yes.
So, Honorable Minister, in your answer to the critical question raised about the security, you gave an impression that upon signing, ECG had a duty to do an enhanced due diligence.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And it was as a result of this enhanced due diligence, you insisted it be done, that resulted in this matter of fraudulent.
Precisely so.
So you will say that your initiative saved the Ghanaian taxpayer, correct?
Precisely so, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out whether when this was noticed, there was official communication of this to PDS.
Yes, ECG has communicated to PDS and a number of meetings have been held. I've attended a couple of those meetings myself as the sector minister then. So yes, that has been done.
And what answer did they provide to your notice of their fraudulent, what do you call it, security?
Initial discussion, PDS insisted that there was a valid fulfillment of the condition precedent, which is a subject matter of their security. They did indicate that it was valid, and they insisted on that.
Mr. Chairman, I want to find out from the nominee whether Dumso is back.
Dumso, Mr. Chairman, is not back. The prolonged era of intermittent power supply, I think, is still of the past.
So what is accounting for the recent intermittent of?
Mr. Chairman, I did state that currently there's a process of replacement of obsolete equipment. The President has injected, through his directive, injected about $100 million through ECG to replace some of those equipment. So that is ongoing now. In those areas that these activities are happening, of course, you expect that there will be some interruption. What I expect the ECG to do is to inform those communities, which of course I had a discussion. I met the ECG MD today and asked him that they should give prior notice to those areas that work is going on. And I think they'll continue to do that. But in the era in which we are now, I can assure this House that the lights will be on. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, in an earlier answer about the unfortunate incidents in the Krobo area where they had a fracas with the ECG staff that led to some shootings and death, you promised the United Krobo Foundation that you were going to deal with this matter, right?
Yes.
But in an earlier answer to a question, you said the police were rather handling it.
Mr. Chairman, we've not been able to deal with it. I put a committee together. The committee commenced its work, but at the same time, the matter was lodged with the police. And I think somehow along the line, the committee slowed down on its operation. Mr. Chairman, I would take this matter up seriously and maybe advise my coming minister to take it up and make sure that the committee completes this work. I want to use this opportunity to maybe say to my good friends in the Krobo land that the delay in this report, of course, I'm responsible, but I can assure them that the next minister, with the support from our outfit, we will make sure that we resolve the issue for them. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, you remember they told you that they were waiting for the outcome before they will start paying fully their bills.
Mr. Chairman.
So you know currently they are not paying fully their bills.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
And you know that that is likely to create another problem into the future.
Precisely so, Mr. Chairman.
So that is why you must do well to get this problem over, maybe probably before you leave.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We will do so.
So that's an assurance that you try to work at it before you leave.
Mr. Chairman, I will do my best.
Mr. Chairman, the railway lines, the status of the Takwa to Prestia lines, what briefing did you get on that?
The Takwa Deep port to Kumasi, the progress on the secondary Kojo reconstructed. And
I'm talking about Takwa Prestia.
Takwa
Prestia.
That is on the western line. That is the existing line through Usuta to Takrade Awaso, which is a distance of about 64 kilometers. Mr. Chairman, this line, the briefing I've been given is that it's one of the lines which is best for BOT development process, and plans are far advanced to subject this line to development. Research has been done on it in terms of the feasibility studies, and a number of proposals has also been received towards this line. The intention was to move that whole section down up to Kumasi, which is of course very key because of the exploitation of the mineral resources at Nyinahene and Upomanso along the routes. And that line, of course, is going to be one of our mineral lines when it's completed. So there's a lot of progress on the line. I did state earlier on about the tremendous work that has been done by my predecessor, and I think getting to office, if the House give me the nod, I will make sure that we speed up other works on that line.
Well, this is something that during the reign of President Kufuor, the Takwa Goldface and then Golden Star were to fix. Those two companies had then promised to fix that rail line. But unfortunately, the Gold Star has changed hands, and now they are using a bridge around Bogoso that has not been even maintained since the 60s. And the danger is that if this bridge also goes off, that will mean the whole of that enclave is likely to suffer heavily. So it is my hope that when you get the opportunity, you pay attention to this part of the...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, lastly, the land around Afenya stretch on the Tema Akosombo line. And I mean, even though they tried to bring the petition down, it's too late. There's evidence that yes, that land government has shown interest, as it always does, but has not paid compensation to the original owners, and therefore they went ahead to lease it to individuals that have built their homes, and because of the construction of the rail line, a number of communities under Afenya East, Afenya Zongo, and Afenya Ablekuma had their homes and properties demolished, and no compensation had been paid them when they have, rightfully acquired their lease through the original owners that have not been paid compensation. Minister, I know you are not there yet. Will you take interest in this to be able to get fair hearing from these residents and probably assist them to get compensated?
I will do so if this House gives me the nod, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much.
Yes,
Mr. Chair, I have no questions for you.
Yes, Honorable Minority Leader.
Chairman, let me thank you very much. And just to take him back to where the Honorable Muntaka left, earlier in an answer to a question by the Honorable Ablakwa on PDS, you seem to be very proud that it was terminated on the basis of a fraudulent guarantee. And Chairman, I'm just referring to a statement which was issued by the Millennium Challenge Corporation of the United States of America, and it reads, statement regarding termination of the private sector concession by the government of Ghana. And Chairman, the words I will emphasize is instructive. Washington, D.C., October 23, 2019. In response to the government of Ghana's disappointing decision to terminate a concession agreement between the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, to private operator Power Distribution Services Ghana Limited, PDS. And then the statement goes further to say 190 million funds granted to Ghana for the 20-year concession from ECG to PDS no longer available. Is that a proud thing that apart from this monumental loss of $190 million, you also must appreciate the fact that this was the first time ever the country had moved strategically to allow for private sector participation in the distribution of electricity, which is also significant. Now, you have repeatedly said that you wrote to PDS. Can you provide a copy of the letter which was written to PDS, either by you as Minister for Energy or ECG, to prompt them on the problem associated with the guarantee they did? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I will provide a letter from ECG to...
Thank you, Chairman. And then also, in response to an earlier question, you said the debt is $1.5 billion. Has the legacy debt been cleared totally? The legacy debt, which was in the region of $2 billion, as I heard President Nana Akufo-Addo announced on a foreign trip to Canada. Is this 1.5 to be added to the 2 billion, or the 2 billion have been cleared and this is new additional debt within the energy sector?
Thank you. The debt as it stands now is 1.5, and that means that it has been brought down from the 2.7 level to the current 1.5 level.
How much does government owe independent power producers?
Mr. Chairman, today government will be owing quite close to $700 million to the combined independent power producers.
$700 million. Over what period? Up to December 2020, or you've added? We are now almost in the first quarter of 2021.
Because, Mr. Chairman, these debts are built on existing debt in terms of accumulation. And so it is difficult for us to separate as to the proportion of debts that have been set aside by this new regime. But I'm saying that at the time of 2016, thereabouts, when we took over till now, the beginning the debt was in the range of about 2.7. Of course, new debts have been added, but now, as we speak today, the debt level is about 1.5 billion US, with between 600 to 700 million US being the debt.
Chairman, that's appreciated. Can you share what you know as outgoing Minister for Energy? What is it that GRA, GRADCO, ECG owe to each other, respectively? Those in the chain, ECG, how much? To GRADCO, how much? And to VRA, how much? To the best of your knowledge.
Supply the interagency debt arrangements to this committee because there's still reconciliation ongoing. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Do you have an idea how much it is?
If the IPP's debt add up to about 700 million, then the debt between the other companies obviously will be in a range of about 800 million US.
So beyond termination of PDS, the Minister of Finance in the budget statement of 2020 had this emphatic statement to make. Moreover, government remains committed to the energy sector reforms. What other reforms have you undertaken as lead minister in that ministry?
We have begun an aggressive process to come out with what we call the cash water flow mechanism. The cash water flow mechanisms allows the various operators in the sector to have liquidity space. All the collections are put into the baskets, and from that basket, disbursements are being made based on the formula that we arrive on. Either the money goes to ECG, and ECG have to use its own unilateral decisions, to make payment to the various IPPs. So we have introduced what we call the cash water flow mechanism, which currently is operating. We have undertaken a very aggressive energy sector recovery program, which span up to between 5 years. The rationale behind that program is to lower the legacy debts and brought them to zero. And you can see that consistently as we begin to follow the energy sector recovery program, we are bringing the debt down to a level that adjustment.
Chairman, the Honorable Muntaka referred you to you exercising oversight mandate in the absence of a board for the Mineral Development Fund. After the Minerals Income Investment Act was passed at 978, did you appreciate what the consequence of that will be on the Mineral Development Fund and for community and chiefs benefiting from the Mineral Development Fund? Did you see any nexus of a relationship?
I did not really see that relationship, but what I'm quite aware of that the rationale for the establishment of the Mineral Development Fund is mostly to benefit the communities, so that the fund has a formula of direct allocation to the communities and also the affected areas that exploration and mining activities have been undertaken.
In the briefing you have received so far, what's the status of the Ghana-Burkina Faso railway line?
Thank you. Feasibility studies have been conducted. Requests for proposal have been sent. 3 companies have been shortlisted. The Burkinabes, as I speak today, Mr. Chairman, are ready to hit the ground running. And so we are now going to do evaluation on these 3 companies, and which of them might emerge as a winner. Of course, we will begin to take the process forward from there. So a lot of activities have been done on that major line.
Earlier on, you responded to a question from the Honorable Patricia, I believe. Now, you are trying to explain the benefit of rail transport against investment in roads. You know that when we do the roads, particularly for purpose of bauxite and others, they deteriorate. So we need, you've traveled abroad extensively. There are people in New York who work in Washington because they have a reliable fast train line to join. There are people in New York who may be in other parts of the US because of a reliable train line. Share your dream. What do you want the railway sector to look like in Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I want a railway sector where my people from Hohoi can move from Hohoi and come to Accra, undertake their activities, those who want to work here, and then go back within a period of 2 hours. I want the railway sector where traffic density of our road will gradually migrate onto the railway. I want a railway sector that will give a credence or an advantage to lasting durations for our road. Currently, the traffic density of our roads, the lifespan of most of these roads, are 3 to 4 years. And we spend a lot of money on rehabilitation process of these roads. I want a railway sector that will migrate, these difficulties. A sector that will begin to have a multiplier effect on the growth of this country. That is how I see the railway sector.
Thank you, Chairman. But you note that it's capital intensive. You can live the dream only if you have the money. Where would you find the resources to improve the railway regime of Ghana?
Mr. Chairman, it's a question of priority. As a country, do we have to sit down and say we don't have the money? We wait for the money before we build the rails? As a country, do we have to say, well, our debt to GDP ratio is quite high and we cannot go and burden this country with any additional debt on our balance sheet? We need to take the railway sector as a priority. And I think that that is the only way we can go. So yes, of course, global funds, difficult, country has limited resources for the construction of the railway, but His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo mentioned it categorically about his interest. That gives me the justification that there will be some attention in that area. If you say that we can send some amount of attention to that area, then of course we will look for the money. The money can come in as a debt. My belief is that that debt will be paid off after the construction of the railway because of the impact it's going to bring into this economy. So we may have the debt, we may have the rising debt GDP ratio, but the impact of the construction of railway will clear most of those debts in the near future.
Now, we've passed the Public-Private Act, Partnership Act. do you share the view, for instance, that we should just go in, for instance, a $1 billion US facility, maybe from Japan or China or any other country with expertise in real development, then make the annual budget funding amount of under the Petroleum Revenue Management Act a collateral? Then we know that we are investing $1 billion. This is how it will be serviced over a period of time. Then we can be certain that we have dedicated resources for railway development. Do you share that view?
Mr. Chairman, that's a very brilliant idea. I will give it due consideration in the House. Give me the note. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. The Honourable Member for Ejisu, in requesting for Bonkra, naturally, if you want to develop the inland port, you must be looking at trade facilitation, the ease of doing business, the speed of doing business. Now, you see, the western and eastern lines are to facilitate passenger and freight movement, including activation of the Bonkra inland port. Now, in your briefing, are you aware that a contract was signed in January 2020 EPC for the construction of a standard gauge line from the Takoradi port to Uni Valley? Has that been brought to your notice?
Yes, that has been brought to my notice.
Will you facilitate the movement of passengers and freight to Bonkra as has started under the reconstruction of the Western Railway line?
Precisely so, Mr. Chairman.
Why is it a standard gauge?
The rationale for the standard gauge is the migration of the whole world from the narrow gauge. The standard gauge, as I stated earlier, has its own advantage: the speed, the axle load, and the stability in terms of its movement. And so Ghana as a country, the master plan is to migrate away from the narrow gauge that we have to standard gauge. Only few countries currently still use the narrow gauge. In our sub-region, we have, for instance, only South Africa. And so when it comes to issue of spare parts, the difficulty to get them will be very difficult. And that may also be the underlying reason why the master plan suggests that we move to the standard gauge. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So, do I take it that Aflao Elubo Railway Line, Kotoku Hune Valley Railway Line, Metro Light and Transit Systems in Accra and Kumasi will not suffer under your hands as Minister responsible for railways?
Mr. Chairman, we will do our best to make sure that the master plan is implemented from phase to phase.
Chairman, I'm about ending for the Minister designate for railways. In one of your responses to an earlier issue raised by a colleague, you were categorical in terms of different tariff regime for payment by consumers and by industry. I'm aware that the Association of Ghana Industry, AGI, have repeatedly made strong representations to you as minister to correct that wrong, in order that in Ghana we are not using power for purposes of generating growth and investment, but just preso, as Honorable he said, we are just interested in those who use it for preso, on and on. What will you do? You are leaving the ministry. The AGI is essentially disappointed in the government of Ghana for not leaving the talk on this particular matter. Have you recommended that to the new coming minister to draw a dichotomy between consumers, ordinary, who use it for their domestic purposes, and those who need it for their industrial purposes? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, that appeal, of course, was sent to me. We looked at it, but at the time, as I stated earlier, some recovery programs will need to be completed within the sector. Currently, high losses, power theft, non-availability of meters. So the intention was to address some of these system deficiencies that we have. Obsolete equipment, which, of course, the President has given a directive replacing almost over $100 million worth of obsolete equipment. It is our belief, my belief at that time, that after we have addressed these deficiencies in the system, then of course we will begin to migrate to a lower tariff regime for the industry. Mr. Chairman, I will recommend same to the incoming minister, and I know him very well. I'm sure he will take it up for the benefit of the AGI.
Chairman, may I just know from the nominee
as quickly as
whether is compliant with his tax obligations and also compliant with his asset declaration requirements to hold the high office of minister. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Chairman, I'm done, but just a commentary that our oil resources are not infinite, to quote you. Indeed, I have a World Bank report here that I'm reviewing, and they are projecting that by 2050, Ghana may have exploited largely this oil and gas that we have done. Having worked at the Ministry of Energy, do you see anything that needs to change with our petroleum revenue management regime? Do you see any need? And what are your recommendations? Thank you, Chair.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, our replacement ratio, of course, is very low. Production to reserve, it's low. And so additional reserves at each particular point in time is a key index for any emerging country like Ghana. The resources, it's not finite, as rightly said. And so what we need to change is to see how we can attract global funds to Ghana. Unfortunately for us, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, global funds these days have been limited because of the growth in renewables. Some funding have their restrictions, and if it is going to be a conventional resources like fossil fuel, the system will not allow that to grow. So the fear for the country is that if you are not careful, we may still have oil underground, but we will not be able to extract it. Mr. Chairman, you recollect when we leave the Stone Age, the stone didn't finish. There were a lot of stones at the time the world migrated from the Stone Age. That is why it becomes very important for a country like Ghana to begin to create more conducive physical regimes that can attract the IOCs to come in and exploit the resources as quickly as possible. Resources beneath the ground have no value until we brought it out. So yes, I agree with you. Things need to change, and one of the fundamental things that we need to change is our fiscal regime. Thank you.
Chairman, just a comment. Sand Power was signed in 2010 and not 2016. In your exchange with the Honorable Muntaka, that came up very strongly. The Sand Power agreement, from the records available to me, was signed in 2010 and not 2016. And having been Minister for Energy, there is a lot of talk, even in the budget statement that I can refer to here, excess capacity, excess capacity. You know, apart from the fact that energy was critical to our development, investors need some assurance from government. What other assurance could you give as Minister for Energy in those circumstances, apart from excess production of what you generated and what you probably needed? Because banks will take comfort in a government security and guarantee than an individual private sector person just telling them that I'm going to produce this megawatts of power for Ghana. Can you respond to that? Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chairman, I'm not quite clear with the question. If Honourable Member can please come out.
No, I just want to get an explanation from you that when we get unnecessarily critical of excess capacity or excess generated power, we lose sight of the fact that you needed to be bankable. Those private sector players needed to be bankable and could only be given assurance by government, which government could only be to give guarantee that there is security for those production. That probably, in my view, accounted for what is described largely as excess no-need energy capacity.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the problems that we've had over the past was procuring generation without competition. Most of the generators that we have today have undergone through negotiation. And so if you really want to send a clear signal to investors to have some interest within your power sector, I think the best way is to competitive process for procuring power purchase agreement. And I would think that that is the way to go. Investors may not necessarily be looking at the country as not being friendly in terms of the power sector system, but any emerging country in this sort of power generation have these experiences, from one level to another. So the assurance I want to give to investors, especially in the sector, is that our power demands is about 200 megawatts on annual basis. So we should not just begin to procure power when we have not achieved that level of demand. Of course, demand will have to meet with supply. But as a country, are we saying that we wait for demand to grow before we bring in supply, or we want to put in the supply and for demand to grow and meet? We have to decide. If you are going to put in the supply for demand to meet, of course, we must be prepared
Chairman, my final comment. This weekend, I drove past Palogu to Nalergo, Gambaga, to Lengbensi. The Palogu power project that was brought to Parliament, almost 800 to 900 million US dollars. I did not see any sign of commencement of work. What is the status of it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That is true. The contractor has written to our Office for Advanced Mobilization. They deploy their staffs to the work to start some ground investigation in terms of the soil exercise, which they currently doing. The delay is as a result of funding. Don't forget, this project is solely on the balance sheet of government. And as and when I'm sure Finance Minister released the mobilization, that they requested, I will expect work to progress quickly as possible.
Chairman, Minister, your advice, and this is my final, I keep to it, Chairman. Bagre Dam, spillage, the spillage of the Bagre Dam and its consequence on agriculture, on houses, on livelihood. As Minister for Energy, what do you think we can do right to save lives and to prevent the continuous yearly and seasonal spillage from Bagre?
Best approach is to capture the running water for purpose of irrigation, and that has its own cost implication. Unfortunately, over the period, a lot of lives have been lost. But it's also on record the amount of work this government put in terms of some activities to constrain the spillage of the road. But in my own view, I think the only option and alternative that is available for government is to make sure that we capture the water for purpose of irrigation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, Honorable Dominic, thank you for attending upon the House. I have no question for you. You're discharged. You've had a long day.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm most grateful to the Honorable House. Thank you.
Honorable members, it's 6:30. We'll resume in 15 minutes. 15 minutes, 6:45.
Honourable members, let's resume, please. Kindly administer the
I,
Francis Asenso Boakye,
swear by the Almighty God
swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
that the evidence I shall give before this committee
touching the matter in issue shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
So help me God.
Francis Asenso Boakye. On behalf of the committee, I congratulate you on your nomination as the Minister for Works and Housing. In the last 4 years, you were Deputy Chief of Staff, but now you are elected Member of Parliament, this House, representing Bantama constituency. Now, if there's anything more necessary for us to know, tell us. We don't want myself, just any important thing we must know. Kindly tell us.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm the Member of Parliament for Bantama, and I had my O-level education at Osei Secondary School, and had my O-level, A-level.
I said we are not interested in the myself part. You can tell us your last highest qualification is necessary. And then, yeah.
I hold a master's degree from Michigan State University, and also a bachelor's degree from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Chairman.
Yes.
Yes, Francis Asenso Boakye, I join Chairman in congratulating you. Go to the second page of your CV. Were you providing oversight over various ministries, departments, and agencies as Deputy Chief of Staff?
I'm sorry, the question again.
Chairman, I'm reading from his CV. Assisted the Chief of Staff at the Presidency in providing oversight of the various ministries, departments, and agencies. Was that your role? Are you talking of supervision or oversight?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I believe it's just a matter of semantics. Oversight, my understanding here is supervision of the various ministries and agencies.
Chairman, he knows that we jealously safeguard that as one of our onerous responsibility as an organ of government, oversight. We are very jealous about it. I should understand that you meant supervision. Is that the case, Honorable Nominee?
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
You will be Minister for Works and Housing, and it's capital intensive. Everything you want to do, you want to end flooding, you want to improve social housing, you want to improve infrastructure. It's about funding. When will you get the money to do your work well as Minister?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, in terms of the protection of coastal communities from erosion, the funding has mainly been from Government of Ghana sources, GOG sources. And in fact, the last 4 years, government has spent over 1.1 billion from GOG sources protecting our coastal territories. So even though it's capital intensive, government still sees the need to provide the funds. In the case of drains and drainage system, government has spent over 400 million the last 4 years, the provision of drainage facilities as part of the National Flood Control Program. So the inaction of these activities have dire consequences for the country. So government strive to raise the resources for these projects. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Samchahi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, we've been talking about housing deficits for a while. Now, it is estimated that there are about 2 million housing deficits in the country. What do you propose that as a country we do to ensure that we reduce the housing deficits on our hand as a country?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the experience we have over the years shows that we have been producing about 40,000 houses a year, and our housing deficits currently stand at 2 million housing units, which means that if we want to close the gap in 10 years, we have to produce 200 houses a year. And this is a very huge gap, and I think it requires different strategies that we have been using over the years. It requires government active intervention. And my answer is not far from what is stated in the NDC MPP manifesto and the National Housing Policy. For some time now, National Housing Policy. For some time now, we haven't had a clear
institutional framework that will guide the implementation of housing policies in our country. So there's the need to establish a national housing authority for the planning and management of the housing delivery. That is one. And this national housing authority will create land banks and provide infrastructure, on-site infrastructure for the land bank. This is what we call site and service schemes. The idea is that if the government is able to absorb the cost of land and cost of infrastructure, meaning roads and utilities, we will have contributed to absorbing 50% of cost of construction of house. And that would mean that the house per unit, cost per unit, will have been reduced by 50%. So if on the average, a house is costing 300,000, and government absorbing these facilities, land and utilities and roads, the price per unit will be 150,000, and it will be affordable. With a very credible mortgage scheme to support it, this will be very affordable to many Ghanaians. And that is the strategy I'm proposing for the reduction of the huge housing deficit.
Nominee, 150,000 Ghana cedis will be affordable to many Ghanaians, but it will also be outside the reach of many Ghanaians. Do you have any plans to invest in rental units, particularly for young upstarts, young people who have started work, young people who have just gotten employment, transferred out of home for the first time, required to pay 2 years, 3 years in advance? Do you have any plans to construct rental units which such young people can take advantage of?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, you are right. Rental units provision is a key part of our strategy. And when we say affordable housing, we are talking about people who want to own homes. And the rental units are also captured in also another side where students who have just finished school or young people who have just started working can have a place to live and stay, decent accommodation, while they prepare to own homes in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to ask the nominee what he will do to bring down the cost of housing, but he tried to answer it together with the first question that I asked. What I want to find out is the cost of building materials. Cost of building materials. In December, if you take iron rods, for instance, 16 millimeters cost 3,800. At the moment, it is 5,200 Ghana cedis. 12 mm, also 5,200. If you take cement, in December, it was 40 Ghana cedis. Today is around 45, 46 Ghana cedis. What do you think we should do as a country to reduce the cost of building materials?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the recent hike in the cost of building material has been attributed to huge international shipment costs in recent times. This was attributed to the COVID pandemic. But when it comes to building material, what we have to do as a country is to go into the production of local building material. For me, that is the long-term agenda of the ministry when I get the nod. Because the local building materials, if you're able to produce in large quantities, will be much cheaper. But the real challenge is how our local folks will accept our local building materials, like bent bricks and all that. So it is important that we work with stakeholder institutions, for example, BARI, that has done a lot of research into local building materials, and Department of Rural Housing, that has the mandate to build capacity of people to use local material for local housing. So that is high on my agenda, and I will work hard to promote that.
Mr. Chairman, perennial flooding in Accra and Tema in some parts of the country. I see this as a lack of political will on the part of the successive governments. Your predecessor, Honorable Atachia, when he assumed office, he stated that to address the perennial problem, flooding problem in Accra and Tema will require about $700 million to be able to holistically address the flooding problem in Accra and Tema. So now we are in January, February. Everybody has gone to sleep. February, March, April, May, when the rain sets in, all of us will be struggling with the flood in Accra and Tema. What are you going to do to ensure that government raise the necessary funding to tackle this problem in Accra and some part of the country?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, what my predecessor said about the need for adequate funding is right, in the sense that our drainage system, as we have now, were built many years ago, and most of them have outlived its usefulness because of population increase, urbanization, and what have you. But in the absence of funds to tackle these structural measures, re-engineering of our drainage system, there are certain short to medium-term measures that we can also take. For instance, we have to embark upon the annual program of desilting, excavation, and dredging of the major channels that lead to Odo and Kole Lagoon and those places that are the flood-prone areas. In June 2015, for instance, Ashaiman District Assembly had taken it upon themselves to do dredging ahead of the rains. So when we were hit by the rains on June 10th, Ashaiman didn't experience flooding. This tells you the importance of the dredging exercise that we do every year. So we have to continue, and it has to be timeless. It has to start before the rain begins. And when I get a nod, I'm going to make sure that we start the early dredging. Secondly, we have to ensure stringent implementation of our waste collection system. I will collaborate with the Ministry of Water and Sanitation to ensure that, because that is one of the primary reasons that causes flooding in Accra. People indiscriminately throw solid waste into drainage channels that prevent free flow of water. These two immediate measures are very important to prevent flooding here in Accra. And as part of the National Control Program, in the last 4 years, a lot has been done in terms of desilting, concrete lining, and excavation works. In fact, in 2018, 205 million Ghana cedis was spent on the National Control Program, and in 2020, 250 million Ghana cedis has also been spent, and contracts have been awarded for people to start work. So all these measures all go into the prevention of flood, and that is why in the last 4 years we haven't seen major flooding here in Accra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the previous NDC government started a housing project at Sagremi. The first phase of the project, 2005, started and got to a point when he left office. At some point, the project came to a halt, and just want to find out from you what you will do to resuscitate the project to complete it so that Ghanaians can benefit from that project.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the cycling project is a very important project. It was meant to decongest the city of Accra. And I want to take this opportunity to commend the initiator. It was a very good project. I've received a briefing, full briefing of the matter, and my major preoccupation is simple, is to see to the early completion of the project. We cannot allow the taxpayers' money to go to waste. And that is my major preoccupation. When I get the nod, I'll put a team together to advise me on the various financing options that will be needed to get the project going. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, my last question. Mr. Chairman. As a result of erosion, we are losing a lot of communities along the coastal lines. What will you do to ensure that those communities that we have lost, will reclaim them, and lands that have been lost as a result of erosion by the sea, we can also reclaim them? What specifically will you do? As leader said, it's very, very capital intensive. What effort will you put in to ensure that communities that are being lost as a result of tidal waves are put to a stop?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I've already indicated that even though it's capital intensive, the President, Nana Akufo-Addo's administration, has made it possible that resources are available for this project. And for the last 4 years, over 1.1 billion cedis have been invested in the provision of sea defense for the protection of our coastal enclave. As Minister, God willing, when I get the Lord, I will continue the program and make sure that we protect our coastal communities. The coastal stretch is 550 kilometers, and out of that, the experts say that 2/3 of them need some sort of protection. And if we do not do anything about it, it has dire consequences for our country. So we have to find the money and continue with what we have been doing.
Thank you, Honorable Ahi. Yes, you also have been asked the questions today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Francis Asenso Boakye, congratulations. I make reference to page 87 of the NPP manifesto for the 2020 elections. And says that one of the promises that was made in 2016 was to facilitate the construction of low and mid-income housing over the short, medium, and long term. Now, following that, over 5,770 acres was acquired as at 2018 at Sege and Ojubi. Additional 1,313 acres acquired around Yankonya and Kwema. Now, the best part of this one for me is the fact that government had established a national housing and mortgage finance scheme to address both the housing supply and demand side financing challenges, and Mr. Chairman made allusion to that. Now, I believe that a very solid foundation has been laid for a smooth takeoff. Now, can you guarantee to this committee that within the next 4 years, if you happen to be the minister during that period, you'll be able to accomplish this housing scheme? Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Honorable MP is right. The acquisition of these land banks is to serve as the basis to roll out these affordable programs. And the plan is to
service these service these land banks, provide on-site infrastructure, including roads and utilities, so that we can work with public developers like State Housing and private developers like Grader to provide these affordable housing homes for our people. So you are right. That's exactly what we are going to do, Honorable Member. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Honorable Zera, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Honorable Nominee. Honorable Nominee, I want to find out from you, does your government have any intention of leveraging the pension fund for housing development? And if so, why?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, it is a manifesto pledge of the MPP that you are going to leverage the housing fund for housing development. As we speak, the pension fund law allows just 5% of the pension fund portfolio to be able to spend on housing development. It's also a manifesto pledge that we want to increase that 5% so that we can have more space to leverage for housing development. There's a very good reason why we want to leverage the pension fund, because it is a long-term investment, and you need long-term investment for construction finance and a credible mortgage regime. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you. My next question is on Public Works Department, commonly called PWD. There's this general perception out there that it's being underutilized. Others think it's outlived its usefulness and it's overstaffed, and government is spending money on an entity that is viewed as not contributing anything to the economy. What will be your approach to dealing with the issue of PWD to make it more friendly and more effective in the eyes of Ghanaians as we used to know them to be when we were growing up? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Public Works Department is a very old institution. In fact, it was established in 1850. And their mandate is to supervise the construction and maintenance of government bungalows and offices. Over the years, their scope of work has reduced considerably, and they still depend on government subventions. So the staff have relaxed a little bit, even though they have very qualified engineers and surveyors and architects. What I think it should be done is for Public Works Department to be run like a business, so that they can leverage on their expertise and seek private sector work as well. I think they have to adopt private sector management techniques so that they can be competitive. So when, God willing, I get a nod, I will encourage them to adopt good marketing strategies. They have to have a business unit where they can seek jobs. They have to have a marketing department where they can market their product. All these have to be done to make them vibrant in the new world. And as minister, I'm going to champion that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My last question has to do with affordable housing. And as you would, I think everybody here will agree that it's been the most topical part of your vetting this evening. But there's been a phenomenon that governments come in, start affordable housing projects, and then if elections don't go well, and those governments exit, the incoming government abandons the projects. Why does that happen? What can we do? What will you do if you get the nod to make sure that it's incumbent on any incoming government, because government is a continuum. It has to continue projects that especially come directly to the so-called vulnerable. So if you are doing affordable housing projects, and because a government exited, another government comes and then abandons the project and goes to start a new one. And if that government is not lucky and in 4 years they are out, the next coming government abandons it, and then we have all these projects scattered around the country and people don't have housing. Will you be able and willing to move or support legislation to compel incoming governments to complete these projects? Otherwise, they will be charged for causing financial loss to the state, because the monies involved is the taxes of the people. What are your thoughts about this phenomenon? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Honorable Member is right, and I believe that she's hit the nail right on the head. The problem is that over the years, we don't have a well-defined institutional framework to guide our housing development, and affordable housing is one of them. And that is why earlier on, I proposed the establishment of a national housing authority, whose duty will be to plan and manage all housing development, including affordable housing. So all these affordable housing programs will be managed by the housing authority, and it will not be like a project is a political project. It will be part of an institution, so that whichever government is in place, the National Housing Authority will take charge of the project and implement it to the letter. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Honorable nominee, are you aware of Article 35(7) of the Constitution? Let me read it, so to strengthen your argument. As far as practicable, a government shall continue and execute projects and programs commenced by the previous government. So it's actually a constitutional mandate. It's in the law already, but we should ensure that they are enforced. So take note. If you don't continue any projects, we'll bring you here to come and answer questions of that.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable nominee, quite an impressive CV, from humble beginnings in North Central to Michigan State University. Quite an achievement. But going through your CV, I realized you spent close to about 12 years with the current president, and as a personal assistant, and then a political assistant to a chief of staff, deputy chief of staff, and political assistant to the president. You've been quite close to the president for 12 years. For those of us who've not had that benefit, what is in that man? And what are the takeaways as you leave the Flagstaff House to the ministry?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Honorable Member for Abetifi is right. I've had opportunity to work with the President for a very long time, especially his days as the opposition leader of Ghana. And I think there are 2 or 3 things that I believe I can say about him that I pray to God that I'll be able to do same in my public office. First of all, the President is a very honest man. Whatever he tells you is exactly what he does. Honesty is his best policy. Secondly, the President is a fair person. He doesn't discriminate. He treats people equally, regardless of your gender, your ethnic background, or religious affiliation. And thirdly, anybody who has come close to the president will agree with me that he's a man of compassion. He's a very compassionate man, to the extent that if even, like we say in our local parlance, that that's the kind of person he is.
So wait.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
We want the English translation of what you said in Twi. Well, let me help you.
If he's eating and he sees another person hungry, he will take out his food and give it to the person. That's the literal translation of the.
Mr. Nominee, clearly we may not be able to establish any negative causality against you. And I just, working with you in the last 10 years from the party office, I know that you will deliver if given the Lord as a minister. I pray for you. Good luck.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I think the words from the Honorable Member for Betifi are very kind words, and I want to express my appreciation for that. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Yes, Honorable Ajay.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Honorable Nominee, as a former Minister for Tourism, Culture and Creative Arts, I know what countries are doing with planning, and I have Marrakesh, Morocco in mind. The city is well planned and it serves as a tourist attraction. What policy measures do you have to stop this haphazard development that we have in Ghana? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I'm a trained development planner, and I have a fair appreciation of what a controlled development can do for the country. Unfortunately, the duty of making sure that our city is well planned is in the hands of the district assemblies, and we need effective collaboration with the district assemblies to ensure that permits are issued to places where it will not create problem. The proposal I made earlier that the National Housing Authority will provide land banks and service the land banks. When I say service, I mean providing infrastructure to the land banks and giving these service plots to developers to build. Is one surest way of ensuring controlled development. And I can assure you that if we come to this house and we pass this law for the establishment of the Ghana Housing Authority, it will go a long way in avoiding situations of haphazard development. Thank you.
Very well. Yes, Giselle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Nominee, would you support, you're advocating for the National Housing Authority. You're advocating for the National Housing Authority, but would you support a paradigm shift whereby if about 90% of the housing stock is being developed by private individuals, some assistance will be given to these private individuals instead of public housing, stocks of public housing in that manner? Would you consider such a combination under the National Housing Authority that you are proposing?
I'm sorry, can you clarify what do you mean by supporting private individuals?
What kind of support? If you can clarify so that I can proceed.
Financial support for people to put up their houses. If you look you said you're a development planner. Say you are entering into Kumasi from the air. As you are descending, you see a lot of buildings uncompleted with no roofs. Somebody started it and got stuck at a point. Would you consider a system under the National Housing Authority that you are proposing, such that there will be either some facilities to help them to complete, or other than just mainstream public housing with land banks and so on and so forth? Will you consider a combination of that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Member, I find your question interesting, and God willing, when I get the nod, I will take a closer look at it. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. My second question. The Ministry of Works and Housing undertakes the classification of contractors, am I right? And issues them with certificates.
Yes, you are right.
All right. You also appreciate that construction is on every institution's budget, even a household. The construction or the house is the biggest capex item. Would you advocate for regulation of the construction industry in any way, such that, for example, there are different tiers of contractors, not just on paper only, but actually in practice? Because people have these as their businesses, they invest into equipment, and surely they would want to see some sustainability along the way. Would you consider regulating the construction industry? And how do you go about it?
Thank you very much. I will support such a move, and I'm aware that there are plans for major players in the construction industry to set up construction development bill. I can't recall the exact name of it, but there are attempts at regulating the whole construction industry, of which housing is part. And I want to assure you that I will support such a move, because it's very much needed in the sector.
Thank you. And then my last question has to do with rent. The rental market is huge. Lots of migration, people just looking for a place to perch or just to stay to make ends meet. What active policies are you going to put in place? Are you going to support the adjustments to the Rent Control Act or upgrading the Rent Control Act? Or what do you think you could do to help the people who make use of the rental market?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, the Rent Act was passed so many years ago, at a time that the population in the urban centers was not as huge as now. Today, Ghana's urban population is 58%, almost 68%, and the urban growth rate is 33%. The current act cannot support such a situation, and implementation of the current act will make the landlords engage in opportunistic tendencies, in the sense that if you strictly implement the 6 months advance, the landlord will pull back their services. So there has been extensive consultation, extensive stakeholder engagement, and there is a widespread view that we should extend the 6 months advance to 1 year. In that case, the landlords will benefit and the tenants will benefit. And it's part of the new rent bill that has been drafted, and very soon it will go to Cabinet and subsequently to Parliament for passage. And I want to believe that when it comes, we will support it. Thank you very much, Honorable.
Honorable Member, the current Rent Act says that for residential premises, it can take no more than 3 months. For commercial premises, you can take no more than 6 months in advance. We have not been able to enforce that, such that everybody names the advance he wants. What makes you think that we'll be able to enforce it if we take it to 1 year? In either
the 1 year rent advance rate chart after extensive engagement. So my understanding is first, everybody will accept it because they took part of it. And in that case, we will be in the position to enforce it. And before enforcement, we will make sure that we do extensive stakeholder sensitization for everybody to know its rights in the new rent pass.
I hope so. Yes, they are welcome.
Chairman, thank you. I have one question for the nominee. All of us do travel to our villages. I've seen Atimatim, Marse, and I know the Department of Rural Housing is under your ministry, God willing, if you are, will be under your ministry, God willing, if you are confirmed. What will be your strategy for rural housing? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rural housing is a very important part of the entire national housing strategy. And the Department of Rural Housing under the ministry has the responsibility of building the capacities of individuals and institutions to use local building materials for housing. And in the past, the Department of Rural Housing has collaborated with, say, Cocoa Board to build houses for farmers. They've also collaborated with Ghana Water and Ghana Water Company to build houses for their staff in the rural areas. But as we speak, they are faced with logistical issues. And I believe that when they are properly resourced, they can do more and more. So, God willing, when I'm giving the nod, I will work with my ministry officials in making sure that they are very properly resourced so that they can implement their mandate and ensure that we provide rural housing for our rural folks. Thank you very much.
Very well. Honorable Nilante.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Slum upgrading was a project, a collaboration between the Ministry of Works and Housing and local government and rural development. Over the period, it has virtually become like a dead policy. What assurances are you giving me, sitting here, that you reactivate the slum upgrading project so that my people in Old Fadama will have some respite? And then secondly, the Kole Lagoon Ecological Restoration Program, which also forms part of the slum upgrading program because it links into it. Since 1996, almost every government, Rawlings, Kufuor, Mills, Mahama, and this government, it's like everybody does touch and go on the project. But the real Kole Lagoon Ecological Restoration Program is there. What assurances will you get that in your time as a Minister for Works and Housing, the Kole Lagoon Ecological Restoration Program will become a reality?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Slum upgrading is very important, especially in a city like Accra. And I've had opportunity to have an area view of Old Fadama. And it's something that we have to take a serious look at. When given, I can't promise, but I will take a very close look at it because I can assure you that it's very dear to my heart.
Will you take a look at it or you endeavor to execute it and get it completed to improve livelihoods in that area? What is look at it?
When I say I take a serious look at it, it means that I
I want to do something about it.
Okay.
Yes. Thank
That's
you.
that's the meaning of you taking a look at
serious
it.
look at it.
Okay.
Thank you. Regarding the Kole Lagoon ecological project, I agree with you. It was a very well thought out program. Some aspects were done. For instance, the serious dredging activities were done. The construction of the interceptor weir was fixed, and the squatters were supposed to move to Ajin Kotoku. That wasn't done. For me, that was one of the key lapses in that project. And the actual remediation and the restoration didn't happen. When I get to the ministry, I will engage with the various officials in charge and see how we can raise funds to continue with that project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Nominee, you've spoken about plans to add to the housing stock. That's long term. And if you take the history of public housing development, on the average, it takes about 10 years to finish public housing projects across regimes in this country. So that's long term. Immediately, young people have a difficulty with paying 2 years rent advance, 3 years rent advance. They live in a country that has laws, and the laws say they should pay 3 months rent advance. You're talking about a review of the law to increase it to 1 year, but it's still the law that they are only supposed to pay 3 months rent advance. Can they count on you to enforce the law? Because you're going to swear an oath to enforce the laws of this country. That's what you're going to swear an oath to do.
I'm sorry, the question, the preamble I got, but the question, would you want to restate it, please?
Question is, the law on rental property says that you can only charge a tenant 3 months rent for residence and 6 months for commercial use. And I'm saying that is the law. Until you get the law changed to 1 year as you are proposing, and until you increase the stock of housing, what is available in the market, by law, a young person who wants to rent a place should be looking at paying 3 months. And I'm saying that you want to be a minister, your oath of office will say that you are swearing to enforce the laws of the country. Will you enforce that law so that young people pay 3 months rent advance?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, under our circumstance, it will be impractical to strictly enforce the law. I've already made a point that if you implement it strictly, the landlord will engage in opportunistic behavior. They will be withdrawing their services, and you will not be helping the tenants. The interest of government policy on rent is to protect the tenants. But a good rent policy, Mr. Chairman, must allow for capital recovery. And that is why I'm saying that the current rent law is outmoded and has outlived its usefulness, and that there is the need for us to, as a matter of urgency, revise the law. As for the law, you can implement it. But what is the purpose of implementing when the tenants that you are serving them, it will not help them. It won't make any sense with the greatest of respect. And that is why I'm saying that it is important that as soon as possible, we prioritize the revision of the Rent Act to make it relevant to, in the current circumstances. Thank you very much.
Chairman, I have a follow-up on that for if you can make.
Yeah.
The Real Estate Agency Act was passed by this House last year. perhaps you may want to look at that law and explore possibilities of ensuring that with them as a stakeholders, you would be able to see how best you can look at that sector. Because indeed, this advance is really a difficult situation, and you and I often become the target because they come to us, the young men. And well, you can add the young woman. Mr. Chair, Honorable Muntaka added the young woman. I am saying the young men. The young men. You know, he's adding the young women. They will go to their MPs. That's what, okay. I thank you for assisting me. So, in other words, the young men.
You mean the young men will be taken care of by the young men? What are your suggestions?
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chair, I may have to restrict myself to what I want to say. And allow others to say what they want to say. But, Mr. Chair, all I want to say is that as a political class, when there's crisis, they fall on us. All right? So perhaps you may consider the Real Estate Agency Act, which was passed recently, to explore how this thing can be dealt with. It's a serious matter. I thank you.
Honorable Chair, it's very, very well noted, and I thank you for that. I'll have a look at it and see how it can be applied. Yes, Honorable Zuhiri. Yes, Honorable Kujetu.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, the matter of affordable housing is a very important one, as has been underscored by colleagues. And it's even become more challenging in these times. I was looking at a World Bank COVID-19 impact report published last month. And it says that almost 163 million people have been forced into the poverty bracket, what the World Bank is calling the new poor, COVID-19 induced poverty. So we cannot downplay the issue to do with affordable housing, particularly in these moments, in these times that we live in. How creatively, as minister, if given the nod, can you address the thorny issue of affordable housing? And I want you to link that to the provision of duty posts for public sector workers, doctors, nurses, teachers, security agencies. These days it's quite common to see doctors, nurses who have to travel far afield to work. And these are emergency service providers. If there's an emergency at the hospital, we all need them. Bungalows for them. Schools are built, no bungalows for teachers, for headmistresses and housemasters and all of that. So the matter to do with affordable housing and duty posts for civil servants, public sector workers and professionals, how creatively can you, through policy, help this nation address this matter?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think I've made a point about how I intend to implement the affordable housing program. One thing that I didn't add is that as part of the creation or the establishment of the National Housing Policy, we also have in it a National Housing Fund that will help fund the activities of the National Housing Authority. And with this fund, we'll be able to do a lot with it. Can raise money with it, securitize it, and do further projects. So once we have that in place, we can do a lot in terms of affordable housing. When we talk about duty posts,
I agree with the honorable member, it's very important. Currently, the ministry is having a redevelopment program in the capital cities. Old bungalows are redesigned to make optimum use of the land. And as a result, the ministry has gotten a lot of houses for public servants as duty posts. And I want to further add that you have to extend this to the district assemblies, where we will work with the district assemblies and build rental apartment units so that public officials who go to district to work will have a place to rent and stay in the decent homes. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Mr. Chairman, finally from me, I hold in my hands the report of the Infrastructure Subcommittee of the 2020 Presidential Transition Team. And I observe from page 31 and the key challenges in your sector. Your former minister, the affable Atachia, is complaining about a situation, illegal occupation of UNDP flats by national security operatives. And he says that he's tried a great deal to get these national security operatives out of these UNDP flats, but has failed at it. Have you been briefed on this worrying matter, and what will you do about it?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I have been briefed about it. And my understanding is that National Security and the Ministry of Works and Housing have been collaborating to address this issue. God willing, when I get the nod to be at the ministry, I will make a follow-up and see what I can do to expedite the process. Thank you.
Honorable Undaga. He said no. When I give you the nod, you pass it on.
I said after him. Chairman, with all respect, I said after Samuel. Thank you for your indulgence. I'm grateful. Honorable nominee, you spoke eloquently about your relationship with the president, your long-standing relationship with the president. How did you use that relationship to uplift or to block when he became president? I ask because I have come across some publications where you have been accused of preventing people from accessing the president. Dr. Amewu the Osuno Group, and others have all suggested that your relationship with the president was not supportive of party growth. What do you say to that?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Dr. Amewu, I don't think that he said that I blocked him. What he said was that he made attempts to get an appointment and he didn't get it at that particular time. And subsequently, we were able to arrange for him to see the president. So, I mean, I'm sure you've had opportunity to be close to the president before, and you know, it's very difficult to manage the president's schedule. First of all, I wasn't the one responsible for the president dying. Whenever anybody comes to me to want to see the president, I go to the person who is responsible. And in most cases, the person will advise that maybe this period is very tight, so give me some time. And in the course of time, the person will come back to you and give you time. But it's not everybody who is that patient. People think that when you make the request, it should happen the next day.
but the president is everywhere. Presidents are very busy. They have multiple functions and all that. So that one alone cannot be used to generalize to say that I wasn't supportive. I disagree.
I spoke of the Osono group too. Osono group.
Osono group, they did not say I did not allow them to see president. As for Osono group, I personally think that it was an orchestrated attempt to tarnish my reputation. I don't know where that came from. Thank you.
Honorable, did you have any interaction with a group called Osono Group?
No, sir. I'd never had. In fact, I didn't know of the existence of any Osono Group.
Honorable nominee, the Osono Group made a number of allegations, and I'll leave it at your response that they attempted to tarnish your image. It's just okay that you know about their existence now, and maybe we'll leave it at that. But I've gone through audit reports on the ministry that you are going to. And one thing I see that is repeatedly captured is the issue of rent not being paid by people occupying government bungalows, and also retired officers still occupying those bungalows that were assigned to them. I don't know if you have been briefed on this. If you have been briefed, how do you think that situation where people live in government bungalows without paying rent, which also doesn't enable government to keep those bungalows in good shape, so they are run down, and also retired officers still occupying those bungalows where junior officers who have appointments have to struggle in the cities and towns to find accommodation for themselves?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I have not been briefed about this particular issue, but I find it unacceptable for people to live in the government bungalows not paying rent, and also retired officers continue to stay there whilst junior officers and other people need accommodation. God willing, when I get the nod and I go to the ministry, I'll take this as a priority and work on it. Thank you.
You're done. Leadership. Yeah. Does the majority chief group have a question?
No.
Yes, minority chief group. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I just want to find out from the nominee, in your briefing, in the briefing that you took at the ministry, I want to believe that you've gone for briefing, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the brief, what challenges have you identified as major in the sector that you are going?
I think because it's a capital-intensive ministry, funding is a major challenge, and also irregular release of budgetary allocation for projects is also a major challenge.
So maybe this is one of the major challenges that you've identified. And as you may know, I mean, for government funding, no ministry, I believe that every Minister of Finance itself will complain about sufficient
funds. So as you are going there, what innovative idea do you think you bring on board to overcome this major challenge of financing?
In the area of housing, I've already mentioned that as part of the National Housing Authority, we want to add a National Housing Fund along the lines of Road Fund and Debt Fund, so that we can get some breakthrough in terms of financing our construction and housing. That's one innovative way that I'm proposing that is not in the system now. In fact, it's part of the National Housing Policy that was launching in 2015, and I believe it's something that you must. I said that it's in the National Housing Policy that was launched in 2015, and I think it's something that you must all support, that it will provide some breakthrough in terms of housing finance in Ghana.
Chairman, what about a PPP arrangement? Because if I look at you and I from Kumasi, and a typical area, Alaba, where the houses used to be mud houses, then the place became bricks with business, and then the landlords decide that, okay, come and build it into 4-story, give us the last 2, and then use the first 2 as shops, and then you operate them for some number of years, and then we share. And you will see that virtually in Alaba, where you and I are very much familiar with, a lot of high-rising buildings are coming up. And it's not because the landlords have money to build them, but they have leveraged their land, and they still have place to sleep, and they still have also this business that is running, and they're able to sustain them. Will you consider, knowing very well a number of government bungalows and lands that are in prime areas, that a lot of developers that may be having their money and may be interested in investing, will you consider this as one of the arrangements that you believe may help deal with the financing deficit?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I think this falls within the government's redevelopment program, where government provides land for developers and for developers to also build and give government some part of the building. In fact, that is the concept that the ministry is being proposed for the redevelopment of NEMA. That is the plan. When Lima sits on a 1,000-acre land, but the place doesn't have amenities. It's not a controlled area. So the plan, for instance, is that you use, say, a quarter of the place to build very good high-rising buildings for the inhabitants. Then the rest, the developer will use it for other purposes, commercial purposes. In this arrangement, government doesn't pay anything. But if there is a strong, deep stakeholder engagement for the people to accept this kind of arrangement, it will be a breakthrough in providing decent accommodation for a place like Nima. And I believe that same concept can be used for Abuabo and Aswaso area, where you and I are from.
Well, by the challenge you may have is that the lack of Nima and Abuabo, where I'm born, is that these are private properties. These are private properties. For example, I may not be interested in you coming to say, my family house, you want to have this arrangement. But if you can use the like of the Kanda, estate, which belongs to the state, or you use some other areas like the Aram Parliament here, the Osu area here, government has a lot of
lands in prime areas. That one is easier, but private, what do you call it, arrangement is difficult. Even this Alaba that I'm talking about, you could go and you see one house in between two rises. They say, no, we are not interested. And it defeats the plan that you are thinking that you could have, to have the whole area developed. But why not start with government-owned areas that are easier to start with?
Now, that one is already ongoing. I've already mentioned that as a result of that, we've been able to, the government has gotten a lot of houses and now using some as duty posts, when the honorable member asked me. We've done some at Roman Ridge, we've done some at Circle Road, and many other places, in cantonments and all that, and it's ongoing. There's one that is planned for Ringway Estate. All those redevelopment programs are going to make optimum use of the land, because you have an old land, 1 acre land, but the house that is seated there is a very small, maybe boys' quarters. But when you give it to a developer, you will see that you can get about 15 housing units from that. And that's the redevelopment program that is going. For that one is already ongoing. But you mentioned a situation where two private individuals having that kind of arrangement in Abuabo. And I said that even that concept, we can deepen it for the development of even slum areas like Old Fadama and other places.
Mr. Chairman, is he happy with the kind of design that are being used in the area that he's talking about? Cantonment, you see a government land, yes, it was just a one bungalow on 1 acre land. Now you'll be passing by, you just see some 1 story, the maximum I've seen are just 2 stories. These are still lands that are underutilized. When you look at that of the private persons in around airport residential area, it's going 15, it's going 10. Don't you think that we should standardize the kind of design and structures that if people want to engage government on this kind of arrangement of PPP, we say that for this area, we are not going anything less than 10 story. So if you are interested, come. But we are not going to allow this 1 story, 2 story, because in the next 10, 20, 30 years maximum, they will also become a problem.
Honorable Member, I agree with you. I think it's a very important contribution. And the establishment of the National Housing Authority, one of the things that it will do is to standardize housing. So for this redevelopment program, for instance, it could say that this is a type of standardized housing that we need here. And we need this number of rooms, this number of apartments. So I agree with you. And with the introduction of the National Housing Authority, it will help in ensuring that. Thank you.
In an earlier answer to government workers who stay in government bungalow, default in their rent payment, and some who even after retirement not want to move out, will you consider a scheme where, yes, these houses are for government, but you have to procure them or the allocation are done through a kind of PPP, where they will ensure that people will pay what is due the state, even if it's as a token, just to be able to maintain the structures. And then when it is your time to quit, they will ensure that you quit on time. Instead of the current arrangement where the Ministry of Works and Housing do not have enough manpower to be going around collecting these monies and ensuring that people are evicted when they are retired.
I'm sorry, please come again. I didn't get you a break.
So I'm saying that will you consider a scheme that is PPP, that's public-private partnership, where they do the collection of the rent? The private sector that will do the collection of the rent to ensure that everybody pays the rent, maintain it, and run a fee, and also to ensure that people get out of the bungalows when the time is due. Because I know the Minister of Works and Housing do not have enough manpower to be going around ensuring that everybody is paying the rent and those who are supposed to quit at the right time. I'm asking whether you may consider that too.
Yes, I'm for outsourcing this kind of government work to private sector because they bring some efficiency into it, and I will seriously consider that.
Yes, I just want to find out from what is his take about Minister of Works and Housing selling these very scarce government bungalows to individuals and in some instances occupants after staying in them for some time. Then by the time I realize the houses are sold to them and then it becomes a private property.
I am not for that. I'm against that. And we need those lands for this redevelopment program. So if you sell it to individuals, you don't have this land for the program that you are talking about. So I'm totally against the sale of these lands to private.
So is it an assurance that as this House is considering your nomination, if considered, under you, no government bungalow will be sold out to any private individual?
Honorable, you can take it as an assurance from me. Thank you.
Earlier when he was talking about the increase of the minimum months from 3 in the case of residential and then the commercial 6 months, he said that moving them to 1 year may be a reasonable time to ensure compliance, right? Is it not the deficit that is creating the huge market rather than the number of months? So if you don't deal with the deficit, even if you put it to 1 year, in a very short period of time, once the demands are high, people will move to 2 years and 3 years, and then you now come and say, oh, the 1 year is not sufficient, that's why they are doing that, so let's move it to 3 years. Is it not the deficit that we need to deal with instead of just talking about the months?
It is, you are right, it is the deficit. And it is because of the deficit, that is why I said, if you implement the 6 month advance now, the landlord will be engaging opportunistic behaviors. The ultimate is to close the deficits. But once we haven't been able to do that, this is a temporary measure that we need to make sure that the tenant and the landlord are both happy. Thank you.
Is it also the issue of trust? Because sometimes you rent out an apartment to a tenant and you want to help, so oh, pay me every month, and then the person goes 3 months without paying. What do you think we can do to be able to help, for example, workers that have monthly income so that their salary could be paid directly to the landlord, so that it becomes an incentive for the landlord to say that, look, since I can get your rent every month, I may not need to charge an advance. Because sometimes it's also the issue of trust, that you put the person in there and then you don't get your money.
I think it's an interesting suggestion that we take a look at. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much.
Do you want to ask a question?
No.
Yes, Deputy Leader.
Okay. Mr. Chair, my good friend Asenso and I share the same esprit de corps, and I am happy for this opportunity given him by Mr. President to serve his nation as a Minister of State. But Honorable Suhini put to you some questions regarding some allegations by certain groups. Do you see allegations by certain groups? Do you see some of these things coming at a time as a young man, Deputy Chief of Staff, as an attempt to victimize you?
we are in politics and we can't rule these things out.
So it's a possibility.
Certainly so.
Because for no reason, and you not being in charge of appointments at the presidency, to be accused publicly as someone preventing someone from having access to Mr. President, obviously is to set you up for public ridicule and hate, correct?
You are right. I remember at a point when I mentioned it to the president, he told me that this is some of the problems you go through when you are close to the president.
To conclude, don't expect this to cease. Going to the ministry, you should expect more of such. Be fair. And I'm sure, guided by your own oath, that in times of difficulty, you're going to rely on God. Your faith shall save you. Thank you, my brother.
Thank you very much.
Chairman, let me thank you. And Chairman, the nominee is young into the high office of minister. I appreciate that he will be putting his feet in the shoes of the Honorable Atachia. I share a lot of strong values with him. We share our reading books, and I respect his depth. You must appreciate that, including me, many ministers have gone to ministries and have not succeeded, not because they do not have the will, and not because they do not have the expertise, but because they are constrained. For instance, I heard you talk about the housing, low-cost housing regime. I've been perusing the handing over notes of the Honorable Atachia. He wrote to the Ministry of Finance. The Ministry of Finance withdrew the guarantees. No one will do an off-taker if you don't have that assurance from government. I've also read his initiative on the National Flood Control Program, for which he requested for 500 million Ghana cedis. Ultimately, he was asked to reduce it to 300 million Ghana cedis. No releases were done. So, I just want to have your assurance. One, EDRA, there's some project which was started in EDRA that has been abandoned. Can I have your assurance that you get it started to serve the people of EDRA in the Ashanti region? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Please, which particular project in EDRA are you talking about? What project?
Thank you, Chairman. The Honorable Samson Ahi, Saglemi Housing Project. Main project was to decongest the city, as you said. 2,172 acres. I'll come back to it. I'll come back to it. I have to refer to it in the handing over note. So I'm on the Saglemi in the page now. Now, my thinking is that get and raise additional financing, get Saglemi completed, consult with the president, and that's what you do with good influence, and dedicate that housing infrastructure to the Ghana Armed Forces. Instead of leaving it lying idle, when soldiers don't have places to sleep, many of them are already in that area. No one is saying that there shouldn't be ensuring value for money. But when you drive past it, your heart will bleed that the state of Ghana will invest enormous resources, $181 million US, then 4 or 5 years on, it is still idle. Can I have your assurance? Then I'll open the handing over notes to come to the Ejura project for you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I've already given the assurance that when I get to the ministry, if I get a nod, I will work hard to ensure early completion of the Saglemi project. Whether or not that can be given to the Ghana Army, I will need further consultations on the matter. Thank you.
Chairman, thank you. Chairman, the Ejura project is in page 45 of the 307 page, Ejura Lot 2. The Adulai Lot 2 project is located at Adulai in the Ashanti region. The contract was awarded in June 2011 and has not been completed. So take note, when you go, even in that page, Coastal Maritime Program is also listed as uncompleted. Then the sea defense projects, I don't intend to take you through. You are not at the ministry. It will not be fair for me to be asking for your output there. You see, Cape Coast Coastal Protection Project, 22%. Commander Coastal Protection Project, 30%. Amewu Coastal Protection Project, 43%. Then my worry is here, Ningo Pram Pram Coastal Protection Project, 15%. And then Abuazi Coastal Protection Project, 15%. Will you ensure early completion of these projects to protect livelihoods in those areas? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, all these projects are on schedule. And God willing, when I get to the ministry, we will do whatever it takes to make sure that they are completed. But as far as I'm aware, they are on schedule. Thank you.
Yeah, when you go through the handing over notes again, Chairman referred you to Article 35(7). The Constitution imposes an obligation that as minister, projects initiated by the Honorable Atachia, you don't go to the ministry and say that you are abandoning them. Projects that were earlier initiated, as you go through the handing over, I see 2011, 2012, 2015, 2016, continuity. If you come to Tamale, on the Wamali Road, driving through Salaga, the housing project which was initiated just between Vitim and San Gergo is kind of abandoned. Can I have your assurance that you will support the completion of the housing project?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, are you referring to the affordable housing program initiated by President Kufuor?
I should think so, Chair.
Yes. We have three of those in the country, Kufuor, Tamale, and Wa.
What will you do about them?
As we speak, those three have been ceded to State Housing Company to complete them. In the case of Tamale, my understanding is that there has been a lot of encroachment on the land, and there are still some issues with the land ownership. I got a briefing from the State Housing, and what came to my mind was that since, Honorable Member, you are from there, you will count on your leadership to resolve these matters of encroachment and land ownership.
Chairman, I can assure the nominee that I'll play any role with the chiefs to resolve any outstanding issue. What I'm saying is that the workers there, whether nurses or doctors, it's very close to the Tamale Teaching Hospital, where doctors are struggling for accommodation, nurses posted in the area are struggling for accommodation. If there is improvement, it's because you've abandoned it. It's been abandoned for long, not your fault. You are now moving to the ministry. So take note of it. Chairman, I think that I should genuinely accept that I'm tired, and maybe we'll have to, I should genuinely accept that I'm tired. And with many colleagues, and knowing that you are now strict with your COVID directive, I can only end by assuring the honorable nominee that I heard you shouting praises on the president. He's not going to accompany you to works and housing. Go and leave your mark and leave your blueprint and doing many of the projects that the honorable Atachia initiated, but for want of support of finance, had to abandon them and walk out on them. You know that that is what happened. I'm reading from his handing over note. I'll read extras for you. How he got frustrated for lack of funding and lack of releases. This is official. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Leader. You're done. Thank you very much. Honorable nominee.
No, I can read it for you.
I have no question for you. We thank you for attending upon the House to answer questions. You will hear from us, but for now you're discharged.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you.